Sparta. The very word of it puts an image in one's mind, one that's captivated imaginations for millennia. The Spartans are often portrayed as single-minded warriors, a society of austere, disciplined and stoic soldiers, utterly devoted to a single purpose, and that purpose is battle. But beyond that, there's a deeper history of Sparta, and it's a lot more complex than the popular myth. The task of separating fact from legend is quite a challenge, not least because most surviving accounts were written by non-Spartans, often long after the events described. These ancient sources, from Herodotus and Thucydides all the way to Plutarch and Pausanias, therefore must be read with a rather critical eye. Of course, they're subject to their own criticism from modern scholarship. This modern scholarship in archaeology does also help us to fill in the gaps. But don't be fooled. The story of Sparta is long from being anything but mysterious. All these aspects of Spartan history certainly remain debated. So, today what we are going to do is go through a chronological narrative, the full arc of Spartan history, from those early times of consolidation in Laconia through its territorial expansion and those unique military and social systems that they developed, all the way to its apex of power during the Persian and Peloponnesian Wars. And then, of course, we'll get to their decline in the face of Theban and Macedonian ascendance, concluding with its fate under Roman rule. Sorry for the spoiler alert. Well, I think by the end, we'll all have a nuanced picture of what Sparta was really like. Of course, modern scholarship, the wheels of that keep on turning, and this video will perhaps need to be remade in 5 years' time. They're still digging through the dirt, finding out all new little things about the Spartans, such as the ancient world. But we'll piece together what we have, and by the end come out with a picture, the real Sparta, and the people who lived in it. So, let's all get nice and relaxed. You're about to learn something. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Those who are new, I invite you to hit the subscribe button. Leave your thoughts down in the comments, as it's quite good for the algorithm. And you will notice there is not a single ad in these videos. It's thanks to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who chose to donate. Thank you very much for that. Now, with all that out of the way, like I said, nice and relaxed, and we can begin. So where exactly does Sparta's story begin? Well, we start our journey in the southeastern Peloponnese, in the region known as Laconia. Long before the classical Spartans appeared, the area was home to a Mycenaean Greek civilization. In fact, recent archaeological discoveries do show the vicinity of Sparta was an important center as far back as the 14th century BCE, a late Bronze Age palace complex, and they had brilliant palaces in the Mycenaean tradition. And this palace in particular, likely associated with Homeric Lacedaemon, by the way, it stood near the later city, yielding clay tablets in linear B script and rich frescoes. This linear B script, as well, is yet to be translated, one of those historical mysteries that still remain. Fingers crossed, we will sort that one out soon. Now, this Bronze Age palace was destroyed around 1200 BC, the typical end of the Bronze Age, that great collapse, and Greece entered what was known as a Dark Age. According to later Greek tradition, Sparta's founders were Dorian Greeks, who migrated into the Peloponnese in this post-Mycenaean period, that Dark Age of panic. Herodotus and other ancient authors refer to the Spartans as Dorians and trace their lineage back to the heroic age of Heracles, through the legend of the return of the Heraclidae. In myth, the Heraclid twins, Eurysthenes and Procles, became the first joint kings of Sparta, establishing the unusual dual monarchy that actually persisted throughout Spartan history. And this is also something that you will find in many Greek cultures. This mythical beginnings. We have it with Athens. We have it with Rome. We have it with Carthage as well, if we're going to include them in the broader ancient tapestry. It always comes with a story that treads the line between myth and history. And this is where we must be careful with ancient Greek history, because, well, Herodotus, he treads a very thin line between what is fact and fiction. Well, while it is mythic in terms of this establishment story, the tale does reflect a kernel of truth. The Spartan state always had two equal kings from two lineages, now those lineages being the Argeads and the Eurypontids, a system that is said to originate from the twin founders sanctioned by the Delphic oracle. So whether it was mythic in its beginning or not, the tradition still persisted. So of course, it had to come from somewhere. But if we go into very strict historical terms, it appears that by around the 10th, or perhaps the 9th century BCE, after the upheavals of the Greek Dark Age, a new Spartan community coalesced in the Eurotas River Valley of Laconia. Archaeologists in our modern times note that after 1000 BCE, 4 adjacent villages, those being Pitana, Limnae, Mesua, and Kinosora, gradually merged to form the nucleus of what would become known as Sparta. This process of synoecism, that is the union of villages, it created a single polis of Sparta on the west bank of Eurotas. Now, polis, of course, being the Greek word for city. This is why you hear words like necropolis for a cemetery, city of the dead, Acropolis, all of these other ones, Heliopolis, city of the sun. You'll find this a lot in Greek and Greek colonies. Now, what about this location? Why pick that in particular? Well, it was quite advantageous. You see, Sparta lay in a fertile plain ringed by mountains, and that included the mighty Mount Taygetus to the west. The valley of the Eurotas, ancient hollow Lacedaemon, was well watered, and agriculturally it was quite productive, giving the Spartan settlers a reliable source of food. Now, there is another observation. This access to the abundance of food, it was not something that everybody had. The local rivals did not enjoy such a privilege, and actually even the name Sparta derives from a Greek word meaning to sow, reflecting fertile soil. This agricultural surplus would underpin their growth, and it enabled its citizens to feed themselves, and later, a large, dependent population. Of course, right now we're talking about the Spartans as farmers. This was long before they had developed this unique identity. So we'll get to that. So as Sparta consolidated control over Laconia in this early days of the Iron Age, it absorbed or just subdued neighboring peoples. The Spartans themselves, those descendants of Dorian Greek invaders, at least according to tradition, established a dominant class of citizen warriors in the plain around their city. Indigenous pre-Dorian inhabitants were gradually reduced to a subordinate status. Some became what was known as perioikoi, dwellers around, means in modern English, free residents of surrounding towns. They lacked Spartan citizenship, sure, but managed local affairs and served in the army as light infantry or hoplites. Others were not so lucky, subjugated more harshly. One early target was the Achaean town of Helos on the Laconian coast. The Spartans, quote, laid waste Helos and won a battle against the Argives, who came to aid the Helots. Now, according to later etymology, the inhabitants of Helos were the first to be called Helots. This is a term that came to denote Sparta's unfree class of serfs, basically slaves, forced to work the fields while the Spartans got down to more important things. But whether or not the word truly derives from Helos, that is unclear. But what is clear is that by the 8th century BCE, Sparta had a large population of enslaved agricultural workers, called the Helots, and they were tied to the land. These were primarily Greeks of Laconia who had been conquered. They farmed the estates of Spartan masters and provided food that allowed Spartan citizens to pursue full-time military training. The subjugation of Laconia was essentially complete by the 8th century, giving Sparta a core territory and an exploited workforce that set it apart from many of the other Greek city-states, certainly putting all their skill points into strength, that's for sure. But here's an interesting thing. Early Sparta was not yet the grim military barracks of the later legend. You see, archaic or early Sparta showed considerable cultural creativity and also engagement with the wider Greek world. Archaeological finds and literary fragments suggest that in the 9th to 7th centuries BCE, Sparta participated in the artistic and poetic renaissance that was then sweeping Greece. Do remember that this is the recovery period of the Greek Dark Ages. And of course, after the darkness comes the dawn. Then we get to Spartan pottery, noted for its skilled decoration. It's been found as far afield as Cyrene in Libya and the island of Samos, and that of course indicates that they had an active trade. An ivory carving workshop at the sanctuary of Artemis in Orthia in Sparta produced fine ivory figurines and ornaments all the way up until the 6th century BCE. These delicate ivories depicting animals, human figures, even a stylized tree of life. Well, they reveal that Spartans patronized luxury arts in the periods before their society became, well, intensely martialized. Sparta was also renowned for its poetry and music in the 7th century. Spartan poets like Alcman composed choral hymns of remarkable beauty for festivals, while Tyrtaeus crafted stirring martial elegies that reportedly inspired warriors in battle. Now, it's been observed by one historian, JSTOR, and this is a good observation. I will quote from him. In reality, we have more testimony to poetic activity at Sparta in the 7th century than for any other Greek state, and that includes Athens. Isn't that interesting? That's a striking fact, if any. The city later stereotyped as being culturally barren, at least according to Mr. Starr. Well, it led, at the time, the Greek production of lyric poetry, at least in that period. Some of this early Spartan poetry survives in fragmentary form. We're quite lucky to have that. Tyrtaeus, in particular, gives us a window into the value system emerging in Sparta after its early wars. And we have a famous fragment, one of the more well-known ones, in it Tyrtaeus exhorts young men to stand firm in battle rather than flee. I'll quote it right now. Here is courage, mankind's finest possession. Here is the noblest prize that a young man can endeavor to win. It is a good thing for the city and all the people when a man plants his feet and stands in the foremost spears relentlessly, all thought of foul flight completely forgotten, and has well trained his heart to be steadfast and endure. Now that sounds more like the Spartans we know, don't you think? Lines like those, recited to Spartan citizens in training, they reveal a burgeoning ethos of discipline, endurance, and also heroic self-sacrifice, the exact kind of attributes that would later define Sparta. It's pretty clear, to me at least, that by the late 8th and 7th centuries BCE, Sparta was transitioning from just another Greek city into a very unique, militarized society. The pressures of war, as we shall see, they were the clear catalyst for this transformation. But before getting into the wars, we have to consider the semi-legendary lawgiver to whom the Spartans themselves ascribed their distinctive system. A name maybe you are familiar with, Lycurgus. Well, just like many other figures of the time, Lycurgus is, well, shrouded in legend and a bit of mystery. The Spartans of later eras believed that a single great reformer by the name of Lycurgus had established their laws and institutions back in those ancient times, perhaps in the 9th or 8th century. But modern scholars, always ruining the fun, well, they doubt that the radical Spartan system was the creation of one man, but likely the Spartan constitution was something that evolved over time. Nevertheless, the Lycurgan tradition is pretty important for understanding how Spartans thought about themselves. According to Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus, which was, by the way, written much later, 2nd century CE actually, Lycurgus introduced the Great Retra, an oracle-sanctioned constitution that reorganized every bit of Spartan society. The Retra, as reported by Plutarch, mandated a council of elders, the Gerousia, of about 28 men over 60 years old, plus the 2 kings, periodic assemblies of Spartan citizens, the peers or equals, the homioi, and a strict prohibition on written laws, implying that the law was to be preserved orally and by tradition. Plutarch relates that Lycurgus traveled widely, to Crete, and even as far as Egypt to gather ideas, and then returned to implement these radical reforms. He redistributed the land of Laconia into equal plots, so that every Spartan citizen family had enough to produce and support themselves. He banned gold and silver money, replacing it reportedly with cumbersome iron spits to discourage greed, and instituted common mess halls and rigorous education for the young. Before his death, he is said to have made the Spartans swear to uphold his laws until he returned, and then he deliberately disappeared, in one story starving himself to death, so that the constitution would never be abolished. But how much of that is true? It's pretty impossible to say. Lycurgus may well be a mythical or composite figure, and even Plutarch admitted that different sources gave wildly different stories for him, and even dates ranging over centuries. But let's think about what really matters. What matters is that the Spartans attributed the discipline and stability of their society to the reforms of Lycurgus. As Xenophon had observed, Lycurgus reached the utmost limit of wisdom by devising a constitutional order utterly different from that of other states. So we can now turn to what that order actually was. And this is where we get into the more recognizable Sparta. Perhaps the one you've been looking forward to. Now, it only took 20 minutes to get here. Not too bad. Well, especially how it was developing in the 7th and 6th centuries BCE. This was the time where Sparta was going through its territorial expansion. So let's turn to that next. By the latter 8th century, Sparta had already emerged as the preeminent power in southern Greece. Laconia was completely under its boot, and the Spartans looked west to the fertile neighboring region of Messene. The desire for land and resources, perhaps driven by the population growth among the Spartan citizenry, led to a series of brutal conflicts known as the Messenian Wars. These wars would prove formative for Spartan society, forcing the city-state to become a more militarized camp and suppress a growing subject population. They also likely accelerated the implementation of the Lycurgan system of training and governance, as only a radical disciplined society could hold down the masses of conquered Messenians. So, the First Messenian War broke out around the late 8th century BC. Traditional dates often give it as 743 to 724, though ancient sources do differ. But according to Pausanias, who preserves accounts from both sides, which is rare in itself, the causes of the war were disputed. The Spartans, they told one version, the Messenians told another. All a bit confusing. But what is clear is that Sparta invaded Messenia with the intent to conquer. It was back in those days where you didn't really need to come up with a justification for war. You didn't need to have some false flag on a naval ship or some incident to provoke it. It was enough to just show up and say, yeah, we just want to take over. We want your land. We want your gold. That was the only justification you needed. Well, it wasn't the best of manners, I suppose, but war never is. So Sparta invaded Messenia with that pure intent to conquer. The war lasted perhaps 2 decades, indicated fierce resistance by the Messenians, who defended their mountain fortresses. Early in the war, the Spartan king leading the campaign was Theopompus of the Eurypontid line, while the Argead king Polydorus, reputed for his just and popular character, was also prominent. Eventually, the Spartans prevailed. The stronghold of Ithome fell, and by around 720, Messenia was subjugated. Pausanias writes that after this first war, Messenians were enslaved to the Lacedaemonians. The native Messenians were reduced to the status of helots, just like the earlier Laconian helots were, effectively state-owned serfs, forced to turn over the bulk of their agricultural produce to their Spartan overlords. And good luck fighting against that system, when your overlords literally trained for combat in every aspect of their life. The acquisition of an entire people as helot laborers was a watershed in Spartan history. Overnight, the tiny Spartan citizenry found itself ruling over a vast, potentially restive population of slaves. The resources of Messenia roughly doubled Sparta's territory, and likely made the Spartans among the wealthiest Greeks in terms of land per citizens. But this wealth, it came with a peril. You see, the helots, they now vastly outnumbered the Spartans, by some estimates 7 to 1 or even more, and they would always be a threat to rebellion. Indeed, controlling Messenia and its helots became the central obsession of Spartan policy for the next 3 centuries. and it was in response to this challenge, according to many scholars, that the full vigor of the Lycurgan military social system was finally enforced. The Spartans essentially transformed themselves into a permanent, occupying army, living in constant readiness to crush any slave uprising. The social engineering that Lycurgus, real or not, is credited with, took its mature form in the 7th to 6th centuries. The hallmarks of classical Spartan society, they all tie back to the need for internal cohesion and military preparedness in the face of the Helot threat. So let's talk about a few of those key systems. The first was the agōgē, education and training. Spartan boys, they were famously taken from their families at the age of 7 to enter the agōgē, a famous state-sponsored education system in toughness, obedience, and eventually combat. They lived in a barracks under the supervision of older youths and officials. Xenophon marvels that in Sparta, the citizens pay the strictest obedience to the magistrates and laws, and notes that Lycurgus's institutions trained them from childhood for this. Boys went barefoot, wore minimal clothing, even in winter, and were intentionally underfed, forced to steal to survive, which trained them in stealth. Now, if you got caught stealing, they were whipped, but not for the theft. Theft was acceptable. What was not acceptable was being caught. That was a failure. Your skills were not good enough. And there's an old story, too, that's pretty emblematic of the Spartan ethos. The legend goes that a Spartan boy once stole a fox cub to eat. When confronted by an adult, he hid the fox beneath his tunic. Well, the fox was not quite happy with going along with the plan of being eaten, and he proceeded to tear out the boy's insides with his claws. But, being so disciplined, the youth did not make a single sound, and he just allowed it to happen. He'd rather die than betray his theft. Pretty interesting, don't you think? But it might raise a bit of an eyebrow. Stories like that, though possibly completely made up, they were told even by later writers like Plutarch, and were given quite a bit of credence too, because they were in accordance with the very real situation of Sparta, that endurance that the youths displayed. In fact, Plutarch himself claims to have seen Spartan boys flogged to death without making a single sound at the altar of Artemis or Thea. Through songs, contests, harsh mentorship, the agōgē produced young men conditioned to obey orders absolutely, endure pain and hardship, and value the group over themselves. Ideal soldiers, and of course, ideal oppressors of the Helots. Let's move now to the Syssitia, the system of communal brotherhood. Adult Spartan men, upon reaching the age of 20, would join a Syssition, a dining mess group of about 15 members. Membership in a Syssition and continued contribution of one's share of food from your estate was required to attain and keep full citizenship. The Syssitia were at the heart of Spartan equality. Rich or poor, they all ate the same simple fare, that notorious black broth of blood and vinegar, amongst a few other staples. But above all, it all reminded them that they lived together as soldiers. According to Xenophon, Lycurgus had observed that other Greeks lived at home and indulged in luxury, so he established the public messes out in the open, believing that this would minimize disobedience and extravagance. Men ate together daily, They bonded by shared experience. No one was allowed to dine at home in private, and this fostered a strong camaraderie, also allowing peer surveillance, and any sign of disloyalty or discontent would be quickly noticed in the close quarters of communal life. The Syssitios, or mixed ages. Older men sat and spoke with younger, so that, as Xenophon says, the experience of the elders might contribute largely to the education of the juniors. It was in this constant socialization as a single warrior community that helped make Spartan a famously cohesive army in battle. Well, let's talk about economic equality now. Land, property regulations, all the fun stuff. To support the citizen core, Sparta's territory, including Messenia, was divided into allotments called klaroi, farmed by the helots. Each citizen theoretically received a portion sufficient to feed himself and his messmates. Plutarch relates that Lycurgus originally made some 9,000 equal land lots for the Spartans. Now, believe it or not, people in ancient times actually owned land and their own homes. We are getting into mythological territory, aren't we? Well, over time, however, this ideal eroded. By Aristotle's day, that is the 4th century BCE, land had accumulated in the hands of a few, and many Spartans were dispossessed. Aristotle criticizes this, noting pointedly that in Sparta of his time, nearly 2/5 of the whole area is owned by women due to inheritances and land that had fallen into a few hands. But you see, during the height of Sparta's power, the 6th and 5th centuries, citizens did largely enjoy a frugal equality, and personal wealth was something that was quite frowned upon. Gold and silver coinage, as we mentioned, were banned in favor of those iron spits of impractical weight, and no one wants to collect too many of them. Trade and craft, they were left to the perioikoi and foreigners. Spartan citizens were forbidden from manual labor or business, dedicating themselves solely to arms. This was an unusual economic model, even in Greece. Essentially a proud aristocratic communism, but sustained on the backs of an enslaved underclass, which is a very strange kind of communism. But it's kind of like that in a sense. At the top, there was this sense of it among themselves, but exploitation of the working class. That's why we put it in this terms of aristocratic communism and not proletariat communism. Oh boy, we're not going to go too deep into that, aren't we? Perhaps a topic for another video. Well, speaking of the government, the Spartan government, mixed monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy in a way that impressed even philosophers like Plato. And he's pretty difficult to impress, by the way. The 2 hereditary kings, one from each royal house, served as generals-in-chief and high priests. But their power was checked by other institutions. The Gerousia, the Council of Elders, comprised of 28 senior nobles, over 60 years old, elected for life, by the way, plus 2 kings, making 30 members. This council prepared legislation and served as a supreme court. The appella, the assembly of all male Spartan citizens over 30, met periodically to vote by acclamation on proposals. In theory, the people's voice, though without the freewheeling debate of an Athenian-style assembly. Uniquely, Sparta also developed the institution of ephors, or overseers, 5 officials elected annually from the citizen body. The ephors had wide executive powers, able to supervise the kings, enforce discipline, and even prosecute or depose a king if he violated the laws. Every month, kings swore to uphold the laws, and ephors swore on behalf of the city to maintain king's authority, as long as they did so. This elaborate system provided quite a bit of stability. You see, Sparta had no recorded tyrannies or civil strife during its centuries under the Lycurgan order, probably because everybody was too afraid to. But hey, you gotta get the peace somehow, I suppose. Well, Aristotle, while critical of some aspects, he also had to acknowledge the stability of the Spartan constitution, even if, well, the ends perhaps don't justify the means. But he did, however, fault certain inequalities, like the aforementioned land concentration and the liberties of women, which he believed contributed to Sparta's later decline. In practice, at Sparta's peak, the state was managed by a small group of elite families, those producing the Gerousia members and often the ephors, but united by common values and the constant oversight of everyone by everyone else. It was a tightly controlled ship of state, all focused on the primary goal, maintaining dominance over the helots and security against external foes. But what about the other half of the population, the role of women? We should probably talk about that. Now, Spartan women, they enjoyed a reputation for freedom and boldness. This was unlike the other city-states in Greece. From the Lycurgan viewpoint, this too had a military purpose. You see, women were expected to bear healthy children and to reinforce Spartan values in the home. Lycurgus, according to Plutarch and Xenophon, instituted physical training for girls no less than boys, believing strong mothers would produce strong sons. Makes sense, I suppose. Girls participated in running, wrestling, and javelin throwing, and competed in their own festivals. They didn't live in barracks like the men, but Spartan women were relatively liberated in dress and movement. They were famous for their razor-sharp and frank speech. Many pithy sayings of Spartan women actually survive, usually encouraging their men for bravery. For example, I know you've heard it, but just for those who haven't, that famous apocryphal command of the Spartan mother for her son to return from battle with his shield or on it, i.e., victorious or dead. Because men often died in war or spent long years in barracks, women also came to control considerable property by inheritance, as we mentioned. As Aristotle reports with disapproval, by the latter classical period, Spartan women actually owned 40% of the land. And, of course, this gave them great economic influence. Aristotle, well, he blames Sparta's decline in part on the license of its women. This may be an exaggeration, perhaps colored by his own biases. But it is true that in Sparta, unlike Athens, women could own and bequeath property and were not sequestered. Well, they were expected to be partners as well in fostering Spartan values. Foreigners were often shocked by the outspoken, physically robust Spartan woman, but their unique position was integral to the Spartan system's functioning, while the men were perpetually preoccupied with killing as many people as possible in wars. So, having described the distinctive features of Sparta's social and military organization, let's get to the chronological narrative again, as I want to stick to that throughout this talk. I hope you're having fun, by the way. We're only 40 minutes in. We're going to keep going, all right? So let's get to the 7th century BCE. This was a time where Sparta had faced new challenges, and those challenges would test the entrenched system. Not long after the first subjugation of Messenia, the Spartans had to confront a renewed revolt by them, the so-called Second Messenian War, perhaps circa 650. Dates vary. Well, this war erupted when the helots of Messenia seized an opportunity to rebel. Classical sources mention a charismatic Messenian leader, Aristomenes, who led the resistance and became kind of a folk hero for the Messenians. The war was difficult for Sparta. At one point the Spartans were reportedly so hard-pressed they obtained a new war anthem from the poet Tyrtaeus to inspire their troops. Tyrtaeus' poetry indeed paints the ordeal in pretty stark terms, praising those who stand and fight and heaping shame on anyone who would quit the ranks and flee, calling such cowardice the worst disgrace. Eventually, after years of hard fighting, Sparta eventually got the upper hand. The rebellion was crushed. By the time of King Alexander in the early 6th century, Pausanias says, the Messenians revolted, but at last they were overcome and retired from the Peloponnese under a truce. The remnant left behind in the land became the slaves of the Lacedaemonians. Thus, the Second War ended with some Messenians fleeing into exile. Those who remained, well, straight back to the fields. Bad luck. Better luck next time. All of this culminated in Sparta emerging as the unchallenged master of the southern Peloponnese. The dual conquest of Laconia and Messenia meant that by around 600 Sparta controlled territory and resources unmatched by any other Greek city-state. At the same time, these conquests locked Sparta into a rather rigid militaristic posture. The memory of the near defeat in the Second Messenian War, it likely only stiffened the Spartan resolve to never allow a rebellion to come so close to succeeding again. The full institutionalization of the agōgē and other Lycurgan practices may date from this period as a response to that internal threat. Sparta essentially became a proto-garrison state, a society that was perpetually on guard. Well, it was pretty hard to ignore them. Sparta's neighbors took notice of its rising power and peculiar institutions. In the 6th century BCE, Sparta generally avoided the tyrannies and civil strife that plagued the other Greek city-states. Athens, for example, went through lawgiver crises and tyrants in the 7th and 6th centuries. The stability of Sparta under its reputed Lycurgan systems made it quite influential. Many Greek city-states sent delegations to observe Spartan laws, or sought Spartan arbitration in their disputes, and thus their prestige grew accordingly. However, not all interaction was peaceful. Sparta also began to assert itself in interstate politics, using both war and diplomacy to build a network of alliances. But there was one major rival that remained within the Peloponnese: Argos, a powerful city to the north of Laconia. You see, Argos had early on been a pretty dominant force in the region. The Argives famously defeated Sparta at the Battle of Thermopylae at around 669, showing that the Spartans could indeed be defeated. In the mid-6th century, conflict between Sparta and Argos reignited. A legendary encounter known as the Battle of the Champions in 546 is recounted by Herodotus. To avoid a full battle, each side agreed to pit 300 chosen champions against each other. After a ferocious fight, only 2 Argives and 1 Spartan were left alive. The Spartan left alive was called Orthriades, by the way. The Argives, thinking they'd won, left the field. But the lone Spartan remained, and he claimed victory. The Argive army subsequently retreated, ceding that Theriatis, a border district, was now a part of Spartan territory. Now this story, though possibly embellished, it shows the transfer of regional hegemony from Argos to Sparta. After mid-6th century, Argos went into decline. Sparta now stood without peer in the Peloponnese. But their expansion was not primarily achieved by colonization or distant conquest, in contrast to other Greek states which founded colonies across the Mediterranean in this era. The one notable overseas colony associated with Sparta was Taras, or Tarentum, in southern Italy, traditionally founded by Spartan illegitimate or lower status offspring called Parthenai, around 706. But generally, instead of sending out colonies, Sparta focused on dominating its immediate vicinity. By about 550, Sparta had formed a network of alliances known as the Peloponnesian League. Though modern historians call it that, the ancient term might simply just be the Lacedaemonians and their allies, something boring like that. I suppose all the creative poets were in Athens, I suppose. Well, this league was less formal than later leagues, but essentially Sparta entered bilateral treaties with states like Tegea, Elis, Megara, and Corinth, and a few more, agreeing to mutual support. Tegea, in Arcadia, to Sparta's north, had long resisted Spartan attack. Herodotus recounts how for years Sparta had fought Tegea unsuccessfully, until an oracle directed the Spartans to steal the bones of Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, which was supposedly buried in Tegea itself. After accomplishing this pretty morbid mission, I suppose, through a stratagem of a Spartan named Lycus, guess what? The Spartans finally defeated Tegea. Though I suppose the oracle was right all along. But here's an interesting thing. Sparta did not enslave Tegea. Neither did they annex it. Instead, they offered the Tegeans a respectful alliance. And this set a pattern. You see, Sparta preferred to have loyal allies, rather than outright conquered subjects, at least outside of Laconia and Messenia. The Peloponnesian League was a hegemonic alliance where Sparta was the hegemon, that is, the leader, and other states followed Sparta's lead in foreign policy, while generally keeping autonomy in local affairs. The League's oath-bound allies to have some friends and enemies, and to follow Spartans wherever they lead, as recorded by later sources. By 500 BCE, most of the Peloponnese was either allied with or obedient to Sparta, with Argos being the notable holdout. This league would later prove crucial in the wars against both Persia and Athens, and we'll get to them. So here we are, on the eve of the classical era. I know it took a long time to get here, but hey, you signed up for a long video, so there we go. So in this classical era, Sparta had engineered a uniquely stratified society in a dominant position in Greece. But the world was about to change. The city's citizens were a select fraternity of equals, hardened from training of childhood agōgēs and living under a rigid code of martial law and communal loyalty. They prided themselves on their Laconian way of life. Simple, laconic, brief in speech, that's where we get the word from, by the way. Austere and brave. Their kings and generals were respected, if sometimes feared, by other Greeks, and even foreign powers had heard of Spartan prowess. Yet, as Thucydides shrewdly observed, Sparta's greatness was oddly invisible to the eye. Quote, suppose, for example, that the city of Sparta were to become deserted, and only the temples and foundations remained. Future generations would hardly believe that such a simple, unadorned settlement was the seat of the most powerful Greek state. The true strength of Sparta lay not in marble monuments, but in the disciplined bodies and minds of its people. It was this strength that would be tested to the utmost when the Persians invaded Greece. So by the dawn of the 5th century, Sparta was acknowledged as the leading land power in Greece. Now remember, we say land power because naval powers were a little bit different. And if you're familiar with a map of Greece, you'll know why being a naval power is kind of important. Now, this preeminence that Sparta had was soon put to test in a pretty epic confrontation with the Persians, struggle posterity knows as the Greco-Persian Wars. Well, between 490 and 479 BC, Sparta would earn eternal fame for heroism, particularly in the stand of King Leonidas and the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae. In the aftermath of the victory, however, there were new rivalries emerging, most importantly with Sparta's erstwhile ally Athens. The half-century after the Persian Wars saw the Greek world polarize into two blocks, Sparta and its Peloponnesian League versus Athens and its maritime Delian League. Tensions between the two superpowers led to the catastrophic Peloponnesian War, 431 to 404, which marked both the zenith of Spartan power. In victory, Sparta briefly dominated all Greece, but also the seeds of its eventual decline. So here we go, on to the Persian Wars. Sparta had only sporadic contact with lands beyond Greece before the 5th century, but when the mighty Persian Empire expanded into Ionia, that is the Greek cities of Asia Minor, in the late 6th century, Greek states were drawn into a wider geopolitical conflict. In 499, the Ionian Greeks rebelled against the Persian rule and appealed to their mainland kin for help. After all, we're all Greeks, aren't we? A delegation from Athens and the Ionian city of Eretria actually sailed to Anatolia and helped burn the Persian regional capital Sardis. According to Herodotus, the Ionians also asked Sparta for aid. The Spartan king, Cleomenes I, famously refused after being told that Susa, the Persian royal city, lay a 3-month journey inland. The prospect of marching such a distance, it's a little bit of a bridge too far, I'm afraid. Thus Sparta stayed out of the Ionian revolt, which the Persians crushed by 494. But there was a problem. The Persian king, Darius, was now aware of Athens and Eretria's meddling, and he was not impressed. He resolved to punish those Greek upstarts by invasion. In 490 BC, a Persian task force crossed the Aegean. The Spartans were not the ones who met this invasion, by the way. That honor and perhaps burden fell to the Athenians. And so when the Persian army landed at Marathon in Attica, Athens faced them with essentially, no allies. Only a small contingent from Plataea had joined them, but it didn't really count for much. But you'd be surprised. The Athenians won a stunning victory at the famous Battle of Marathon, defeating the Persians and forcing their withdrawal. Herodotus notes that the Spartans had promised to assist Athens. They arrived, but too late. Delayed because they would not march before the full moon due to a religious festival, the Carneia, by the way. 2 days after Marathon, 2,000 Spartan hoplites showed up, toured the battlefield to see the Persian dead, and congratulated the Athenians on their success. This episode, though a bit of a footnote, is quite telling. It shows Sparta's piety. You don't hear about that too much, don't you? Religious observance took precedence over immediate military aid. But it also showed a certain isolationism. In 490, Sparta seemed content to defend the Peloponnese and leave the distant Athens to fend for itself. But a decade later, a far greater Persian invasion force went to Sparta, and it forced them to step into its role fully as Greece's defender. 480 BC, King Xerxes of Persia led a massive army. Herodotus gives a pretty implausible figure of 2 million, but modern estimates still reckon perhaps about 100 to 150,000 troops. Pretty huge by Greek standards. He led them over the Hellespont and down into mainland Greece. The Greeks realized that only a unified defense could hope to stop this host. A congress of Greek city-states formed, and because of Sparta's military prestige and leadership of the Peloponnesian League, the allies agreed that Sparta would command the joint effort. The Spartan, Eurybiades, was given command of the navy, largely to appease Spartan pride, since Athens provided by far the largest fleet, and King Leonidas I of Sparta was appointed to lead the land forces. However, Spartan religiosity again caused a delay. When the news came that Xerxes' army was approaching, it was late summer, coinciding with both the Carneia festival in Sparta and the Olympic Games, which all Greeks, by the way, including Spartans, honored by seizing all warfare. Bound by custom, the bulk of the Spartan army could not march out right away. Leonidas thus took only his personal royal guard of 300 hand-picked Spartans, all with living sons to carry on their name, and a few thousand allies from other Peloponnesian cities, advancing north to Thermopylae, a narrow mountain pass in central Greece, ideal for blocking the Persian advance. It was there, in August 480, that Leonidas and his small force encountered the vast Persian army in one of history's most celebrated battles. For 2 days, the Greeks at Thermopylae, perhaps 7,000 strong, held off wave after wave of Persian soldiers. The narrow defile nullified the Persians' numerical advantage, and the Greek hoplites, especially the Spartans in the forefront, showed superb discipline and bravery. Herodotus recounts with evident admiration how the Spartans combed their long hair calmly before the battle and fought with relentless valor. On the second day, a notorious act of treachery altered the situation. A local man, Ephialtes, revealed to Xerxes the existence of a small mountain path that bypassed Thermopylae. The Persians sent a force around behind the Greeks. Realizing this position was about to be encircled, Leonidas dismissed the bulk of the allied contingents, many of whom were eager to go, seeing the fighting as hopeless. He kept with him only his 300 Spartans and 700 Thespians who had volunteered to stay, along with a few hundred Theban troops. Now you see, the Thebans, they were said to have been held as hostages for good behavior, and many actually surrendered once the battle was joined. Leonidas' small band prepared to sell their lives dearly. Knowing death was certain, the Spartans fought with utter ferocity. When their spears broke, they fought with swords. When those failed, they used fists and teeth. Leonidas himself fell, and a victorious struggle raged over his body. The Spartans refused to let the Persians take the king's corpse, holding them off until they dragged his body away. Finally, overwhelmed by missile fire, the remaining Greeks were killed to the last man. The Persian victory at Thermopylae, though, came at a terrible cost. Thousands of Persians had been slain in those 3 days, and was won only through flanking the defenders. Xerxes was infuriated by the resistance, and he ordered Leonidas's head be impaled on a stake, an act that shocked Greek sensibilities. Kings were supposed to be treated with respect, even in death. But if Xerxes hoped to cow the Greeks, the effect was the complete opposite. The Spartan sacrifice became a rallying cry. One anecdote from Thermopylae illustrates the Spartans' dry wit and courage under fire. When the Persian archers were so numerous that their arrows were said to blot out the sun, a Spartan warrior, named Dienekes by the way, quipped, "So much the better, we shall fight in the shade." Now, this remark has echoed through history, an epitome of cool bravery. Moreover, an enigmatic oracle had foretold that Sparta would either lose a king or see the city destroyed. By his death, Leonidas was said to have fulfilled that prophecy, thus saving Sparta itself. When Leonidas was making his stand, the Greek navy, including a Spartan admiral and a contingent of Spartan ships, battled the Persian fleet at Artemisium. After Thermopylae fell, central Greece lay open to Xerxes. The Spartans, with most of their armies still in the Peloponnese, favored withdrawing to the Isthmus of Corinth to fortify a final defensive line. This caused a crisis with the Athenians. Their city lay directly in the Persian path, and in September 480, Athens was indeed captured and burned by Xerxes. The Athenians had evacuated, though, to the island of Salamis and other safe havens, so when the Persians got there, they didn't have much resistance. It was at this moment of peril that Themistocles of Athens convinced the wavering Greek allies to make a stand with the navy. In the Battle of Salamis of 480, the Greek fleet lured the larger Persian navy into the narrow waters around Salamis, and they won a resounding victory, largely thanks to Athenian skill, though a Spartan, Eurybiades, was technically the overall commander. Xerxes was alarmed, to say the least. He saw his fleet ruined, and he feared being trapped in Europe. He fled back to Asia with part of his army, leaving a large force under his general Mardonius to continue the conquest of Greece next year. In summer of 479, Sparta took a more central role again. Under the regent Pausanias, a nephew of Leonidas, as Leonidas' son Pleistarchus was still a child. The full Spartan field army marched north. They joined other Greek contingents in the largest hoplite army yet seen, tens of thousands strong, and met Mardonius's Persians in Boeotia. The resulting Battle of Plataea was, in effect, Spartans' revenge for Thermopylae. On the plains near Plataea, the Spartans, Tegeans, Athenians, and others fought with a chaotic but decisive battle. Herodotus devotes a lengthy narrative to Plataea, praising the valor of the Spartans in particular. When the Persians broke through part of the Greek lines, the Spartan hoplites faced the elite Persian guard troops. The Persians lacked heavy armor and proper spears to confront the Greek phalanxes head-on. Despite their courage and showers of arrows, they could not withstand the Spartan onslaught. Pausanias, commanding the Lacedaemonians, kept his men disciplined, even under a hail of missiles, until the sacrifices indicated the gods' favor. And then the Spartans advanced. In hand-to-hand combat they drove the Persians back, and eventually stormed the Persian camp, utterly routing the enemy. As for Mardonius, he was killed. Legend has it that a Spartan warrior named Arimnestus crushed his skull with a stone. The victory at Plataea was comprehensive, effectively destroying the Persian army in Greece. On the same day, the Greek fleet won another battle at Mycale in Ionia, where Spartan king Leotychades led the Greeks in destroying the remnants of Xerxes' navy. These twin victories ended the Persian invasion for good. In the Greek collective memory, Sparta's contributions loomed large. A Spartan had led at Thermopylae heroically, and at Plataea successfully. When the spoil of Plataea was eventually divided, the prize for the best valor was given to the Spartans. Pausanias, in particular, basked in glory. He dedicated a gold tripod at Delphi with an inscription crediting himself as commander-in-chief of the Hellenes, an act viewed by some as a little bit vainglorious. And so, with Persia's immediate threat gone, Sparta's position was at a pretty high point. Sparta had been, I suppose, de facto supreme commander of the Greek forces in the greatest war that they had ever known. It's no wonder that later generations regarded Sparta, Athenians included, by the way, as the savior of Hellas in the Persian wars. Hellas is what the Greeks called their country, by the way. Anyway, that very success, it laid the groundwork for some new tensions. In the war's aftermath, the alliance between Sparta and Athens began to fray at the edges. Pausanias, the Spartan regent, tarnished his reputation by allegedly adopting Persian customs and even entertaining treasonous correspondence with Xerxes. Herodotus and Thucydides recount that Pausanias grew haughty, wore Persian dress, and was suspected of plotting to seize power with Persian help. So, they recalled Pausanias to face these charges. Though he was not immediately executed, his behavior alarmed the Greek allies. Moreover, Sparta showed little interest in liberating the Greek cities of Asia Minor permanently, an objective that was very dear to Athens and the other Greek city-states. In 478, when the allied Greek fleet sailed to free the Aegean islands and Ionia, Sparta was still nominally in command. But the Spartan leadership alienated the naval allies. The proud and burgeoning naval power Athens eagerly stepped forward to lead. And thus, forming the Delian League of Ionia and the Islands in 477, Sparta acquiesced in this, perhaps even deliberately withdrawing. Some sources suggest Spartan air forces were wary of distant campaigns, and of their generals being corrupted by luxury abroad. This decision was critical. It essentially split the Greek world into two spheres, with Sparta preeminent on land and Athens preeminent on sea. For a generation after the Persian Wars, open conflict between Sparta and Athens was avoided, but the two powers grew ever more wary of each other. This period, 479 to 431, is sometimes called the Pentacontaetia, the 50 years, and was marked by a Cold War-like rivalry punctuated by occasional clashes and shifting alliances. Sparta had to confront troubles at home, too. In 464, a devastating earthquake hit Laconia, destroying Sparta and killing many citizens. The catastrophe immediately sparked a massive Helot revolt, as the Helots saw Spartan losses and chaos as an opportunity. One can hardly blame them. While the revolting Helots, especially the Messenian ones, fortified themselves on Mount Ithome, the Spartan army, now under King Archidamus II, struggled to dislodge them. In embarrassment, Sparta even called on allies for help, including Athens. The Athenians, led by Cimon, sent hoplites to assist their old comrades. But in a rather notorious incident, the Spartans abruptly dismissed the Athenian contingent, ostensibly fearing that radical democratic Athens might sympathize with the Helots, or simply not trusting their motivations. This was understandably quite an insult, and it led to a breach. The Athens broke off its alliance with Sparta, and in fact soon allied with Argos, Sparta's old enemy, if you remember. Thus, by the mid-5th century, the lines were drawn. An Athenian empire had formed. The Delian League evolved into an Athenian-dominated empire, and a Spartan-led Peloponnesian League stood as a counterweight. Minor wars flared, except for the First Peloponnesian War, 460 to 445, which saw Athens supporting Argos and fighting Sparta's allies, while Sparta raided rebellions against Athens. And eventually, a truce known as the 30 Years' Peace was signed in 445 between Sparta and Athens, aiming to freeze the status quo. But it only lasted about 15 years, before a far more serious confrontation erupted. So here we are, the Peloponnesian War, the great conflict that pitted Greek against Greek. Essentially, an ideological and power struggle between the Athenian Democratic Naval Empire and the Spartan oligarchic military coalition. Thucydides famously identified the root cause, the growth of power of Athens, and the alarm which this inspired in Lacedaemon made the war inevitable. As Athens expanded its empire and influence, Sparta grew nervous. Its own position was threatened, and that the, quote, freedom of the Greeks was in jeopardy. This is interesting when they say the freedom of the Greeks. What they mean is the freedoms of the Spartans, not the freedoms of the Helots. They're Greeks too, right? Immediate triggers involve disputes over smaller states, Potidea, Corcyra, Megara, etc. But these were sparks in a powder keg of underlying rivalry. In 431, war was declared. The Spartan strategy under King Archidamus II was to invade Attica, the territory of Athens, with a superior Peloponnesian army, ravage the countryside, and provoke Athens into open hoplite battle. That's where the Spartans would shine and would crush them. The Athenians, however, under Pericles' guidance, refused to meet the Spartan phalanx in the field. Instead, they retreated behind Athens' long walls and relied on their navy to supply the city and harass Spartan allies by the sea. It all led to a war of attrition. Year after year, Spartan forces marched into Attica, burned crops, villagers, and then withdrew when their supplies ran low, while the Athenian navy, of course, raided coasts off the Peloponnese. The Spartans had no effective answer to the Athenian sea power. They lacked a strong fleet themselves, at least at first. The Athenians, in turn, could not break Sparta's grip on the mainland. A grim stalemate, punctuated by tragedies. In 430 BC, a devastating plague struck the crowded city of Athens, killing perhaps a quarter of its population, and even Pericles himself. Sparta was untouched by the plague. Their troops wisely stayed out of the disease-ridden environs of Athens that year, but the war dragged on without decisive result. Now, just quickly, I keep getting flashbacks of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I must admit, I went through that game. And yeah, it's not a historical study, I know, but I do advise, if you've not had the pleasure of playing it, you can go and do it if you are inclined to those sorts of leisure activities. It has my recommendation. Anyway, back to the video. Despite their hegemonic status, the Spartans were not invincible in this conflict. Notably, in 425, the Athenians achieved a stroke of luck mixed with boldness. At Pylos, in Messenia, Athenian forces under Demosthenes and Cleon managed to trap a group of Spartan hoplites on the island of Sphacteria. After weeks of siege and skirmish, the starving Spartans, 120 of them full citizens, surrendered. That's right. Spartans actually surrendered. Shock, I know. Well, the news certainly shocked all of Greece. Previously, it was believed that Spartans would fight to the death rather than give up. But even the Spartans themselves were stunned. In Sparta, anxious relatives demanded to know not if their men had died, but where they had died, assuming that no Spartan would surrender, only to learn that they were alive and well and kept as prisoners. Thucydides even wryly comments that the Spartans' excuse was that the men had surrendered only when it was impossible to resist any longer. Yeah, it doesn't sound as good, doesn't it? Rather, an excuse that was met by quite a good amount of scorn. Athens paraded these Spartan captives as trophies and held them hostage against future Spartan good behavior in Messenia. And indeed, for a while, Sparta desisted from invading, at least in Attica, under threat the hostages would be executed, which is also another strange thing, because you would think that if they had surrendered, the Spartans would see them as traitors to the Spartan cause and simply tell the Athenians, you may as well just execute them. They're no Spartans we know of. But apparently, no. Interesting. But still, through all this, despite the embarrassment, Sparta persevered, under the leadership of the steady Archidamus, and later his more, let's say, impulsive son, Agis II. They kept pressure on Athens and found ways to counter the Athenian advantage. One strategy was to foment rebellions among Athens' allies, something that Spartan diplomacy worked at continuously. Another was to exploit Athenian frailties. Give you an example. The Athenians' hubris led them in 415 BC to launch a massive expedition to Sicily, seeking to conquer Syracuse. The Sicilian expedition ended in complete disaster by 413. The Athenian army and fleet wiped out. Time for a party in Sparta. They rejoiced and seized the moment. At the urging of a renegade Athenian, Alcibiades, you might have heard that name, King Agis established a permanent Spartan fort at Decelea in Attica, cutting off Athens from its supply routes and forcing the Athenians into even greater distress. Most crucially, Sparta at last decided to build a real navy. And guess who financed it? It was the Persians. Can you believe that? Now, isn't that a twist in the story? Let no one say that history is boring. Pretty ironic turn, don't you think? The Persians, erstwhile enemies, they saw a chance to get back at Athens, which had been supporting Persian rebellious Greeks. Remember those old revolts? Yeah. Persian satraps in Asia Minor provided gold to Sparta to construct fleets and hire rowers. Spartan leadership in this naval war fell increasingly to one man, Lysander, an ambitious and capable navarch, or admiral in the modern tongue, who had a knack for gaining Persian support, even befriended the Persian prince Cyrus. So from 411 onward, the war shifted to the Aegean and the Hellespont, with naval battles deciding the fate of the Athenians. Sparta experienced setbacks. Their fleet was defeated by Athenians at Cynossema and Cyzicus in 410, but they kept rebuilding with Persian aid. Bit of a learning curve for the naval battles, I suppose. But there's no way that the Athenians would be putting their hand up to face them on land. Death sentence against the Spartans, that's for sure. In 407, Lysander took command and forged an alliance with Cyrus, ensuring generous funding. In 405, Lysander struck decisively. He surprised the Athenian fleet at Aigospotamoi at the Hellespont, capturing nearly all their ships in a sudden attack. The catastrophic loss cut off Athens' grain lifeline from the Black Sea. And with that, Athens was doomed. In 404, starved and surrounded, Athens finally surrendered. The Spartans, urged by Corinth and the Thebes to destroy Athens utterly, chose a more moderate path, perhaps out of respect for Athens' past role against Persia, or guided by King Pausanias or some ephors who argued for leniency. Athens' long walls were torn down, all to the sound of celebrating Spartan flutes. Its fleet was reduced to a token, its empire dismantled, but the city itself was spared. Sparta had won the Peloponnesian War, and it was now the undisputed dominant power in the Greek world. In victory, the Spartans portrayed themselves as liberators of Greece, which is quite ironic since they were funded by the Persians. Well, we can't harp on too much about that. You wouldn't say it to their face, I suppose. They had ostensibly fought to free the Greek cities from Athenian oppression. Indeed, one could argue that Sparta achieved what it claimed. The Athenian Empire was no more, and many cities were, quote, liberated from paying tribute to Athens. But, and I'm sure you saw this coming, it soon became pretty clear that this Spartan liberation could be heavy-handed in its own way. Sparta demanded that its former allies, and even erstwhile neutrals, accept Spartan-friendly oligarchic governments. In Athens, they installed the notorious 30 Tyrants, an oligarchy that, with Spartan backing, carried out bloody purges of democratic partisans in 404 to 403. Elsewhere, Sparta sent out hormosts, that is, military governors, and supported local oligarchic factions, often composed of the city's aristocrats, who would be loyal to Spartan interests. Decades of war had hardened Sparta's outlook. Now they sought to ensure permanent hegemony. Sparta even took over the leadership once held by Athens in the Aegean. By the Peace of 404, the Spartans assumed control of Ionia, the Greek cities in Asia Minor, which was a tacit betrayal of those cities. Why? Because they soon ceded them back to Persia in exchange for Persian support in the King's Peace Agreement of 387. Some liberators, many Greeks, understandably grew quite disillusioned with this hypocrisy. The liberators had just become whip-yielding masters. And the Spartan king, Agesilaus II, reportedly quipped, quote, "Sparta had not been ruined by the Persians, but we have ruined ourselves by our success." Nonetheless, in the immediate aftermath of the war, Spartan prestige was immense, and that couldn't be denied. The city of Lycurgus stood at the pinnacle of influence, Spartan commanders and governors were active from the coasts of Turkey to the far west. Even in the Olympic Games, a peacetime arena of honor, Spartans like the Prince Agesilaus and the General Lysander were celebrated figures. Sparta's conservative society, so long insulated, began to encounter riches and temptations abroad. After 400, we hear of some Spartans accumulating wealth. Lysander allegedly brought home piles of gold and silver, which had been a forbidden metal in Sparta. Social strains also appeared. Aristotle later observed that the Spartan victory in the Great War brought a, quote, deceptive success, that the Spartan state was ill-equipped to manage an empire, let alone handle luxury. We can paraphrase Aristotle's critique. They had been trained for war, but when peace came, they fell victim to excess and love of money. Well, isn't that a tale as old as time? So much against that Spartan ethos. And this would soon become evident as new enemies and old flaws beset the Spartan hegemony. So here we stand, at the top of the mountain. The only way to go is down. So, Sparta's supremacy after 404 proved to be short-lived. In the span of a few decades, the rigid Spartan system began to buckle under external pressures and internal weakness. The very factors that had made Sparta strong, unquestioning martial society, small elite corps of citizen soldiers, the exploitation of the helots, they now became liabilities in a changing Greek world. Two main challenges defined Sparta's decline: the rise of Thebes, briefly in the 370s, and the ascent of Macedon under Philip II in the 350s to 30s. Both of these powers dealt severe blows to Spartan influence. Meanwhile, internal issues like population decline and economic inequality were all eating away at Sparta's foundation. By the mid-4th century, observers could see that the once mighty Sparta had fallen from her high estate, as Aristotle put it. So, let's begin the journey down. In the immediate post-war years of 400s BC, Sparta's hegemony was challenged by discontent among its own allies and resentment of former neutral fence-sitters. In 399, the Spartans recalled the exiled king Agesilaus II, brother of the ill-fated Agis II, to become the Aegean king. Agesilaus, though lame in one leg, was a fiery leader and a staunch champion of traditional Spartan ways. He soon embarked on an ambitious venture, leading a Spartan expedition to Asia Minor to free the Greek cities from Persian rule, perhaps to carve out new wealth for Sparta. Well, in 396 to 394, Agesilaus campaigned successfully in Anatolia, winning skirmishes and challenging the Persian satraps. But the Persians responded with diplomatic guile. They funded Sparta's Greek enemies to stir up trouble back in Greece, and up it was stirred. Sure enough, a coalition formed in 395 that included Sparta's old allies, now turned foes, notably Thebes, Athens, Corinth, and Argos. That's right, look who's back. This Corinthian war, 395 to 387, pulled Agesilaus back from Asia to defend the homeland. Although Sparta won some land battles, the Spartan navy was destroyed by a Persian-backed Athenian fleet in 394, undoing Spartan naval power. The war dragged on until, ironically, the Persians stepped in and dictated a peace. We've mentioned it. The King's Peace of 387, also called the Peace of Antalcidas, after the Spartan diplomat. It declared that all Greek cities in Asia were Persia's, and that all other Greek cities were to be autonomous. Well, what did that mean in practice? Well, in practice it meant that Sparta was recognized as the enforcer of peace. The Persian king, Artaxerxes, essentially gave Sparta license to dominate the mainland, so long as Sparta conceded Ionia to Persia. This was a cynical deal. Sparta sacrificed the Ionian Greeks it had once sworn to protect, but it temporarily shored up Spartan hegemony. Sparta used the king's peace to justify harsh actions. The clause mandating autonomy was invoked to break up any coalition or city that Sparta disliked, and there were plenty of them. For example, Sparta disbanded the Boeotian League, an alliance led by Thebes, and the Chalcidice League, led by Olynthus, on grounds that these federations violated the autonomy of smaller cities. In 382, in a particularly egregious move, a Spartan commander named Phoebidas, passing through Boeotia, treacherously seized the Cadmea, the citadel of Thebes, during the time of peace. Sparta installed a puppet oligarchy in Thebes and garrisoned the Cadmea with Spartan troops. A brazen act, that's for sure, and one not officially authorized by Sparta's government, but ultimately it was condoned. But that didn't mean it wasn't a grave misstep. It outraged Greek opinion and sowed the seeds for Sparta's nemesis, Theban resentment. In 379, a band of Theban patriots, led by Peloponnesian, with the Athenian covert support, staged a daring coup in Thebes. They assassinated the Spartan-backed oligarchs and liberated the city. The Spartan garrison was compelled to surrender to the Cadmea. Thebes was free again. Whoop-de-doo. And now it was bent on revenge and asserting its own power. Thus began the Spartan-Theban conflict of the 370s. Jesus, just one after the other, isn't it? It just never ends. Well, the brilliant Theban general, Epaminondas, emerged as a leader of Thebes' new democracy. He reformed Thebes' army, drilling a formidable Theban sacred band, 150 pairs of elite hoplites, and innovating in tactics. Thebes also rebuilt the Boeotian League, rallying the towns of Boeotia under its leadership. Sparta, meanwhile, was facing the limits of its manpower. The Spartan citizen body, once perhaps 8,000 strong in 480, had dwindled drastically. Continuous war, casualties, and the strict inheritance laws meant fewer Spartiates to line up in the phalanx. Now, those inheritance laws, by the way, often led to estates consolidating and many citizens losing status. Yeah, not a very good situation. By the 370s, Sparta could field only a fraction of the hoplites it once did. Moreover, many of those hoplites were not full Spartiates, but perioikoi, or even freed helots. Something, of course, was unimaginable back in the glory days. Several generations before, they wouldn't even thought of something like this. And so the Spartans' army core was thinner. Still tough, still superbly trained, but definitely smaller. In 371, Sparta faced Thebes on the battlefield at Leuctra in Boeotia. King Cleombrotus I led the Spartan army, which included about 700 Spartiate peers and perhaps 1,300 perioikoi and allies, plus cavalry, around 10,000 in total according to rough estimate. As for the Thebans, they had about 6,000 to 7,000. Outnumbered. Not hugely, but slightly. Yet, Leuctra would go down in history, not as another Spartan victory, but as the battle that shattered the image of Spartan invincibility. Employing novel tactics, massing his hoplites 50 ranks deep on one flank and advancing in an oblique line, Epaminondas struck the Spartan right wing, where Cleombrotus and the Spartans stood with overwhelming force. The Spartan line could not withstand the weight of the charge. Cleombrotus was mortally wounded. The Spartan elite cut to pieces. An estimated 400 Spartiates fell, including many of the equal-ranking homioi. The remaining Spartans lost heart and fled, something unheard of before. Just imagine the sight. Well, for the first time in memory, the Spartan army had been decisively defeated in a pitched hoplite battle by another Greek force. The psychological impact was enormous. In one stroke, Thebes had destroyed the myth of Spartan supremacy. As Xenophon describes in his Hellenica, when the news of the defeat reached the Peloponnese, the reaction was disbelief and dread. Spartan power, a lot of it was based on reputation. And now, that spell was completely broken. Maybe this was the point where Sparta ended. I don't know. At least in a certain sense, perhaps Sparta died on the battlefield that day at Leuctra. Well, it always continues, I suppose. Some sense. I suppose we arrive to zombie Sparta now. The consequences of Leuctra, they were dire. The Thebans and their allies, seizing the initiative, invaded Laconia itself in the following year. In 370, for the first time in recorded history, the enemy troops entered Spartan heartland and marched toward the unwalled city of Sparta. Epaminondas led the expedition personally. The small Spartan army that remained under the aging King Agesilaus stayed on the defensive, fortifying key positions and refusing open battle. Epaminondas advanced to the Eurotas Valley, a sight unseen since the Dorian invasion, if ever, and they overran much of Laconia. Spartan women and children could only watch from the city heights as enemy fires burned in their fertile plain. Yet Epaminondas did not assault the city of Sparta itself, perhaps judging it too risky to attack desperate Spartans in an urban fight, or perhaps not wishing to annihilate them. Perhaps it was a lingering respect. Who knows? Instead, he implemented a masterstroke of strategic reordering. He freed Messania. Gathering Helot deserters and exiles, Epaminondas formally liberated the region that had been under Sparta's yoke for some 300 years. Now that is a liberation. On the slopes of Mount Ithome, the same defensive bastion Helots once held in revolts, Epaminondas founded a new city, Messane, in 369 BCE. Fortified with thick walls and attracting former Helots from near and far, Messane became the new capital of an independent Messania. This was an almost fatal blow to Spartan's power. Messania's rich lands were the economic backbone of Sparta, worked by Helots to feed and fund the Spartan state. And now Sparta irretrievably lost those lands and the labor force. The number of Helots still under Spartan control, in Laconia only, was drastically reduced, and Spartan wealth and manpower declined proportionately. The liberation of Messania was the most dramatic outcome of Sparta's defeat. But it was not the only one. Epaminondas also helped reorganize the political map of the Peloponnese to hem Sparta in. In Arcadia, just north of Sparta, he supported the foundation of a new federal city, Megalopolis. Creative name, I suppose, just means big city. He fostered leagues among the smaller states that had once been under Spartan sway. Essentially, Thebes tried to create a counterweight to Sparta's Peloponnesian League, and Sparta now stood isolated, completely, largely reduced to its original Laconian territory, minus their slaves in Messania. The once dreaded Spartan hoplites, they could no longer cower the Greeks automatically. In fact, many formerly subject peoples like the Arcadians took some revenge, raiding Laconia and harassing the Spartans in the subsequent years. You know what they say about payback, right? It's kinda hard to feel sorry for them. Sure, they might have stopped the Persians at Thermopylae, but then they invited the Persians in to fund their navies, to fight other Greeks, all for a bit of greed. And then it's hard to not congratulate all of those slaves being freed. The Spartans aren't exactly what they're presented as once you actually start looking into it. But Sparta did not collapse immediately after Leuctra. Agesilaus and later Archidamus III, that being Agesilaus' son, kept a semblance of their state intact. More of a shadow of the former glory, really. The Spartans even found a curious kind of pride in endurance. An anecdote from this era illustrates the Spartan stoicism. When a Spartan mother heard that her son had been killed in battle, she reportedly responded, "I bore him so that he might die for Sparta, and I am content." Rather cold comfort. Another story relates that after Leuctra, the relatives of the fallen grieved quietly, while those whose sons survived hung their heads in shame, since survival was equated with possible cowardice. Plutarch claims that Sparta's women folk, far from wailing, were stoic, or even glad to have their men prove their valor in death. Though you might suspect that this is an idealized picture, the Spartan mother trope. It glosses over the real trauma that those Spartans must have experienced. Just remember, too, everyone, when it comes down to it at the end of the day, is just a human being. And what gets written down in books hundreds of years later, in tales and all the rest, well, a lot of those little embellishments are just a part of the story. No mother, no father, no matter what societal conditioning, is not going to weep when they have to bury their dead child. Anyway, let's not harp on about that. And so, for the next decade, 370s to 360s, Thebes was the preeminent power in Greece. And Sparta, little Sparta over there in the corner, was just a secondary player. Now, do remember that Spartan forces did fight alongside Athens and others against Thebes in the Battle of Mantinea in 362, which was a large-scale clash ending in the death of Epaminondas. A pretty heroic and typically Greek end. Somewhat poetic, don't you think? The battle was tactically indecisive. Epaminondas won the field, but he lost his life, and that left Thebes without a leader. With his death, Theban dominance waned. Everything has to rise and fall. However, Sparta, they were in no position to reassert control. In different circumstances, they could probably fill in the power vacuum left behind. But in fact Sparta refused to sign the peace treaties that followed Mantinea because they would not acknowledge Messenia's independence. They were still holding on to those old ways. Now it was famous for its stubbornness, and this left Sparta diplomatically isolated. Surely when quills were put to paper, or chisels put to stones, whatever the saying is for back then, there must have been plenty of eye rolls when Sparta was still trying to assert itself as the power it once was, not wanting to let go of their helot slave class. Well, King Agesilaus, who had been serving heroically since before Leuctra, he was now an old man, and no one was really taking him seriously anymore. He actually took a mercenary command in Egypt in his final years to raise money for Sparta. That's right, he took up a part-time job. Now, if that doesn't show you how far things had fallen, a Spartan king fighting for a few coins abroad, then I don't know what will. By the mid-4th century, the 350s, Sparta's citizen population had dwindled alarmingly. Aristotle, writing around this time actually, of 350, observed that where once Sparta had 10,000 citizens, likely an inflated memory, now barely 1,000 of them remained. And of those, perhaps only 100 of them had land, meaning that wealth and property had become concentrated. In another source, possibly from later records or Plutarch's time, is noted that by the time King Agis IV attempted reforms, this is around 244, only 700 Spartan families of pure citizen status were left, and of those, merely 100 as well owned substantial wealth. This oliganthropia, shortage of men, had critical military implications. There was no way Sparta could field the large disciplined phalanx of earlier days. They increasingly relied on allied or mercenary contingents. The remaining Spartans also, by many accounts, had drifted from the austere Lycurgan discipline. Luxury items and private wealth had seeped in after the Peloponnesian War via exposure to Persia and other riches. But in all honesty, what was there really left to fight for? You may as well just enjoy your life at this point. So it was in this weakened context that a new superpower emerged to eclipse all the Greek city-states. Macedon, under King Philip II. In the 360s, Macedon was a rising kingdom in the north, considered semi-barbarian by southerners, but rapidly adopting Greek military techniques. Philip II, who took the throne in 359, built a professional army. The Macedonian phalanx, with its long Sarissa spears, and began intervening in Greek affairs. Athens, Thebes, and smaller states were drawn into conflicts with Macedon in the 350s and 40s, and Sparta, notably, mostly stood aloof from these struggles. Philip carefully avoided provoking Sparta directly. There is a famous exchange wherein Philip, after overrunning much of Greece, sent Sparta a warning. That warning was as follows: "If I enter Laconia, I will level Sparta to the ground." The Spartan ephor's reply was a single word: "If." Well, whether apocryphal or not, this laconic defiance reflected the Spartan pride, still stirring those embers of the old ways. In truth, Philip never did invade Sparta, probably because the rough terrain of Laconia and the Spartan reputation for brutal resistance simply made it not worth the effort. Perhaps it was simply because he had a larger fish to fry, Thebes or Athens. Either way, after Philip's decisive victory over a Theban Athenian army at Chaeronea in 338, he established the League of Corinth, a federation of Greek states under Macedonian hegemony. But notably, Sparta was left out. Philip reputedly allowed Sparta to remain independent, but stripped away some of its remaining peripheral territories. According to one account, Philip sent a message to Sparta asking if he should come as a friend or a foe. The Spartans replied, neither. In the end, Philip just left them alone. A proud but powerless anachronism. Under Philip's son, however, Alexander the Great, you might have heard of him. By the way, he's called Alexander the Accursed in Persian circles, by the way, for obvious reasons. Well, Sparta's irrelevance was further highlighted when he came along. Almost all Greek states submitted to Alexander's leadership when he set out to conquer Persia. Sparta, pointedly, did not. They refused to join the League of Corinth. In Alexander's absence, while he was in Asia, the Spartan king, Agis III, did attempt one last grasp at restoring Spartan glory, in 331, with some Persian gold and a coalition of discontented Peloponnesian allies. Agis III raised a revolt against Macedonian rule. He fought a pitched battle against a Macedonian army, led by Alexander's regent Antipater near Megalopolis. The Spartans, outnumbered, were defeated, and Agis III was killed in combat after reportedly fighting with great bravery. He allegedly told Antipater as he lay dying, "There is no cause to pity me. I was born to die for Sparta." Nice last words. Well, this defeat in 331 effectively ended Sparta's ability to challenge the new order. Alexander, however, dealt leniently. He did not sack Sparta, but simply made them join the League of Corinth afterwards and imposed a fine. Sparta's days as an independent, hegemonic power were well and truly over. Now they were just a minor player, albeit famous for their past, living in a shadow of their former glory. Now that's sad. In the early Hellenistic period, that's the late 4th, 3rd centuries, Sparta's fortunes sunk to their lowest ebb, but then they saw a brief attempt at revivals. Alexander had died in 323, and his successors carved up the empire. Sparta mostly kept to itself during the wars of the Diadochi, neither gaining nor losing much. The Spartan kings, now of diminished importance, occasionally aligned with or against neighboring Greek leagues, like the Achaean or Aetolian leagues, or Macedonian monarchs as it suited them. The dual kingship, it continued on, but the old structures were hollow. Many Spartiates had lost their citizenship for failing to contribute to Syssitia, because of course they lost their land, so how could they? The agōgē, that famous training system, perhaps faltered due to fewer boys and less state wealth to support it. Inequality was stark. A few families, the so-called dinatoi, owned large estates and helots, while many once proud Spartans were impoverished. The situation led to the rise of reformist kings in the 3rd centuries who tried to restore Lycurgan equality. The first of these was Agis IV, who became king in 244. Appalled at the decline of Sparta, only 700 true citizens remained by his count, and of them only a few of them were doing anything worthwhile. So Agis proposed a drastic reform. He wanted to cancel debts and redistribute land, to create 4,500 new citizen holdings. including restoring citizenship to the sons of lost Spartans, and even including some agōgē. He even planned to broaden the agōgē enrollment and see these new citizens rejuvenating the army. Agis was earnest. Plutarch paints him as idealistic and uncorrupted, likening him to the Gracchi in Rome, and initially he gained popular support, even winning over one of the two kings. Himself and Leonidas II were reigning. He managed to have Leonidas deposed for a time, and he had the backing of his wealthy mother and grandmother, who offered to contribute their vast estates to the common pool, indicating the extent of female property control as well, as we've discussed. However, Agis' reforms threatened the entrenched elite, including many in the Gerousia. After some political maneuvering, the conservative faction rallied. When Agis' main ally was out of office, the ephorate changed. The opposition had Leonidas II restored. In 241, Agis IV was arrested, and in a shocking break with Spartan precedent, executed alongside his mother. And that is the first time that a Spartan king had been judicially killed in Sparta. They just keep breaking from tradition, don't they? The reactionary forces thought they had quashed the egalitarian movement, but the economic and social pressures did not go away. A few years later, Cleomenes III, the son of Leonidas II, took up the cause, but from a different angle. Cleomenes became Argead king in 235 and proved to be a dynamic and ruthless leader. Inspired, according to Plutarch, by Stoic philosophy and the memory of Lycurgus, Cleomenes aimed to remake Spartan society to its old standard, and also to restore Sparta's military power in Greece. Around 227, Cleomenes launched a coup. He had 4 of the 5 ephors assassinated, a shocking act, as ephors were sacrosanct in the old system, and he forced many wealthy opponents into exile or execution. He then carried out a sweeping Cleomenian reform, cancelling all debts, redistributing land into 4,000 lots for citizens. Some sources say he even made 4,000 new citizens, including agōgē and foreigners, willing to fight for Sparta, and reviving the agōgē and strict communal discipline. He reportedly cut the 2 remaining Spartan luxury items. He forbade the use of couches and costly furniture, and made all Spartan men again eat the black broth and sleep in barracks. Cleomenes even abolished the traditional dual kingship, leaving himself as the sole king. For the Eurypontid king had been disposed or killed. In effect, he refounded Sparta, starting again from the ground up, sweeping away both oligarchic abuses and some constitutional niceties in favor of a military retro-revolution. The result? A Spartan resurgence, but pretty brief. Cleomenes raised a newly invigorated Spartan army and won a string of victories against the Achaean League, a rising federation in the northern Peloponnese that had been expanding its influence. The Achaeans, led by Aratus of Sicyon, were caught off guard by Sparta's renewal. I mean, no one really expected them to actually come back. But Cleomenes defeated them in multiple battles too, at Mount Lycaeum and Laodicea in 227, and also a major victory at Dyme. He even occupied Corinth and Argos, threatening to dominate the Peloponnese, just like the good old days. It seemed that Sparta might reclaim leadership. Notably, citizens exiled from other cities began showing interest in Cleomenes' program. It had a kind of populist appeal. I mean, cancellation of debts. I'm sure that certainly had a few people wanting to join up, but it also empowered the lower classes in areas he controlled. But ultimately, Cleomenes flew a little bit too close to the sun. He overreached. The Achaean League made a fateful decision. They requested aid from Antigonus III Doson, the king of Macedon. Antigonus III marched south with a Macedonian army. In 222 BC, the forces of Cleomenes and Antigonus clashed at the Battle of Salacia on Sparta's northern frontier. Cleomenes arranged his Spartan troops, augmented by mercenaries and perioikoi on two hills, Ava and Olympus. Guarding the pass to Sparta, a fierce battle ensued. The Macedonian phalanx, aided by Achaean allies, managed to break through the Spartan line. Cleomenes' reform army fought bravely. One hill held out staunchly under Cleomenes' half-brother, Eucleidas, until he was slain. But the weight of numbers and superior Macedonian equipment ultimately prevailed. The Spartan defeat was total. Thousands of Spartan soldiers died. Virtually the entire citizen army. They were all in on this final gamble at glory. And they lost. Cleomenes fled to the coast, and he escaped by ship to Egypt, where he sought refuge with Ptolemy III, who had earlier supported him financially. Not long after, Cleomenes met a tragic end. When the next Egyptian king grew suspicious of him, he was placed under house arrest. Cleomenes attempted a failed coup in Alexandria, and when it didn't work out, well, he decided to take his own life in 219. And with that, the final serious hope of Spartan revival went to the grave. The aftermath of Salacia was grim for Sparta. Antigonus III marched into the city of Sparta, the first foreign invader in history to do so by force. But to his credit, he didn't sack or destroy the city. That being said, sacking Sparta, you probably weren't going to get much treasure from that anyway. He ended Cleomenes' revolution, restoring the old dual kingship with puppets friendly to Macedon, one of whom was Agesipolis III, a child from a royal house. He dismantled Sparta's newly built city fortifications. Cleomenes had actually fortified Sparta with walls, another break from tradition that prided itself on its men being its defenses. The Spartan territory was diminished and made subservient to Macedon and the Achaean League. So over the next decade, Sparta was effectively in a sorry state of turmoil. Sorrier than, well, they couldn't get much sorrier than before, but, well, they're proving us all wrong, aren't they? There was even a brief tyranny, too, a certain Nabis, who claimed distant kinship to the royal line. He seized power in 207, and he even declared himself ruler, alternatively styling himself king and tyrant at the same time. So let's talk about Nabis, because he was in a way the last gasp of an independent Sparta. I know they've had a few last gasps, but this one's a bit unique. He actually took Cleomenes' social revolution to a bit of an extreme, reigning from 207 to 192 BCE, by the way. Now, Polybius, who had also detested Nabis, paints him as a lawless brigand. Quote, Nabis, tyrant of Sparta, destroyed the last remains of the old Spartan nobles, drove them into banishment, all men eminent for wealth or family, and distributed their property and wives among his own followers. Not a good review there from Polybius. But indeed, Nabis embraced a radical program of wealth redistribution, which is another word for stealing people's money. He confiscated lands and assets from the remaining wealthy and gave them to his mercenaries and supporters, many of whom were not native Spartans but freed helots, criminals, and adventurers attracted by the promise of gain. He reportedly armed many helots, and even recruited hardened men from all over Greece to form his mercenary corps. To fund his regime, Nabis engaged in piracy. Sparta acquired a small fleet, and also a little bit of extortion on the side. There is one lurid story, perhaps exaggerated by the hostility of the sources. It describes the agōgē, a mechanical automaton of Nabis's wife that he would use to literally squeeze money out of unwilling wealthy women. The device was a kind of iron maiden that would embrace and mutilate the victim until they paid up. Under Nabis, Sparta became something akin to a rogue state, at war with its neighbors and traditional norms. But Nabis did partially realize the dream of widening Spartan citizenship. He formally freed many helots and made them citizens. Some historians see him as an early experiment in social revolution, though ancient writers uniformly cast him as a depraved and terrible tyrant. He also fortified Sparta once more, and he even managed to mint Spartan coins. Now do remember that they traditionally never had them. No Spartan king had ever done that before. Another break in tradition. Money had always been frowned upon. Nabis managed to hold on for 15 years, navigating between larger powers. At first, he allied with Macedon against the Achaean League and Rome, which by this time had begun intervening in Greece. After Macedon's defeat by Rome in the Second Macedonian War of 197, Nabis opportunistically seized the city of Argos, which at the time Philip V of Macedon had held. But this overreach drew the ire of Rome, and not to mention the rest of Greece too. And in 195, the Romans, under the consul Titus Quintius Flaminius and the Achaean League, declared war on Nabis to liberate Argos and Sparta from his tyranny. A Roman army besieged Sparta by land, and a Roman fleet blockaded it by sea. Nabis's Neo-Spartan army fought hard, and the city of Sparta withstood a Roman assault. But facing starvation and internal dissent, Nabis agreed to finally negotiate. Flaminius compelled him to surrender. Argos was given up, his navy was also dismantled, and he withdrew his garrisons outside Laconia. Now remarkably, Flaminius left Nabis in power in Sparta, perhaps to avoid creating a power vacuum. Rome had claimed to be freeing the Greeks, not annexing anything at this stage, and Flaminius famously proclaimed Greek freedom at the Isthmian Games. God, I hate that word. Isthmian, in 196 BC. But Sparta's days of true independence, no, they were numbered. Of course, the Romans are here. What are you going to do about it? So in 192, Nabis finally met his end, assassinated ironically by a group of Aetolians who had come ostensibly to help train his army, but actually just seized the chance to kill him. Didn't see that coming, didn't he? And so with Nabis's death, Sparta spiraled briefly into chaos. The old royal lineage was extinct or discredited. There was no clear succession. The Achaean League, a federation of city-states in the Peloponnese that by now included almost all of them except Sparta, decided to take the opportunity to absorb Sparta as well. By 192 to 188 BCE, under the leadership of Peloponnesian, the great Achaean general, the League forced Sparta's integration. Sparta was compelled to abolish the Lycurgan laws formally. The agōgē was ended. The exiled opponents of Nabis were allowed back, likely seeking revenge on those who had thrived under Nabis. The very character of Sparta was drastically altered. Plutarch recounts that Peloponnesian even forced Spartans to tear down the walls of their city and prohibited their traditional education in an attempt to make Sparta a normal city within the League. Many Spartan youths, raised under Nabis and earlier military systems, refused to accept these changes, and they were either killed or they fled. And so for the first time, perhaps since Lycurgus, Spartans began to travel abroad freely, or hire themselves out as mercenaries, now that their unique system was dismantled. And Sparta just became another provincial city, all exceptionalism curtailed. Of course, the situation lasted only a short time before an even greater power stepped in. In 146, the Romans crushed a revolt by the Achaean League, which unwisely went to war against Rome. And not a very good decision. Well, it's all in hindsight, I suppose. The Roman general Mummius destroyed Corinth in 146, marking the effective end of Greek political independence. The Romans dissolved the Achaean League and annexed Greece, organizing it later as the province of Achaia. Sparta, which had sided with Rome during that last war, was spared any destruction. In fact, Sparta under Roman rule saw something of a gentle revival, not of power, but more of status as a living museum of the old Greek virtue. Hey, they better take what they can get at this point, I suppose. Well, under the early empire, Sparta was allowed to have a measure of self-government as a free city. The Spartans, ever conscious of their heritage, leveraged this for tourism. By the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, visitors from across the Roman world came to see Spartan sights and spectacles. The geographer Strabo, writing in the time of Augustus, notes that by his day Sparta was sparsely populated, and a shadow of its former self, but still quite famous. People were coming from all over the place to see the old sites. So the traveller Pausanias, around 150 AD, gives a detailed account of the monuments in Sparta. He describes seeing the shrine of Lycurgus, the tomb of Leonidas, and the enduring practices, the ritual flogging of Spartan boys at the altar of Artemis Orthia, which had become a bit of a tourist attraction unto itself. During these ceremonies, youths were scourged until blood flowed, sometimes beaten to death to demonstrate the Spartan fortitude, while crowds of curious onlookers watched on. Plutarch, who visited Sparta personally, remarks that he had seen youths expiring under the lash at the altar of Artemis Orthia, and praised their endurance. The Romans, too, occasionally patronized the Spartans. The Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century AD toured Sparta, and likely contributed to building projects. Hadrian was Hellenic, and also revived some of the old Athenian glories. In Sparta, the theatre, originally built in the late Hellenistic period, was renovated. You can see its ruins today. It's one of the largest theatres in Greece. It seats up to 16,000 people. Roman period Sparta thus enjoyed a modest prosperity as a provincial town known for its glorious past. But despite this antiquarian interest, the reality was that Sparta's power was gone forever. the city never regained a meaningful military or political role. It continued to be inhabited through the Roman Empire and even late antiquity. Early Christian bishops of Sparta are attested, though Christianity was slow to take root in such a traditionally pagan locale. Finally, in CE 396, an invasion of Visigoths under Alaric ravaged many parts of Greece, and reportedly, Sparta was sacked and depopulated. The site of ancient Sparta fell into a declining ruin, and in the medieval period, a new town, Mistras, grew nearby, leaving Sparta itself as ruins and memory. Athens, 404 BCE. The mighty walls that once defended the city are being torn down amid the triumphant music of Spartan flutes. Merely a generation earlier, Athens was at the height of its golden age, a vibrant center of democracy, philosophy, drama, naval power. They had it all. But now it lay exhausted and defeated at the end of a long and bitter conflict with its rival, Sparta. This conflict, the Peloponnesian War, raged from 431 to 404 BCE and engulfed the Greek world in an unprecedented struggle. But it was more than a simple contest of arms. It was a war of ideals, strategies, and wills that pitted democratic Athens and its naval empire against the oligarchic Sparta and its Peloponnesian alliance. City-states across Greece, and even beyond, were drawn into the conflict, making this a truly pan-Hellenic war. Thucydides, the exiled Athenian general turned historian, called it a war like no other. And indeed, it did mark a dramatic turning point in Greek history. For nearly 3 decades, siege and plague, pitched battles and naval clashes, betrayals and revolutions, it became the harsh reality of life for countless Greeks. And so, the war's story has come down to us through the works of contemporary sources such as Thucydides and Xenophon, through the biting comedies of Aristophanes, performed as the war still raged, and through later reflections by writers like Plutarch. These accounts reveal not only the military and political aspects of the conflict, but also this cultural and philosophical set of repercussions. We'll be relying on these primary sources, all the ones I just mentioned, and I think you'll see that they provide quite the insight. We're quite lucky to still have them. So by the war's end, Athens was certainly humbled. Sparta was supreme but strained, and the entire Greek world had been transformed. How did it all come to this? Well, the war itself was a contest of power and principle. It raised timeless questions, questions that we will answer today. Justice, ambition, the nature of human fallibility. We'll get to them all. It all began amid confidence and patriotic fervor, and it ended sifting through the ruins. Legacies, dead. So let's go back to the ancient world. It's Sparta versus Athens, Greek versus Greek. The great bloody war of antiquity, about to begin. But not after I welcome you to the channel. Well, not before, rather, I welcome you to the channel. We're off to a good start, aren't we? Well, for anyone new, I'd like to give you a warm welcome and invite you to subscribe. Those who have already subscribed, you have my thanks. Why don't you leave a like and a comment too? Always good for the algorithm. You will get 0 ads in this video, and it's all thanks to those lovely people supporting the channel on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who occasionally donate. I do appreciate your support. Now with all that out of the way and being said, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. We'll take it nice and slow, and of course, right from the beginning. The roots of this war lie in the decades after the Persian Wars, when Athens rose to become the head of the Delian League, a coalition of city-states, basically, originally formed to deter Persia. But over time, Athens transformed this alliance into its own little empire. It moved the League's treasury to Athens, compelled members to pay tribute, and even stationed garrisons to enforce its will. Will, of course, always being enforced at the end of a spear. Pretty effective. Athens grew wealthy and powerful. They expanded their navy, and also their cultural influence. And then there was Sparta, the preeminent land power in Greece, and the leader of the rival Peloponnesian League. They viewed Athens' growing empire with alarm. According to Thucydides, the fundamental cause of the war was, quote, the rise of Athenian power and the fear it inspired in Sparta. This fear, partnered with rivalry, set the stage for the conflict we discuss today. Immediate provocations soon triggered an open war. Athens had antagonized Sparta's allies through a series of actions. It formed an alliance with Corfu, also known as Corcyra, against Corinth, intervening in a dispute that saw Athenian ships skirmish with Corinthian ships. It then besieged Potidæa, a Corinthian colony that rebelled against Athenian control, and it imposed harsh economic sanctions on Megara, that being the Megarian decree. This basically banned Megarian merchants from Athenian markets, and that's a big deal. Economic sanctions, effectively. That can ruin a country just as much as war can. Ancient, medieval, modern times. The rule is the same. Of course, these moves, they weren't well received in Corinth and Megara, and they were viewed by the Peloponnesian League as aggressive violations of that 30 years peace treaty that had kept hostilities at bay, at least barely at bay, since 445 BCE. Sparta, it was urged by its allies to respond. Everyone was relying on the big, tough guy of the group to throw the first punch. And Spartans were not known to back down from a fight. You don't need to be a Rhodes Scholar to know that. In 432, after tense deliberations, the Spartan assembly voted that the Athenians had indeed broken that peace, and that the only thing they could do was go to war. Thus, in the spring of 431, the Peloponnesian War was well and truly on. The first skirmish occurred even before the formal declarations. In a quite daring move, Thebes, that is a Spartan ally, attempted to seize the Athenian allied town of Plataea in a surprise night attack. But it did not go as planned. The raid failed. Plataea's citizens fought back and captured the Theban infiltrators. But this incident certainly lit the fuse. Full-scale war commenced. The Spartan king, Archidamus II, led a grand Peloponnesian army into Athenian territory, inaugurating the cycle of yearly invasions that would characterize the first phase of the war. At the onset, Athens and Sparta adopted pretty different strategies. Of course, they both had their strengths and weaknesses. Athens, under the guidance of its leading statesman Pericles, decided quite prudently to avoid pitched battles on land against Sparta's fearsome hoplite army. No one wants to go up against that. They had quite a reputation. This is after Thermopylae, by the way, that was back in the Persian Wars. Well, instead, Pericles urged all residents of Attica to shelter behind Athens' formidable long walls, named, of course, for their length, very creative, which connected the city to its port of Piraeus. Protected by these walls and supplied by sea, Athens could hold out pretty much indefinitely. It was a good strategy, at least in a defensive sense. Meanwhile, the powerful Athenian navy would conduct raids along the coast of the Peloponnesian League, harassing enemy territory and maintaining vital supply lines. Sparta, for its part, relied on its supremacy in heavy infantry. Every summer, Spartan forces invaded Attica to burn crops and threaten Athens, hoping to draw the Athenians out into open battle. Attica, by the way, that is the region in which Athens was situated. But of course, Athens refused to oblige. This frustrated the Spartans quite a bit. They wanted that pitched open battle. But the Athenians, well, their navy ranged at will. The Spartans didn't have much of a navy, so their advantage was kind of checked by that. We get to that first winter of the war, where Pericles delivered a famous funeral oration for the fallen Athenians, extolling the virtues of the city's democracy and the value of sacrifice for freedom. His words managed to lift Athenian spirits and justify their resolve, but this idealism would soon be tested by more grim events. In the second year of the war, that being 430, there was an unexpected disaster. It struck Athens from within. A devastating plague broke out in the overcrowded city. The disease swept through the population trapped behind the walls. Tens of thousands died. Thucydides gives a gripping account of the plague's horrors. People dying rapidly, social order collapsing, and even the usual customs of burial abandoned in panic and despair. The epidemic wiped out perhaps a third of the Athenian population, and it also claimed Pericles himself in 429, robbing Athens of its most capable leader. Now that's salt in the wound, for sure. The morale and discipline of the Athenians suffered, yet they kept on fighting. The Spartans, for their part, were so fearful of disease that they aborted their yearly invasion when they learned of the plague in Athens. After all, the plague had probably killed more Athenians than the Spartans could, especially since the plague was in the walls and the Spartans were stuck outside. Sometimes the best thing to do is do nothing. Well, after poor old Pericles died, the leadership in Athens became a lot more divisive. Charismatic orators like Cleon, a leather tanner turned politician, urged a more aggressive and punishing war strategy, whereas more cautious figures like Nicias favored negotiations and stability. The war expanded in scope and brutality. In 427, the Spartans and the Thebans captured Plataea after a prolonged and grim siege, and in their reprisal executed the Plataean men, sold their women and children into slavery. That same year, civil strife erupted in Corcyra, Corfu, that is, where a battle between pro-Athenian and pro-Spartan factions devolved into a bloody massacre. As Thucydides describes, revolution in Corcyra led to gruesome atrocities and a complete breakdown of social norms, a terrifying sign of how this war was tearing apart the fabric of Greek society. And we say Greek society because, after all, Athens was Athens, sure, Sparta was Sparta, but Greece was also Greece. Back in those days of the Persian War, they put all those differences aside. and all the Greeks stood together against that existential threat. Well, living memory notwithstanding, it was all over now. Back to fighting each other. Athens itself showed a ruthless resolve to maintain its empire. When the city of Mytilene on Lesbos revolted against Athenian rule in 427, the Athenian assembly initially voted to put the entire male population to death, though they reconsidered the next day and reversed the decision, executing only the leaders of the revolt. Perhaps they needed the tax revenue. Who knows? But dead men don't pay taxes, that's for sure. Of course, this entire episode shows how the pressure of the war was just eroding those traditional restraints, and everybody was on edge, passions inflamed. Despite all the setbacks and horrors, Athens also enjoyed key success in the mid-420s. In 425, for example, an Athenian naval and land operation on the coast of Sparta's territory resulted in quite a nice little victory for them. A rather clever Athenian general you might have heard of, Demosthenes, don't be confused though with the latter orator of the same name, fortified a position at Pylos in the Peloponnese. When Spartan forces attacked, Demosthenes, aided by the brash politician we've mentioned, Cleon, who arrived with reinforcements, managed not only to repel them, but to trap a group of Spartan hoplites on the small island of Sphacteria, just offshore. After weeks of siege, the starving Spartans on Sphacteria did the unthinkable. They surrendered. Spartans surrendering. Now that is something to write home about. In a shocking turn, about 120 Spartan hoplites, members of Sparta's elite military class, laid down their arms, put their hands above their head, and allowed themselves to become taken captive. Now that was a severe blow to Spartan prestige, and, well, you better believe that word spread about it pretty quickly. The Spartans were legendary for fighting to the death, and their surrender, well, it was unprecedented. The Athenians brought the captive Spartans back to Athens as hostages, and Sparta, desperate to recover its men, offered peace. But the Athenians, elated by their success, just refused outright. They could have ended it right there, but they didn't. Well, the war continues on. With these hostages as leverage, Athens had, by the way, threatened to execute them if Sparta invaded Attica again, and they'd do it. The annual ravaging of the Athenian lands was effectively put on hold for a few years. Yet the fortunes of war, they always seesaw back and forth, and they continue to do so. In 424, Sparta found an opportunity, just on a different front. A bold Spartan officer, Brasidas, marched north through Greece to challenge the Athenians in Thrace, where many of Athens' tribute-paying allies and valuable resources like timber and silver mines were located. And Brasidas really proved to be a charismatic commander. He persuaded several Athenian subject cities to defect by appealing to their desire for liberation from Athenian hegemony. His greatest prize was the capture of Amphipolis, a strategic Athenian colony on the Strymon River, which he took by surprise in late 424. The loss of Amphipolis, which controlled key resources and trade routes, was a heavy blow to the Athenians. Thucydides himself was the Athenian general sent too late to save them, an outcome that led to his exile and gave him the freedom to begin writing his history, actually, so silver linings, I suppose. In 422, Athens sent Cleon to lead an army to recapture Amphipolis. Brasidas met him in a battle outside the city, and in the ensuing Battle of Amphipolis, the Spartans and their local allies were victorious. But both Brasidas and Cleon were killed in the fight. With Athens' most hawkish politician gone, and Sparta's most audacious general also removed, both sides found themselves tired and ultimately leaderless. And this is where things took a little bit of a different turn. Diplomatic voices gained the upper hand. In 421, Athens and Sparta agreed to a ceasefire, drafting what became known as the Peace of Nicias, named for Nicias, as we've mentioned, the Athenian general and statesman who helped negotiate it. It was supposed to last 50 years, and largely restored things to a pre-war status quo. Both sides agreed to return most of their conquests and exchange prisoners. Athens got back Amphipolis, at least on paper, and other holdings too with it. And the Spartans, well, they captured at Sphacteria. They were finally returned home. Rather, the Spartans captured at Sphacteria, excuse me. The Peace of Nicias brought a much-needed respite from these open hostilities, an intermission in which exhausted combatants could breathe, albeit while looking over their shoulders, one can imagine. It was a troubled peace, right from the start. Key allies of Sparta, such as Corinth, Thebes, Megara, they resented the treaty, and they refused to join it. That did quite a good job at undermining its credibility. Sparta and Athens soon found that not all terms of peace could be enforced. Amphipolis, for example, refused to revert to Athenian control. And the result was a half-peace. Overt battle ceased for a few years, but distrust lingered, and sporadic clashes and intrigues continued. It was meant to last 50 years, but it would only last 6 before the war reignited in an even more expansive theater. So during that uneasy lull after the Peace of Nicias, Athens' aggressive faction remained well and truly active. The brilliant and restless Athenian politician Alcibiades came to the fore, and he undermined the peace by forging new alignments. Notably, he enlisted Athens in a coalition with Argos, Elis, and others to challenge Spartan influence, and this led to the Battle of Mantinea in 418, when the Spartan army won a decisive victory, reaffirming Spartan dominance on land, and frankly embarrassing Athens and its allies. In 416, Athens shook the Greek world with an act of ruthless imperialism. It besieged and obliterated Melos, a small, neutral island that had refused to submit to Athenian demands. They just didn't want to enter the war at all. Leave us alone, they said. Well, if you won't come to Athens, Athens will come to you, I suppose. The Athenians killed all Melian men of military age, and as for the women and children, they enslaved them. It was an absolute atrocity, even in ancient reckoning, but it was justified by Athens in cold terms that might makes right, demonstrating the dark turn that the Athenian policymakers had certainly taken. By 415, the truce was effectively over, and Athens, brimming with confidence and ambition, set its sights on a far grander enterprise, the conquest of Sicily. It was in that year that Athens launched the massive Sicilian expedition, one of the most ambitious military undertakings in its history. The target was Syracuse, a rich and powerful city-state in Sicily, and a Dorian kin city of Sparta, by the way. Officially, Athens was responding to a plea from the city of Segesta, an ally in western Sicily which was embroiled in a local war. But unofficially, many in Athens, led by Alcibiades, saw an opportunity to greatly expand their empire, and therefore their wealth. In a heated assembly debate, Nicias, now a senior general and a voice of caution, urged that attacking far-off Sicily was a dangerous overreach. He warned that Syracuse was no easy target, and that Athens might be inviting its own doom. But Alcibiades, in contrast, urged bold action and painted visions of Sicily's riches and the glory of conquering new lands. The Athenian people, caught up in expansionist zeal, decided not only to proceed, but to send an overwhelmingly large force, just in case. Athens dispatched a grand armada, well over 100 triremes and 5,000 hoplite infantry, along with tens of thousands of other troops and support personnel, a host representing the city's might. They were going all in this time. 3 generals were given joint command: Alcibiades, Nicias, and Lamachus. He was an older veteran. But it was evident that these leaders had divergent perspectives. Alcibiades was daring, Nicias was hesitant, Lamachus was practical. But they set sail together in the summer of 415 BC, all with high hopes. However, there were ominous signs that accompanied the expedition. On the eve of departure, a scandalous act of impiety shook Athens. In a single night, dozens of sacred Hermae, that is, stone statues of the god Hermes, were mysteriously mutilated. This kind of sacrilege caused public outrage and panic, seen as a bad omen for the journey. Suspicion fell on those revelrous and uncontrollable young aristocrats, and Alcibiades himself was accused by making enemies of involvement. He was already under a cloud for allegedly mocking the religious mysteries. Well, he vehemently denied wrongdoing, of course, and he insisted on standing trial immediately to clear his name. But his political opponents decided to defer the trial. Thus, the mighty fleet sailed, with this dark cloud hanging over its most dynamic commander. Not long after arriving in Sicily and beginning the initial operations, Athens abruptly recalled Alcibiades to stand trial for religious crimes. Rather than return to what he believed would be a rigid prosecution, he decided to defect, to run away. And can you guess where he went? Of course, he fled first to Sparta, now branded a traitor to his city. And when he got to Sparta, he advised the Spartans on how to counter the Athenian expedition, counsel that would prove to be very valuable. Later, due to personal scandals in Sparta, Alcibiades would flee again, this time to Persia, weaving a complex path through the war. Well, I will make a full video on Alcibiades soon. Quite an interesting life. Interesting is one word for it. I'll get there eventually. But let's get back to the Peloponnesian War first. The Athenians were left without their boldest strategist, and the expeditionary force in Sicily proceeded under Nicias and Lamachus. In 414, they moved to besiege Syracuse. It was here that they gained an early advantage, winning a battle on the Epipolae plateau outside of Syracuse and beginning to construct a wall to blockade the city by land. It seemed, at least for a moment, that Syracuse might fall. But remember that helpful advice from Alcibiades? Well, under his prodding, Sparta intervened directly to aid the Syracusans. The Spartans sent one of their ablest commanders, Gylippus, to Sicily. Arriving dramatically, just in time, Gylippus stiffened Syracuse's resistance, rallied allied reinforcements, and helped the Syracusans build counter-walls to thwart the Athenian siege works. The fight around Syracuse turned into a kind of trench warfare, fortifications and small skirmishes breaking out, neither side delivering a decisive blow. Lamachus was killed in action during one sortie, leaving the indecisive Nicias as the sole commander. The days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and the Athenians found themselves unable to either breach the Syracusan defenses or easily withdraw from the siege. By the summer of 413, Athens, realizing the quagmire it was in, sent a second expedition to reinforce the first. This relief force, nearly as large as the initial one, was led by Demosthenes, the general of Pylos fame, and Eurymedon. Demosthenes, upon arrival, saw Athenians' favorable position and attempted a bold night assault on the Syracusan fortifications. The nighttime battle turned into, well, quite the disaster. The Athenians were repelled. They took heavy losses. Their troops panicked in the darkness, and in the aftermath, Demosthenes urged an immediate retreat to save what remained of the army. But Nicias, overly cautious and anxious about the reaction in Athens if they abandoned their mission, actually hesitated to give the order. Adding to his hesitation, a sudden lunar eclipse occurred in August of 413. Nicias, being deeply superstitious, consulted his soothsayers, who declared the army must wait a full cycle of the moon, nearly a month, by the way, before departing. Well, he shouldn't have listened to them, because this delay proved to be fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Gylippus and the Syracusans struck back decisively. In a major naval battle in Syracuse's harbor, the reinforced Syracusan fleet, using daring tactics like the defensive barriers and flaming ships, defeated the Athenian navy. Well, the Athenians, they found themselves trapped. Their ships were wrecked or blockaded. Their army could neither take Syracuse nor easily escape by sea. Nicias finally resolved to lead a retreat by land. In a miserable column, the entire Athenian expedition, tens of thousands of soldiers, sailors, and camp followers, abandoned camp and marched inland, hoping to reach safety in friendly territory. What followed was a nightmare pursuit. Harried by Syracusan cavalry and local forces, cut off from water and supplies, the Athenians marched for days under constant attack and brutal sun. Many collapsed or were captured. At the Asinarius River, desperate to drink, the Athenians fell into disorder and were overwhelmed. Demosthenes' contingent had already been surrounded and forced to surrender. Now Nicias' exhausted band was also cornered. Nicias surrendered himself to Gylippus, trusting Spartan honor to, at least, spare the men's lives. Well, you shouldn't have trusted them. The victors showed very little mercy. Despite Gylippus' wishes to take the Athenian generals as prestige prisoners, the furious Syracusans executed Nicias and Demosthenes. The remaining Athenian survivors, several thousand ragged, wounded men, were thrown into the stone quarries of Syracuse. hard job. There, in cavernous pits open to the elements, they languished for months, suffering hunger, thirst, and disease. A few survivors were eventually sold into slavery, or, by legend, earned pity by reciting Euripides' verses to their captors, but most of them just perished miserably. The Sicilian expedition ended in a catastrophic loss of an almost unfathomable scale. An entire Athenian armada and 2 full armies completely obliterated. When news of the disaster reached Athens, the city was overcome with grief and then panic. Thucydides writes that the Athenians refused to believe at first that their forces were utterly gone, but slowly the grim reality set in. Athens had lost upwards of 200 ships, and perhaps almost 40,000 men in the Sicilian misadventure. It was a blow from which many believed Athens could never recover. And so the year 413 marked the nadir of the Athenian fortunes. But the war, it was not over yet, and the resilience of Athens would soon be tested like never before. The collapse of the Sicilian expedition drastically shifted the balance of power in the war. Sparta and all of its allies seized the momentum. In 413, even before the news of Syracuse reached the Peloponnese, the Spartan king Agis II took a brave step. He established a permanent garrison at Decelea, right inside the Athenian territory. By fortifying Decelea in Attica year-round, the Spartans choked Athens from the landward side. The Athenians could no longer access their farms or the silver mines at Laurium, and nearly all livestock had to be either slaughtered or moved inside the walls. Thousands of Athenian slaves escaped to the Spartan camp. Athens now faced a constant land blockade and a strained economy. Just as it reeled from the Sicilian losses, things were going from bad to worse. But at the same time, Sparta courted the support of Persia, believe it or not. Seeing Athens weakened, the Persian satraps in Asia Minor, notably Tissaphernes, and in the west Pharnabazus in the Hellespont region, were eager to reclaim influence over the Greek cities of Ionia. In late 412, Sparta and Persia struck a deal. In exchange for Persian funding to build ships and pay crews, Sparta agreed to recognize the Persian king's claim to those Ionian Greek cities. Talk about a deal with the devil, right? Sometime before, just a few generations, they were desperately fighting against the Persians. Well, now they're fighting with them. It's funny how it works, doesn't it? There's no real loyalty. That's a tale as old as time. People will throw you under the bus for their own ambitions, whether that's on a scale of war or just personal. Well, with Persian gold flowing into their war chest, the Spartans could suddenly afford to construct a navy and lure skilled rowers away from the now poor Athenians with better pay. And this was a striking reversal of roles. The once dominant sea power Athens was now struggling to find a fleet, while land-bound Sparta assembled squadrons of triremes with all that Persian money. It did not go unnoticed, by the way, that Sparta, which had once fought Persia to keep Greek liberty intact, was now effectively selling out Greek interests to Persia to win the war. Believe me, quite a scandal at the time. Facing multiple crises, in 412 to 411, the revolt of many Athenian subject allies, an empty treasury, and the enemy's new, shiny navy, Athens still refused to admit defeat. They were holding on with everything they had, and that wasn't much. Instead, they displayed remarkable resilience and even quite clever resourcefulness. They scraped together reserves, melted down gold dedications, and even used emergency funds that Pericles had set aside for extreme situations. And the situation was as extreme as it gets. So they built new ships, somehow managed to muster new crews for them too, but the traumatic sting of defeats also shook confidence in the democracy among some of the Athenian elite. These oligarchic conspirators argued that the war had been lost through democratic recklessness, and that a smaller ruling body could negotiate better terms, especially with Persia, now that you've got the third wheel in the combat. In 411, they carried out a coup in Athens. Backed by force and intimidation, the assembly was persuaded to dissolve itself in favor of a council of 400, with power concentrated in oligarchic hands. They promised eventually to broaden it to the 5,000 wealthiest citizens, but would you have believed them? It's largely a placating gesture. It's kind of like when people make election promises. If you elect me, this will happen, that will happen. Well, if they're already in power, why don't they just do it now? Interesting, right? We see little echoes of our modern world in the ancient times. The new regime fortified itself, and it began negotiating with Sparta and Persia alike. However, the Athenian navy, the backbone of the city, and manned largely by Democrats, was then stationed on the island of Samos. When news reached the fleet that the democracy had been overthrown, the sailors and marines simply refused to accept the coup. They held assemblies of their own, declared loyalty to the old constitution, and even voted to recall Alcibiades, who had by now ingratiated himself within the Persian court. To help win Persian support back, maybe it was a good idea to have Alcibiades back on board. Essentially, two governments now claimed to represent Athens, an oligarchy in the city, and a democracy in exile based around the fleet. This untenable situation lasted a few turbulent months. The oligarchy in Athens proved both unpopular and inept. It failed to secure Persian aid or significant Spartan advantage. By late 411 BCE, internal dissension, led by a moderate oligarch, Theramenes, and the threat of the democratic navy moving against the city led to the collapse of the 400. Power was transferred back to the broader body of the 5,000, in effect a mix of oligarchic and democratic elements, and not long after, full democracy was restored with surprisingly little bloodshed. Athens had survived a dangerous bout of political infighting, thanks in part to the unity and determination of its fleet. And against all odds, Athens also went back on the offensive at sea. In a series of naval battles between 411 and 410 in the eastern Aegean, near the Hellespont, that being the vital grain passage, the Athenians demonstrated that they were down, but definitely not out. At Abydos and Cynossema in 411, the most decisive battle, the Battle of Cyzicus in 410 BC, the Athenian navy won significant victory over the Spartan fleets. At Cyzicus, Alcibiades, now acting as an Athenian commander, and his colleagues tricked and completely defeated the Spartan navy in a surprise attack during a storm. The Spartan admiral Mindarus was killed, and the Athenians reportedly captured a message for Sparta, stating simply, the ships are lost, Mindarus are dead, the men are starving, we don't know what to do. Gee, I mean, if anything captures the panic, it's that, isn't it? Just that last sentence, we don't know what to do. Past the point of pretending, right? Well, the victory at Cyzicus allowed Athens to re-establish control over the Bosphorus, ensuring the flow of grain from the Black Sea, at least for a time. In the flush of this success, Sparta quietly offered peace, proposing essentially a return to the pre-war status quo. But once again, Athens, buoyed by hope and urged on by the radical democrat Cleophon, rejected the offer, choosing to continue the fight in pursuit of a more favorable outcome. Athens' revival climaxed with the dramatic homecoming of Alcibiades in 407. Riding a wave of popularity after Athenian naval successors, he returned from exile to Athens, where he was actually extravagantly welcomed. The charges against him were completely dropped, and he was given a post of command again. It seemed that Athens might yet snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But the fortunes of war were still quite fickle. In Sparta, a new star had risen to prominence. Lysander, an admiral of shrewd intellect and an iron will. In 407, Lysander took charge of the Spartan fleet and established a friendship with Prince Cyrus, the Persian king's younger son, who had been sent to oversee the war in Asia Minor. Cyrus wholeheartedly supported Lysander, providing generous funds that allowed the Spartan navy to greatly increase in size and to pay its crews more reliably, even at higher rates than the Athenians, of course. Now that ought to attract more skilled rowers to the Spartan side. Because of a Spartan law that no commander could hold the post of admiral twice, Lysander was replaced in 406 by Callicratidas, a more traditional Spartan who lacked Lysander's political savvy, though he was brave and honorable. Well, under him, the Peloponnesian fleet of 140 ships confronted the Athenian navy in the waters off the Argynnusae Islands near Lesbos. It was there, in the Battle of Argynnusae 406, the Athens achieved its last great victory. Using newly built ships, manned by inexperienced crews, the Athenians managed to defeat the Spartan fleet. Callicratidas himself went down with the ship. The victory saved a trapped Athenian squadron and stunned Sparta enough that once more peace feelers were extended. But the triumph turned sour for Athens almost immediately. A sudden storm and the sheer chaos of battle prevented the Athenian commanders from rescuing numerous sailors from sinking ships. When the fleet returned home, Athens was in an uproar over the swaths of lost men. In a wave of public fury, whipped up by political opportunists, the Athenians put on trial the 8 generals who had co-commanded at the battle for negligence of duty. Despite the generals' defense, they claimed that the storm made the rescue impossible. The assembly was thirsting for some kind of accountability, and they condemned 6 of them to death. They would have condemned 8, but 2 of them were absent and escaped the trial. Probably best not to show up. Among those executed was Pericles' own son. This controversial act of internal bloodletting decapitated Athens' naval leadership. The city later regretted it, of course, but the damage was all done. At the very moment when the first-rate commanders, like the ones they had just killed, were most needed. Well, not a good decision in hindsight. Certainly a sign of how much strain the democracy was under in these desperate times. In 405, Sparta reinstated Lysander to command, circumventing the rule by naming him vice-admiral in title, but stopping short of giving him full authority. Determined to finish the war, Lysander moved swiftly to target the Athenians' last lifeline, the grain supply. He sailed the Spartan fleet to the Hellespont and captured Lampsacus, a key town on the Asian side of the strait. The Athenian navy, about 170 ships now, the last ounces of Athens' strength, rushed to confront him and stationed itself just opposite of Lampsacus, on the north shore at a place called agōgē. What followed was Athens' fatal misjudgment. For 5 days, the Athenians rowed out each morning to challenge Lysander's fleet across the water, but Lysander refused to engage until conditions were exactly as he wanted. The Athenians were camped on an open beach, with no city or harbor at their backs, meaning they had to bring supplies from somewhere else every day. Despite warnings from a few, legend says Alcibiades, watching from exile nearby, frantically warned the Athenians their position was dangerous. The Athenian admirals grew complacent when Lysander did nothing day after day. But on the 5th day, Lysander struck. He waited until the Athenians had returned to shore and the crews had dispersed for their meal and rest. And at that vulnerable moment, the Spartan fleet suddenly dashed across the strait and fell upon the beached Athenian ships. Caught completely by surprise, most of the Athenian triremes were captured without a fight, many of their crews still ashore. Only a handful of Athenian ships managed to escape the debacle, one being the ship of the Athenian general Conon, who fled to Cyprus. The Battle of agōgē, well, that was a crushing blow. In one stroke, Athens lost the bulk of its navy, the very instrument that had built and sustained its empire. As for Lysander, he rounded up hundreds, if not thousands, of Athenian captives, and according to some accounts, executed the majority of them, notably the Athenian commanders and the hoplite marines. Sparta had sought revenge for earlier Athenian atrocities against the captured Corinthians and others. Yes, it's hard to forget that one. With the Hellespontine grain route now firmly in Spartan hands, the Athenians were effectively under siege, even before a single Spartan appeared at the walls. Lysander methodically moved to complete the victory. City after city that Athens still controlled in the Aegean and around the Athenian Empire either surrendered to Lysander or expelled their Athenian garrisons. The Spartan fleet sailed to Athens' main harbor at Piraeus and blockaded it. While on the land, the Spartan king Agis tightened the noose from Decelea and was soon joined by the other Spartan king Pausanias, leading a coalition army. Now, by the way, Sparta always had a dual rule of kings as part of their constitution. Athens was surrounded, but still, the Athenians, in their typical pride and stubbornness, held out through the winter of 405 to 404, despite mass starvation and privation. But finally, with people dying of hunger and no hope of relief, Athens agreed to surrender in the spring of 404. The terms of surrender were severe, to say the least. Spartan leaders and their allies debated Athens' fate. Corinth and Thebes urged that the city should be utterly destroyed and its population enslaved, arguing that Athens, had it won, would have done the same to others. And judging by their behavior through the war, well, it's hard to argue against that, to be honest. Sparta, however, decided to spare the city itself. claiming it would be an impiety to annihilate a city that had done good service in the past against the Persians. Instead, Athens would be rendered harmless. The Athenians were forced to tear down the long walls and the fortifications of Piraeus, a symbol of their security and empire, all done under Spartan supervision. The Athenian fleet was reduced to a token force of 12 ships. All overseas possessions and Athenian colonies were relinquished. Athens became a subordinate ally in Sparta's sphere, its foreign policy now effectively controlled by Sparta. Well, if you didn't think that was bad enough already, to add insult to injury, Lysander had the demolition of the long walls carried out to festive music. As flutes played, Spartan allies jubilantly danced and celebrated what they called the liberation of Greece. And it was, by any measure, a humbling and heart-breaking moment for the Athenians. The empire they had built over decades was gone, and their city would never be the same again. Sparta also imposed a new government in Athens. Gone was the famous democracy, and in its place, Sparta installed an oligarchic council of 30 hand-picked Athenian aristocrats, who were, of course, very sympathetic to Sparta. This regime, known as the 30 Tyrants, ruled Athens by force and terror for the next year, executing and exiling many democratic partisans. Sparta placed a Spartan garrison at the Acropolis to ensure compliance, and thus the Peloponnesian War concluded with a total Spartan victory. Their political interference in Athens proved to be short-lived, though. By 403, the excesses of the 30 Tyrants sparked a rebellion that led by the exiled general Thrasybulus, who succeeded in overthrowing the oligarchs and restoring Athenian democracy under terms of amnesty. But even so, the Peloponnesian War had ended Athenian dominance for good, and Sparta now stood at the pinnacle of power in the Greek world. Well, before we go, let's have a look at a few of the more non-military implications. Of course, the war left a profound imprint on Greek society, thought, and culture. What had begun as a seemingly traditional war among city-states turned into something far more destructive and soul-searching. The shocking conflict shattered long-held norms of conduct. War crimes and atrocities became shockingly common. For example, the Athenian slaughter of the Melians and the Spartans' executions of the Plataeans broke the convention that Greeks did not annihilate other Greek cities. Thucydides noted how civil conflict, as in Corcyra, eroded morality. Words themselves lost their meaning, and extremes of violence were unleashed. In his famous account of the war, he presents the dialogue in which the Athenian envoys coolly assert that, quote, "The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must." Pretty grim, don't you think? A sign of the times, perhaps. Intellectuals and philosophers were deeply affected by the war's turmoil. Socrates, who actually fought as a soldier during the conflict, later became a vocal critic of blind popular rule. The climate of post-war Athens, tense and looking for scapegoats, would contribute to his trial and execution in 399. Story for another time, I suppose. His student Plato, and others of the next generation, grappled with questions of justice and power that the war had starkly posed. Even the genre of history was transformed. Thucydides' rigorous eyewitness-based history was itself a product of the war's demand for clear understanding, and it set a new standard for historical writing. Economically, the Peloponnesian War was devastating. Athens' treasury was depleted. By the war's end, the city was bankrupt, and its empire, once a source of ridiculous revenue, was completely dismantled. Many Athenian allies saw their trade disrupted and their fields ravaged. Sparta and its Peloponnesian allies too endured poverty and dislocation in the war's wake. Warfare had evolved from seasonable, honorable engagements to relentless year-round campaigns, straining resources on an unprecedented scale. In the long run, the Peloponnesian War weakened the major Greek states and created a power vacuum in the region. Athens, though culturally vibrant in the following decades, never really regained its pre-war political or economic clout. Sparta's victory proved to be somewhat pyrrhic. The burdens of constant campaigning and leadership of unwilling allies left Sparta overextended and, frankly, quite unpopular. The Greek world remained fractious and exhausted. This disunity and depletion of strength made the city-states vulnerable to a new power rising in the north. Only a few decades later, Macedon, under King Philip II, would find little coordinated resistance when he moved to subjugate the weakened Greek cities. So in a real sense, the Peloponnesian War, a struggle to determine primacy among Athens and Sparta, ended up paving the way for the loss of Greek independence to an outside monarch. But nevertheless, the intellectual and cultural legacy of this era, the probing histories, or the dramas, philosophical debates born from the war's tumult, it endures as a treasure. I think so, at least. Well, if you didn't think so either, I don't know why you're still listening. For me, it's special, okay? Ancient Greece, a place where most women led secluded lives of domestic silence. All, of course, but for the women of Sparta. Spartan women enjoyed a reputation for freedom, education, and outspokenness that both impressed and scandalized other Greeks. They were at once celebrated as the mothers of mighty warriors and criticized as overly bold or indulgent. But what exactly was life really like for a woman in ancient Sparta? To answer that question, we have to talk about the social roles, the rights, and the daily experiences of Sparta's women, from childhood training to marriage customs, from economic power to influence over men, all through the eyes of our ancient observers, who have luckily left us quite a lot of information to go into this topic. So how about you come with me back to ancient Sparta, and we can figure out exactly what was going on. But before we do, allow me to issue the customary welcome. Hello to anyone new to the channel. If you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I advise you to navigate that mouse pointer or finger and give it a little click. Not too difficult. And also, this video is 100% ad-free, thanks to the generous contributions of those who chose to donate, those who checked out the merch store, and the members on the Patreon and YouTube memberships. If you want to figure out how to become part of that prestigious club, you can find the links in the pinned comment or the description. Now, with all that being said, let us get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed now. Well, to comprehend the distinctive position of the Spartan woman, you best begin at birth and childhood, where Sparta's customs diverge sharply from those of other Greek cities. You see, in most of Greece, girls were reared to be quiet, domestic, physically modest, For example, an upper-class Athenian girl received little formal education and was expected to stay indoors, learning wool spinning and weaving as part of preparation for a sheltered married life. But Spartan girls, by contrast, were raised with almost an opposite philosophy. You see, the Spartan state's primary goal was to create strong future citizens, and that included women as the future mothers of warriors. It all goes back to Lycurgus, the legendary lawgiver of Sparta, who likely lived around the 9th or 8th century BCE, though admittedly it's shrouded in a bit of myth, but that's the general trend with Greek history of that time. Well, he was said to have restructured all of Spartan society, and he paid explicit attention to the upbringing of girls as well as boys. In Sparta was not only male infants who had to meet the standard of health. Infants of either persuasion were reportedly examined by elders for health and robustness. Weak or deformed infants, whether boy or girl, might be rejected and exposed to die. A harsh practice, which was admittedly not unique to Sparta, but rigorously enforced there to preserve the strength of the populace. Those girls who did manage to get past this crucial stage were given a childhood remarkably different from their peers elsewhere. Unlike other Greek parents who might limit their daughters' food to keep them small or just indoors, Spartans believed in nourishing and exercising their girls. The 4th century BC writer Xenophon admired Sparta's institutions. He explicitly notes that in other states girls were fed only, quote, the plainest fare, and kept on a scant diet, as people thought a girl should live off little and remain sedentary. How is it, Xenophon asks, could such underfed, cloistered women bear healthy children? Good question. And by contrast, Lycurgus believed motherhood to be the most important function of freeborn women, and therefore insisted on physical training for the female no less than the male. If you want to know more about that, you can read Xenophon's work, The Constitution of the Lacedaemonians. And so, Spartan girls were enrolled in a regime of exercise and education sanctioned by the state, something virtually unheard of in the rest of Greece. From a young age, Spartan girls ran, wrestled, threw the discus and javelin, and participated in endurance activities. Plutarch, the Greek biographer writing in the Roman era, describes in his Life of Lycurgus how Lycurgus required maiden girls to train their bodies through running and wrestling so that, quote, the fruit of their wombs might have vigorous root in vigorous bodies, and so childbirth would be easier, and therefore their children stronger. Girls and young women engaged in foot races and trials of strength, sometimes competing in front of an audience of their male peers, and this was not casual play, but a matter of state policy. Spartans thought that strong parents produce strong children, thus the fitness of young women was a concern for everybody. A foreign visitor to Sparta would have seen sights startling for that era. Groups of ponytailed Spartan maidens sprinting down a track or dancing energetically, lithe and tanned from outdoor training, moving with a confidence that Greek men typically did not associate with the fairer sex. Moreover, Spartan girls were not confined to silent domestic crafts like weaving. In fact, Lycurgus deliberately freed Spartan women from traditional female labor of making clothes. Xenophon remarks that Lycurgus thought the labor of slave women, helots, was sufficient enough to produce clothing, so that Spartan freeborn women did not spend their days spinning wool or weaving as Athenian ladies did. Rather, A Spartan girl's work was to train her body and mind for her future role as a robust mother of citizens. There is evidence that Spartan girls were also given some education in music and dance. The ancient Spartan poet Alcman of the 7th century BCE composed choral songs for young women's choruses. These maiden choirs performed at festivals, singing and dancing in unison, an important part of Spartan religious and social life. Alcman's surviving verses, although fragmentary, present an image of Spartan girls expressing themselves through song, celebrating both their own grace and the communal ideals of Sparta. This suggests that Spartan maidens were confident performers, versed in the choral poetry and dances of their culture. Literacy in Sparta was not widespread compared to Athens, but it is likely that at least elite girls learned the lyrics and tunes of Alcman's songs, and of course participated in memorizing traditional hymns and patriotic verses. And here's another aspect of Spartan female training, the matter of dress and modesty. In contrast to heavily draped matrons of other Greek cities, Spartan girls and young women wore simple Doric chittons, a tunic-like dress, that were cut shorter and slit at the sides, permitting ease of movement. During certain public processions or festivals, Plutarch notes that maidens would appear only lightly clothed. In some ceremonial dances, they reportedly wore just these minimal tunics, bearing their thighs, something quite shocking to outsiders, but in Sparta it was not considered to be strange or immodest at all. Plutarch is careful to say that there was nothing shameful in this spareness of dress, because modesty attended the girls even in their partial exposure. The culture did not sexualize their athletic display, but rather saw it as quite wholesome. The spectacle of Spartan maidens exercising before the eyes of young men was deliberately used to instill emulation and admiration. The girls would even engage in a bit of spirited taunting. At festival events, they sometimes sang songs that playfully mocked youths who fell short of society's strict standards, while praising those who excelled. So you can imagine a public ceremony in which the most respected teenage girls of the cities sing in front of the gathered citizens versus teasing a young man for his cowardice or clumsiness. That was just the Spartan form of social training. A youth who was ridiculed in a maiden song would feel the sting of shame, while one extolled for bravery would of course swell with pride. In this way, the voices of young women helped uphold these social virtues. Their approval was prized, and their censure feared. No other Greek city gave young women such a role in publicly reinforcing male valor. And it is important to note that while Spartan girls enjoyed far greater physical freedom and public presence than their contemporaries elsewhere, their education was not strictly academic, at least, not in our sense. Sparta was not a society that prioritized book learning or intellectual pursuits, even for the men. It valued discipline, oral education, music, and physical excellence. So while an Athenian philosopher might be teaching his daughter to read Sophocles or play the lyre in private, a Spartan father was more likely to be concerned that his daughter could run, throw a spear, sing a ritual hymn, and manage the household. Reading and writing, they were probably basic skills taught to some Spartan girls, but the emphasis was on austere habits, strength, and courage. The result of this was a generation of young women who astonished the other Greeks. The playwright Aristophanes, in his comedy Lysistrata 411 BCE, offers a glimpse of how Athenians imagined Spartan women. In the play, a Spartan woman named Lampito comes on stage, and the Athenian women marvel at her powerful physique. One remarks on Lampeto's rosy, robust complexion and muscled thighs, exclaiming, "Why, you could strangle a bull." And Lampeto cheerfully agrees, crediting her strength to her exercise regimen. This reflects an Athenian stereotype, too. Spartan women were seen as brawny and vigorous, frankly proud of their fitness. Aristophanes exaggerates it for comic effect, of course, but the underlying joke is real admiration mingled with a little bit of shock. The Greek audience in Athens laughed at the idea of a woman boasting, in dialect, that she could throttle a bull. But they also recognized that Spartan women really were renowned for being stronger and more active than what was considered proper for women. The very sound of Lampeto's Spartan dialect on the stage added to the effect. She is the embodiment of the Spartan female mystique, a creature almost as fearless and hardy as the men. So to outsiders, Sparta's encouragement of vigorous girlhood was both a curiosity and a source of scorn. Aristotle, who had little fondness for Sparta's particular ways, later claimed that Sparta's strength was undermined by the liberties and indulgences of its women. He asserted that the Spartan constitution trained men well but left the women to live in every sort of indulgence and luxury, a charge that likely reflects the later period of Sparta's decline rather than the golden years. Nevertheless, from a very young age, a Spartan female enjoyed a level of public visibility and physical confidence that was virtually unknown elsewhere. A Roman observer, centuries later, noted with surprise that Spartan maidens in earlier times used to walk in public with bare faces, whereas respectable women in many cultures actually veiled themselves, and even engaged in athletics nearly on par with the men. The foundational belief was that by toughening the girls, well, you would toughen the future warriors. That investment would certainly pay off when those girls became women and bore strong sons for the city-state. After a Spartan girl had grown strong and reached physical maturity, the next stage of her life was to settle down and get married. And here again we find that Sparta's customs are a little bit unusual. Unlike Athenian girls, who were often married around age 14 to much older husbands, Spartan women typically married later, around the age of 18 or 19, when they were, as Plutarch puts it, in full bloom. Okay then. This was a deliberate choice. Spartans believed healthier children resulted from marrying at the proper physical prime, not when the girl was still practically a child. The marriage itself followed a curious ritual that is rather intriguing. According to Plutarch's account, Spartan marriages were initiated by a staged abduction. The young women would be carried off by force by their suitors, often with the collusion of her family, in a symbolic kidnapping. There was no random bride snatching, though. It took place when both parties had agreed to marry. Once the bridegroom had, quote, abducted the bride, and a little bit of acting, I'm sure, on her behalf, the ceremony took a uniquely Spartan turn. The bride was taken by an older woman, who then cut the bride's hair short, as close to the scalp as possible, and dressed her in a man's tunic and sandals. The shorn bride thus transformed into a kind of boyish appearance, laid in a darkened room on a pallet alone and left to wait. Meanwhile, the groom did not join her immediately. In typical Spartan fashion, he went off to dine in his communal mess hall and spend time with his male peers, as he did every evening. Only later that night would the groom secretly slip away from his barracks and make his way to the prepared room where his bride was waiting. In the pitch dark, the first meeting of the husband and wife took place. The groom would find his bride, who still had her hair cropped short and was dressed in male attire, and consummate the marriage swiftly and in secrecy. After spending some time with her, perhaps only a short while, he would then depart discreetly and return to his barracks to sleep among his comrades. Astonishingly, this furtive arrangement was not just for the wedding night, but continued for an extended period. Spartan husbands were not allowed to live full-time with their wives in the early years of marriage, and men under 30 were required to continue residing in the all-male barracks and to eat their main meals at the communal dining messes rather than at home with their wives. So the newlywed's husband's contact with his wife was quite limited to clandestine visits, taken at night and with great care that neither the man's fellow soldiers nor the woman's family detected his comings and goings. Many Spartan couples, it is said, were married for months or even years and had children together before they had even seen each other in the daylight. It's a bit strange, isn't it? But it had several effects. For one, it added an element of excitement and longing to the relationship. Plutarch suggested that by keeping husbands and wives somewhat apart and their encounters infrequent, Lycurgus ensured that their desire for one another remained fresh and ardent, rather than dulled by constant cohabitation. Each brief meeting was stolen and precious, keeping those passions high. It was believed that children conceived under such circumstances of strong desire would be more vigorous than those conceived by couples who lived together and grew bored or sated with each other. So in a sense, the Spartans sacrificed domestic comfort for the sake of eugenic goals. The requirement for men to remain in military quarters also meant that young wives were physically on their own much of the time. A Spartan woman during the first decade of marriage might only see her husband occasionally, and always under the cover of night. While this could be emotionally challenging, I'm sure we can all admit, it also had the effect of fostering independence. A young Spartan wife learned to run her household largely without her husband's daily presence, and she was far from constantly supervised, subservient wife as in other Greek cities. Why the bride's hair had to be cut short, and why she had to don male clothing on the wedding night, well, that is a subject of speculation. Some scholars suggest it was a way to ritually ease the transition from a man used to exclusively male company of the barracks, a symbolic gesture that his bride was, for that first encounter, made to resemble a boy, since the groom might be more comfortable initially approaching a figure with cropped hair similar to a young male. But others interpret it as signifying the bride's passage from girlhood, long hair being a sign of maidenhood, to a new status as a married woman. Spartan adult women did, in fact, wear their hair short after marriage, unlike women in many other Greek cities who had their hair long. In any case, this ritual shows how marriage in Sparta was orchestrated with the state's militaristic values solely in mind. Even the intimacy of husband and wife was subjected to rules intended to strengthen the overall composition of the community. But what about beyond the wedding night? Well, the Spartan marriage had a few other uncommon aspects. Monogamy was the norm in the sense that each Spartan man had one lawful wife, and adultery, in the usual sneaking, loveless sense, was pretty much frowned upon. However, the Spartans took a pragmatic and almost eugenic approach to reproduction within the bounds of marriage that could blur out what other cultures consider as strict monogamy. The ultimate goal was to produce healthy children for the city, and this sometimes meant bending the rules of exclusive fidelity, if it served a greater good, with everyone's consent, of course. Plutarch and Xenophon both describe a set of unusual customs. If an older man had a young wife, but was unlikely to father children due to age, he could invite a physically robust young man whom he respected to secretly take care of business. In such a case, the resulting child would be raised as the older man's own, and there was no stigma to this. It was considered as a wise and honorable thing because it gave the wife the motherhood she desired, and the husband an heir of good stock. Conversely, if a bachelor or married man without children admired a married woman for her health, good sense, or proven fertility, he might arrange with her husband to father a child with her. The key here was mutual agreement, and the intention of producing a fine child. Wanton adultery for lust alone was not condoned, but child sharing for the benefit of the state, well, there was nothing wrong with that. These practices have sometimes been described as a form of licensed polyandry or spouse sharing in Sparta. Essentially, a Spartan woman, particularly from an elite family, might bear children by more than one man under certain agreed circumstances without any shame. The society placed the community's need for strong citizens above any sense of individual possessiveness. As Plutarch puts it, Lycurgus freed the citizens from the empty and womanish passion of jealous possession of their wives, making it honorable to share the use of a woman for childbearing if it provided offspring of high quality. A husband who permitted a worthy man to have such a child with his wife was not seen as a cuck, if we can use that word. I will use that word, but rather as broad-minded and loyal to Sparta's welfare. And a woman who took part in such arrangement was not considered adulterous at all. She was, in effect, increasing the stock of the best Spartan blood. Lycurgus, according to Plutarch, reasoned that in breeding horses and dogs people seek the best sires, but absurdly in humans they always keep strictly to their own, even if the owner might be foolish or old. So he dared to apply a sort of selective breeding logic to his citizenry. The underlying notion, a little bit shocking then as it is now, was that children belong more to the community than they do their parents. After all, I suppose it takes a village, right? For the Spartan wife, what did this mean in daily life? Well, on one hand, she was valued for her fertility and strength. Motherhood was her foremost social duty and also her claim to honor. A barren woman would be pitied in Sparta, and there are hints that if a marriage produced no children, the husband or wife might be expected to seek some remedy, perhaps by those very customs of shared spouses to get an heir. And on the other hand, a Spartan wife had a certain agency in these matters. The sources suggest these arrangements were done with her knowledge, and presumably, we must say, with her tacit acceptance. Now, it might be a little bit hard for us to gauge how frequently such things actually occurred. It probably wasn't the norm, but rather just an accepted option. But even so, the very fact that it was culturally permissible in theory sets Sparta apart from virtually all other ancient societies. Along with unique marital practices, Spartans had distinctive attitudes about romantic love and relationships too. The society strongly promoted emotional bonds within gender, famously brotherhood and camaraderie among the male soldiers, and likely close friendships among women, but did not emphasize romantic love between husband and wife. Certainly affection could exist, but marriages in Sparta were fundamentally alliances to produce children. They were more about function than anything else. Yet interestingly, by keeping couples apart earlier on, the system may have heightened their emotional longing. There are anecdotes of Spartan husbands seeking sneaking many miles just to capture a glimpse or spend a short time with their wives, and equally of wives who took pride in their husband's dedication to duty over domesticity. A later Spartan king, Agōgē, was said to have fallen in love with his wife for her goodness and beauty, despite her formal, state-arranged union. So while Sparta subordinated marriage to the state, human feelings still played out in the gaps. After all, Spartan or not, we're all human in the end. But the general expectation was, however, that a Spartan woman's personal happiness was secondary to her duty to bear and raise strong children. Love was a luxury that might or might not blossom in the dark hours of an illicit nightly visitation. But either way, the marriage was there to serve Sparta, and everybody knew it. So what about daily life? What was that like for a Spartan woman, especially once she was married and of adult age? Well, in many Greek cities, a respectable woman's life centered almost entirely on the oikos, that is, the household. She oversaw servants, raised children, stayed out of sight in the women's quarters, not interacting with men outside her family. In Sparta, the ideal of womanhood was quite different. The Spartan wife and mother still spent much of her time managing domestic affairs, but her domestic sphere was much larger and ultimately more authoritative. Firstly, we have to emphasize that the typical burdens of cooking, cleaning, and craft production, well, in Sparta they were largely shouldered by the helots, the state-owned serfs. The Spartan social system rested on this exploited underclass of basically slaves, these agricultural laborers who worked the land and did most of the menial work. Every Spartan citizen family was allotted a piece of land called a kleros, with helot families attached to farm it. The produce from this land supported the Spartan citizen warrior and his family. Because the men were required to live in barracks and focus on military training and governance, the everyday supervision of the farm and household naturally fell to the women at home. The Spartan woman, i.e., a female of Spartan citizen class, Spartiate, thus became an effective manager of her state. She would oversee the helot laborers, ensuring the crops were sown and harvested, and that the household had the food and resources that it needed. She might allocate rations to the helots too, store supplies, and perhaps engage in some rudimentary exchange of goods, if that was at all necessary. You see, commerce and trade were somewhat minimal in Sparta, and coined money was officially banned for citizens. But there is evidence that Spartan women could and did engage in some economic transactions, especially later in Sparta's history when wealth inequalities began to grow. Unlike in Athens, where women had no independent property rights at all, and couldn't earn their own money or own property in their own name, Spartan women had the right to inherit property and own it outright. This difference had profound consequences. You see, over time, especially by the later classical and Hellenistic periods, Spartan women accumulated considerable wealth through inheritances and dowries. Aristotle, rather disapprovingly, records that Spartan women owned about 2/5 of the land in Sparta. Now, this was due to several factors. Continuous war meant that many Spartan men simply got killed, leaving their daughters or wives as heirs. Sparta's inheritance practices could divide property among children, including daughters, and critically, Spartans apparently allowed personal wills and bequests, so a man could leave his estate to his wife or daughter if he chose to do so. Aristotle also criticizes Lycurgus for failing to constrain the transfer of property to women. He notes that the lawgiver forbade selling one's land allotment to keep estates intact, but paradoxically allowed giving it away or leaving it by will, which over centuries led to a concentration of land in female hands through this inheritance system. Additionally, Spartan women received dowries at marriage, often substantial ones too, comprised of land or movable wealth, which remained their own property. The outcome was that a wealthy Spartan woman might control significant resources. For example, if a Spartan woman had no surviving brothers, she could inherit her father's entire estate. She would then be named Patrokos, or heiress, and the man who married her, well, would effectively marry into that wealth. But unlike Athens, where an heiress was forced by law to marry her closest male relative to keep property in the family, in Sparta, the heiress had a bit more leeway. Her father or her guardian could marry her to a man of his choosing, not necessarily a blood relative, or she could even be given to someone by will. Aristotle grumbles, too, that dowries were huge and given freely, something that he thought should have been limited by law to prevent any wealth imbalances. In fact, he believed that the license and wealth of Spartan women made them prideful and extravagant, in his view, undermining the equality and austerity that Lycurgan Sparta originally aimed for. But what did Spartan women do with this relative economic power? They certainly did not labor physically in the fields. I mean, the Helots did that, but they did oversee and manage. They'd make the decisions. For instance, a Spartan wife presumably directed the storage of grain, the breeding of livestock on the farm, and the gathering of resources that her husband would need to contribute to his mess hall. If repairs were needed on the house, or new clothes for the family, the Spartan woman in charge would see it done, though she might have the slaves or helot women doing the actual weaving or sewing. Spartan women also famously did not engage in any textile work, something nearly universal for women elsewhere. An ancient saying goes that Spartan women alone gave birth to real men, which was Queen Gorgo's proud retort when an Athenian woman teased her about the Spartan female dominance. But another biting remark often attributed to non-Spartans was that in Sparta, the men are the only ones born from their mothers, but the women are the only ones not born from their mothers' hands. Now, what on earth does that mean? Effectively, it meant Spartan women were the only Greek women who did not wear garments worn by their own mothers, a sarcastic acknowledgement that Spartiate women did not engage in weaving, considering it a task for their inferiors. Instead, Spartan mothers devoted their time to raising sturdy children and managing the estate, while helot women effectively took care of spinning thread and making clothing for the household. In effect, Spartan women were relieved of that tedious drudgery of domestic manufacturing, which of course gave them more time and energy for supervising and even socializing, also exercise to keep fit. It all leads to an image of Spartan women moving about the city with quite a bit of freedom. Ancient accounts suggest that Spartan women could go about the city unveiled, converse with men in public, and even take part in some public ceremonies. We've seen the dancing at festivals, etc. This freedom of movement was something that other Greeks found to be quite improper. Critics allege that Spartan women had too much free time and influence. The historian Polybius, writing in the Hellenistic era, described Sparta of his time as having become almost a gynocracy, a rule by women, because the men were often away at war or later just fewer in number, leaving widows and heiresses controlling all the wealth. He blamed the decline of Sparta partly on the avarice and luxury of its womenfolk, who he claimed indulged in wealth and soft living, contrary to the old Spartan values. Now, importantly, while such commentary is likely exaggerated and reflective of later periods when Spartan discipline had eroded quite a bit, it does indicate that Spartan women were economically prominent enough to be noticed, not just by the men in their own country, but all of Greece. Give you a little example, an example of Spartans' women's involvement in economic life. The story of Cyniska, a Spartan princess in the 4th century BCE, the daughter of King Archidamus II, who achieved fame by becoming the first woman in history to win an Olympic championship. Now that's not a bad achievement, isn't it? Especially since women were not allowed to compete in most Greek athletic games. However, in the Olympic chariot race, the prize went to the owner of the horses, not the charioteer. And this is where the little loophole lies. Cyniska took advantage of that loophole. She bred and trained a team of racing horses and entered them in a 4-horse chariot race in Olympia. And of course, her team won, which made her the official victor. She won again, in a subsequent Olympiad. These victories made Cyniska a celebrity, but it also proved a point. Some say her brother, King Agōgē, encouraged her to compete to show that Olympic chariot victories were more of a matter of wealth than virtue. Nonetheless, for our purposes, I think, the story shows that Spartan women of means could engage in traditionally male arenas like sport and horse rearing, if they chose to do so. She even erected a statue of herself in Olympia, with an inscription proudly proclaiming that she, a woman of Sparta, and of royal blood no less, had won the prize that no woman before had ever done. A display of both Spartan pride, but also female pride. Cyniska's success hinged on her ownership of property and her determination, both things Spartan women of high status could indeed possess. It's unlikely an Athenian woman could have pulled off the same feat, because few outside of Sparta would encourage a woman to pursue victory in the public, male-dominated sphere of athletic contests. Sparta was different enough to allow it, especially since Spartans esteemed horse breeding and saw really no reason a woman could not own her own champion horses. In day-to-day matters, the average Spartiate woman's life would probably involve supervising the domestic chores done by the helots, raising her children until they were of age to enter the state education system, and interacting with other women in the community. Unlike the Athenian women in their seclusion, the Spartan women would gather together, perhaps to exercise, dance at festivals, or just to have a little bit of a conversation. I'm sure you can imagine them sharing advice on managing farms or issues with their kids in the absence of their husbands. The solidarity among Spartan women was likely strong. After all, they collectively upheld a cultural system that set them apart from other Greeks, and they had pride in being Spartans, the wives of the bravest men in all the land, and of course, pride in each other. But pride must be maintained. Spartan women were expected to uphold austere values. Sumptuary rules applied to men and women alike. Gold and ostentatious jewelry were frowned upon. The Spartan look was simple. Plutarch mentions that Spartan brides wore no elaborate jewelry or cosmetics. Their beauty was to be natural, arising from good health and exercise, rather than any kind of external adornment. Hairstyles, too. Hairstyles too were regulated by custom. Maiden girls wore their hair long, but as we've said, married women wore it short. Of course, a symbol of maturity perhaps, and departure from maidenly vanity. So while Aristotle and others talk of luxury among Spartan women, we should clarify that this likely referred not to gaudy displays, but to freedom to indulge in comfort or wealth behind closed doors, and the accumulation of property. For instance, a rich Spartan woman might own fine horses or enjoy plentiful food and attendance thanks to a helot-run estate, even if outwardly she dressed as plainly as any other. The ideal Spartan woman was modest and unadorned, yet strong-willed and even imperious in manner, and indeed sources often describe Spartan women as bold and authoritative in speech, even towards the men. Another important aspect of Spartan women's lives was the degree of influence that they wielded. Formerly, Sparta was like any other Greek state, in that men could be citizens only with political rights. Spartan women did not vote in the assembly, did not hold formal public office, and did not make laws. However, within the framework of Spartan society, women's voices resonated informally, but still quite powerfully. They had the moral authority to shape the attitudes of their husbands and sons, and in some instances they even influenced state affairs from behind the scenes. We have a classic example of this. That is Queen Gorgo, the daughter of King Cleomenes and wife of the famous King Leonidas, who died at Thermopylae. Gorgo is one of the few Spartan women whose words are recorded directly by ancient historians. Herodotus, the 5th century Greek historian, relates an anecdote from when Gorgo was just a young girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. Aristogoras of Miletus, a foreign diplomat, came to Sparta seeking an alliance and was trying to bribe King Cleomenes, Gorgo's father, with larger and larger sums of money. Cleomenes was wavering as the offers grew more and more tempting. But little Gorgo, observing the scene, suddenly spoke up and admonished her own father. Quote from the text of Herodotus, "Father, this stranger will corrupt you if you don't send him away." Startled, Cleomenes took his daughter's advice to heart and abruptly ended negotiations, driving Aristogoras out. Now this story shows how Spartan girls, even princesses, were encouraged to speak forthrightly and wisely. Herodotus clearly found it remarkable that a child, and a girl at that, had the boldness and good sense to advise a king. But in Sparta, such precocity in a girl might not have been so surprising. She was her father's daughter, raised in a culture that valued sharp wit in its women. Gorgo features again in an incident on the eve of the Persian invasion of Greece in 480 BCE. The exiled Spartan king Demaratus had sent the Spartans a warning of Xerxes' impending attack, hiding the message by writing it on a wooden tablet and covering it with wax to look blank. When the tablet arrived in Sparta, no one could figure out the hidden message until Gorgo suggested to scrape the wax off. Sure enough, the warning was revealed, and Sparta helped alert the other Greeks. Herodotus recounts this as well, pointing out that it was Gorgo's cleverness that uncovered the secret. Through such little anecdotes, Gorgo emerges as a model of the astute and patriotic Spartan woman, unafraid to voice her ideas in a room full of men. We also hear from Plutarch's sayings of Spartan women that when Leonidas was departing for Thermopylae, Gorgo asked what she should do if he did not return. Leonidas told her, "Marry a good man and bear good children." A poignant example of a typical Spartan instruction, placing the duty of producing the next generation even above personal grief. Gogo's life shows how a Spartan woman at the highest level could contribute to her society by giving prudent counsel, embodying patriotic virtue, and carrying forward the lineage if needed. Many Spartan women exerted influence in more subtle, everyday ways. We have already seen how young women could publicly praise or chastise young men during festivals, thereby nudging male behavior in a certain direction. As wives, Spartan women were famously unafraid to speak their mind to their husbands. There's a legend that an Athenian once said, "You Spartan women are the only ones in Greece who rule your men." Slightly reflects the perception that Spartan men gave in to their wives more than was normal. The Spartan wife, sometimes identified as Gorgo herself in the story, retorted with proud wit, saying, "Well, yes, we are the only ones who give birth to men." In other words, Spartan women could be strong because they raised strong sons, a sharp claim of female importance in the social order. Plutarch preserves this quote, and he clearly found it emblematic of Sparta. In domestic settings, a Spartan husband often had little time at home, as we've explained, so the wife's word was law within the household. She managed the servants and finances, and likely made many family decisions on her own. When her husband did visit, one could imagine that she would inform him of the state of affairs. But she was certainly not a meek housewife awaiting orders. Not at all. Xenophon, in his work O Economics, portrays the ideal Greek wife, an Athenian perspective, as obedient and hard-working indoors. But that model just would not fit in with Spartan society. A Spartan woman was expected to be capable and self-reliant, especially since emergencies could arise when men were off campaigning. For instance, when an earthquake struck Sparta in 464 and the Helots rebelled, or when the men were away at war, women might have to organize a basic defense of their homes, or at least keep some semblance of order. We hear no explicit account of Spartan women fighting in those earlier crises, but given their athletic training, they would have been far from helpless if they had to. One extraordinary episode of women stepping directly into a defensive role comes from a later period, the siege of Sparta by King Pyrrhus of Epirus, 272 BCE. By that time, the Spartan citizen population had shrunk and many warriors were away, leaving the city dangerously exposed. The historical account from Plutarch's life of Pyrrhus describes how Spartan women, led by the courageous noblewoman named Archidamia, refused to be sent away to safety. The Spartan council thought to evacuate the women to Crete for their protection, but Archidamia entered the castle chamber, the council chamber, with a sword and scolded the male elders, even for considering that Spartan women would survive the destruction of the city. Chastened, the Spartans decided the women should stay and help they did. Spartan women and girls of all ages worked alongside the men to dig a defensive trench around the city, impeding Pyrrhus's war elephants. Plutarch describes how women toiled through the night, some in their robes girded tightly, others stripped to their tunics, moving earth, carrying timbers, hard manual labor that elsewhere only slaves or men would do. During the subsequent battle, Spartan women did not cower indoors either. They distributed refreshments and bandages to the fighting men, and even stood ready near the front lines to pick up the wounded and carry them to safety. At one critical moment, when a Spartan prince made a daring counterattack, the watching women exulted in his triumph. Plutarch notes that they said he looked taller and more handsome returning covered in blood from battle. A very Spartan form of flattery, I suppose. The women then gently handed weapons to the fresh young men, taking up positions, and told them it was sweet to conquer before the eyes of one's fatherland, and glorious to die in the arms of one's mother and wife. This scene shows Spartan women acting as true partners in the defense of their community. They didn't wield swords in the battlefield, though Archidamia at least brought one into the council, but their role was essential and courageous, building fortifications, maintaining morale, treating the injured, all within arrow shot of the enemy. When Pyrrhus was finally repelled, the women modestly withdrew, thinking it no longer to busy themselves with the work of war, once the immediate crisis had passed. Another domain of influence was in politics, through family ties. The kings of Sparta often relied on their female relatives as confidants or political assets. For example, King Agesilaus II was said to have been greatly supported by his mother and by his strong-willed sister, Cynisca, the same who had actually won the Olympics, as we mentioned, by the way. Later in the 3rd century, King Agis IV attempted radical reforms to restore old Sparta. He enlisted the support of his mother, Agesistrata, and grandmother, Archidamia, that is the aforementioned heroine, who were among the richest in Sparta. They agreed to sacrifice their wealth for the reform, which speaks to the capacity of Spartan women to engage in political causes. Unfortunately, Agis' reforms failed, and Archidamia and Agesistrata were executed in the turmoil. A grim reminder that Spartan women, for all their privileges and courage, were not immune to political violence. Yet even their enemies acknowledged their influence. An opponent of Agis remarked that Sparta could not be reformed while the women ruled the men. This seems to have been hyperbole, but it shows that in moments of political conflict, Spartan women were seen as key players, not innocent bystanders. It's also worth highlighting that the free-speaking nature of Spartan women was something even their men took for granted. A famous Spartan man, when asked by an outsider, "Why do Spartan women have so much freedom?" purportedly answered, "Because we Spartan men are the only ones who are born of women who are the mothers of warriors." In less roundabout terms, Spartan men accepted their mothers' and wives' assertiveness as a natural byproduct of their society's strength. That said, not everybody looked favorably upon this dynamic. Aristotle rather condemns it, saying that Spartan constitution was faulty because the lawmakers tried to control women but failed. Women, he claims, lived without restraint, and thus half the city, i.e., the female side, was living outside of the law. He even links Sparta's eventual downfall to this, arguing that the unchecked license of its women led to excessive love of luxury and wealth, which in turn undermined the martial virtues of the men. I mean, yeah, maybe, but probably not. And most people see Aristotle's statements pretty skeptically. He had only ideological reasons to criticize Sparta. And sure, by Aristotle's own era, as 4th century BC, Sparta had indeed changed from its earlier ways. Still, his words indicate that Spartan women were a noticeable force, notable enough to be blamed for society's problems. Certainly far from invisible, and that alone made them a target for conservative thinkers who believed women should be neither seen or heard. In the sphere of religion and cultural life, Spartan women also had their own important roles to play. Many cults and festivals in Sparta involved female participation. For instance, Spartan women served as priestesses of certain goddesses, a prestigious position in any Greek city. They took part in rituals for Artemis, Orthia, and Helen. The Spartans worshipped Helen of Troy as a semi-divine figure in their land, given she was indeed the legendary queen of Sparta. One intriguing practice was the choral dances of maidens, as we discussed earlier, which likely had religious significance in honoring deities like Artemis or Apollo. Also, the story of the founding of Sparta's only significant temple to a female deity, Athena Optilatus, is tied to a woman's deed. After an assault on Lycurgus that cost him an eye, the Spartans built a temple to Athena Optilatus. Now, you'll recognize that opti, meaning eye, of course, optical. So really it was the protector of the eye. Well, they built this at the behest of the Delphic oracle, but local legend credited this idea to the actions of a woman, though details are a little bit murky. Once again, the early days of Greek history, that blurry line between myth and reality. But what is clearer is that Spartan festivals often paired young men and women in events, reinforcing community bonds and mutual respect. Even in language, Spartans honored their women. The term for a married woman, damatria, implied the lady of the house, or mistress, reflecting a status of dignity. Plutarch notes that because men were frequently on campaign, they came to pay greater deference to their wives, and even called them mistress. This suggests that in running the home front, Spartan women commanded respect. Spartan men were proverbially for their brevity of speech, but Spartan women could be equally terse and cutting. Plutarch's collection, Sayings of Spartan Women, is full of one-line zingers delivered by Spartan mums, daughters, wives. These sayings, whether all authentic or somewhat made up, either way they collectively uphold the image of Spartan women as laconic, fearless, and of course, patriotic to the core. And that's what we have time for today, isn't it? Well, that's all we have time for, rather. What am I saying? Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. I suppose in summing up this legacy of Spartan women, I suppose you have to acknowledge that they were critical to what made Sparta Spartan. Without those mothers and capable wives, Sparta could not have maintained the warrior culture it did. They were half of Sparta's institution, not by holding office, but by holding the firm values that the men had died for. The story of Sparta's rise and fall is often told as a story of men-at-arms, but those men were molded, encouraged, and sometimes castigated by women at home. When Sparta eventually fell into decline, part of the issue was that there were too few Spartan families to sustain the old system. With fewer men, more wealth concentrated in fewer and often female hands, and some erosion of discipline, Spartan women's freedom may have become more conspicuous, even as its purpose waned. By the Hellenistic period, outsiders commented that Spartan women loved luxuries, and the old ways were much changed. Yet echoes of classical Spartan women ethos remained. Plutarch in the 2nd century, that is 2nd century CE, by the way, could still compile sayings that celebrated their wit and grit. Dawn breaks in a Spartan military camp. Amid the chill air, shields of bronze lean against the spears, and the famed Spartan hoplites prepare for battle in a way that astonishes onlookers. According to Herodotus, a Persian scout bearing down on the Spartan encampment at Thermopylae did not find panic or chaos, but rather a scene of discipline and calm. Spartan warriors stripping down for gymnastic exercises and carefully combing their long hair. This peculiar ritual was not a display of vanity, but rather a time-honored custom before battle. When King Xerxes of the Persians asked a Spartan exile to explain what was happening, he was told, "It is their custom, when they are about to hazard their lives, to adorn their heads with care." Thus, from the very outset, we can see that the daily life of a Spartan soldier at war was defined by ritual, discipline, and a unique warrior ethos that set him apart from the rest. Today we're going to talk about the day-to-day routines and experiences of a Spartan on campaign, all the way from the rigorous training and camp life to battle tactics, hardship, and the unbreakable camaraderie of some of history's most fierce warriors. In terms of our sources, we're going to be drawing from Xenophon, Thucydides, Herodotus, and other ancient observers, along with some archaeology and secondary sources from modern times. We'll peel back the layers, little by little, and try to reveal the practices that made the Spartan army the terror of its enemies. So come with me. We'll step into the sandals of a Spartan hoplite and discover what a typical day at war might have been like for the men who were forged in fire. First of all, let me welcome you to the channel. I hope you're enjoying these kinds of videos we've been doing lately. If you have, then consider liking and subscribing, and thank you to all of those who took the chance to visit the merch store and the Patreon. Now, with that being said, let's get started, nice and relaxed, as always. So what makes a soldier? What makes a Spartan? Are they born, or are they made? Let's talk about the training and preparation. After all, no Spartan soldier's daily life can be understood without knowing about the training that molded him. From the age of 7, every Spartan male entered the agōgē, a state-sponsored education and military training regime designed to harden the body, but also the spirit. Xenophon, an Athenian admirer of Sparta, describes how the lawgiver Lycurgus deliberately made the boys' upbringing austere. Spartan youths would go barefoot, believing it would strengthen their feet for marching and fighting on the rough terrain. They wore only one thin cloak year-round, regardless of summer or winter. This toughened them up against the heat and the cold. As for their diet, that was kept just as meager, just enough to sustain them, but never fully enough to sate their hunger. This perpetual state of slight hunger trained them to endure hardships and to even function effectively on an empty stomach. On campaign, such training would pay off when rations ran low. A Spartan could march or fight longer without food than men accustomed to plenty. And to sharpen their wits, the boys were encouraged to steal to supplement their rations. The problem was, if you got caught, you'd be severely whipped. Not for the theft itself, but for the carelessness of allowing yourself to be found out. In this way, we can learn that stealth and resourcefulness, skills Invaluable on campaign when foraging behind enemy lines or sneaking up on sentries, they were important to the Spartans too. And you can see how with this start we can certainly paint a picture of how a Spartan soldier was made. Of course, it's nothing without the discipline and obedience, and that was drilled into them from childhood. A warden oversaw their education and could punish misbehavior with a whip, could and would. He would ensure obedience and modesty became inseparable companions at Sparta. By the time a Spartan completed the agōgē in his early 20s, he had been forged into a professional soldier of remarkable endurance, self-control, and loyalty to his peers. The adult Spartans continued to exercise daily. Graduation would not put an end to that. They maintained the conditions of their youth. Indeed, that scene at Thermopylae with Spartans calmly exercising before the battle was a mere extension of their routine. Physical training was a lifelong habit. This relentless preparation produced soldiers who were, as other Greeks conceded, second to none. Classical saying went that one Spartan was worth several men of any other state, an acknowledgment of the Spartans' intense training and unyielding discipline. Whether on the parade ground in Lacedaemon or in a war camp far afield, a Spartan's day always featured elements of drill or physical conditioning. He was always ready for combat at a moment's notice. So what was life like in a war camp? A Spartan army on campaign was a model of organization and order. When mobilization was declared, the ephors, that is, Sparta's magistrates, would proclaim which age classes were called up for service, including not only the frontline hoplites, but also supporting personnel like artisans and servants. As Xenophon notes, this ensured the army in the field had all necessary trades at hand, from smiths to mend weapons and sandals, to carpenters to fix wagons. All common equipment was gathered and loaded onto carts and pack animals, so that nothing essential would be missing on the march. Each Spartan hoplite was accompanied by several helot attendants, who served as porters, cooks, and light troops. At the Battle of Plataea, 479 BC, for example, 5,000 Spartans were each attended by 7 helot squires, meaning an entourage of 35,000 helots handling the army's menial tasks. These helots pitched camp, prepared food, and carried heavy gear, freeing the Spartans to concentrate on combat-related matters. A typical day in the camp thus began early, with the slave-like helots lighting fires and preparing simple meal, while the Spartan soldiers shook off sleep and prepared for morning routines. Despite being away from home, Spartan soldiers maintained strict routines in their camps. At daybreak, after a modest meal of barley, porridge, or bread, and maybe some wine diluted with water, they would conduct devotions and sacrifices to the gods. The Spartan king, who would always accompany the army, acted as chief priest in the field. Before any march or battle, he offered sacrifice to seek divine favor. Only if the omens were acceptable would the day's operations proceed, a commitment to religion that sometimes tested Spartan patience. In one famous instance during the Battle of Plataea, King Pausanias repeatedly sacrificed, while his men stood under a hail of Persian arrows, waiting for a favorable omen to come. The Spartans would refuse to advance until the gods signaled approval, enduring casualties rather than violating their ancient custom. When at last the sacrifice gave a good sign, Pausanias's men charged with ferocity, and the enemy was routed. things like this, that shows the daily interplay of piety and discipline. The Spartan soldier may chafe at the delay, but his conditioning taught him to trust the leader, and above that, the will of the gods. After morning prayers and any needed drills, the Spartan hoplite spent much of the day in routine activities, maintaining equipment, sharpening spears and swords, and drilling in formation. The Spartans often practiced maneuvers to keep their famous phalanx formation razor sharp. Ancient observers who marveled that even complicated field matters were executed by Spartans with perfect ease. Years of training had made it all second nature. For example, one eyewitness noted how Spartan columns marching could swiftly wheel into the battle line upon command, each rank pivoting smoothly into place. Daily training in camp reinforced such tactical skills. During downtime, Spartans would also engage in athletic contests or mock sparring. It was their way of keeping up morale and their bodies honed. But music was another important staple of Spartan military life. They were known to sing paeans, or battle hymns, along with patriotic songs. The poet Tyrtaeus, himself a Spartan of the 7th century, had composed exhortations to the courage the Spartan soldiers to reputedly sing on the march. His verses extolled standing firm in line and encouraging one's comrades. With his words he encourages the man who is stationed beside him. Here is a man who proves himself to be valiant in war. Such poetry, memorized since youth, reminded the Spartans of their ideals each day, and that is loyalty, courage, and victory or death. No exceptions. Mealtimes in a Spartan camp were no exception either, a continuation of this communal life. The Spartans always ate together in mess groups, even when encamped abroad. A midday meal, well, it might not be much. Bread, some dried figs, maybe some cheese if you were lucky, just enough to sustain them until the main evening mess. Dinner featured the famous Spartan black broth, a staple stew of pork boiled in blood and vinegar. This fare was so notorious that outsiders doubted how the Spartans could stomach it. Actually, we have a humorous anecdote from Plutarch that the Sicilian tyrant Dionysius obtained a Spartan cook to prepare black broth for him, curious to taste the warrior's food. He found the broth so vile that he spat it out in disgust. The Spartan cook wryly remarked, "It is necessary to have exercised in the Spartan manner, and to have bathed in the uretas, in order to relish this broth." In other words, only a Spartan hardened by the training and simple life back home could find any appreciation in such a dish. Around the campfire, older Spartans would give their meat portions to younger men, just as they did at home, a gesture that built solidarity between generations. They drank wine in moderation, enough to enjoy camaraderie, but never to the point of drunkenness. And drunkenness indeed was severely frowned upon. In fact, after the communal dinner, Spartans even trained themselves to navigate at night without torches, walking back to the quarters in complete darkness. This practice made them confident operating at night, a useful skill if the army ever had to reposition or stand watch in the dark. And, come nightfall, as the sun had gone down, the Spartan camp was a secure fortress of its own. Tents were minimal. Many Spartans simply slept under the open sky in their cloaks, another habit that startled more comfort-loving Greeks. They posted sentries, too, and pickets around the perimeter, notably a very special unit called the Skiritae, often handled night patrols and outpost duty. These Skiritae were drawn from a highland district of Laconia, were light infantry attached to the Spartan army, and ancient sources note how they took the leftmost position in battle and likely served as scouts and lookouts in camp. With vigilant helots and sciritae keeping watch, most Spartans could rest, knowing that their perimeter was secure. But still, a true Spartan was always ready, sleeping lightly with a spear and shield in arm's reach. The rhythm of camp life was unchanging. Prayer, drill, maintenance, meals, rest, all punctuated by the absolute obedience to the ephors and officer's command. It was this consistency that gave Spartans a sense of normalcy, even in foreign lands. The Spartan army on campaign was often compared to a moving city-state. It carried its laws and its customs wherever it went. Indeed, one could say that the Spartan soldier's daily life at war was in many ways just an extension of his daily life in Sparta. Except, this time, the enemy is a little bit closer at hand. So let's talk a little bit about the arms, the appearance and the armor of a Spartan hoplite. Spartan soldiers were known not just for how they behaved, but for how they appeared on the battlefield. Greek observers often remarked on the uniformity and majesty of the Spartan hoplite's attire. According to Xenophon, it was Lycurgus himself who prescribed the essentials of a Spartan warrior's panoply: a scarlet-red cloak and a bronze-faced shield. The red cloak, called a phoenikis, was adopted, Xenophon says, because it was the most suitable for war and had least resemblance to women's clothing. The bright crimson color was not only striking, it also concealed bloodstains, keeping the Spartans looking unflustered even when wounded. Each man also grew his hair long once he reached adulthood, a custom in stark contrast to other Greeks who kept their hair short. You see, the Spartans believed that long hair added an aura of dignity and fearfulness to the veteran warrior. Before battle, they would meticulously comb and oil their hair, as with the example at Thermopylae, turning this personal grooming into a ritual that symbolized readiness to face death, always looking their best. Thus, in full array, a Spartan hoplite was quite an imposing sight. His heavy bronze helmet, crest adorned with a black horsehair plume, framed eyes that stared out from those narrow slits. He carried around a shield about 3 feet across, its bronze surface polished to a gleam. By later 5th century, Spartan shields were often emblazoned with a red letter lambda for Lacedaemon. This is kind of looks like an A without the cross in the middle, or like an upside-down V. This was a practice not in the Persian wars, but becoming common later to identify Spartan units. Over his torso, a Spartan might wear a bronze cuirass or a boiled leather corselet. Many, by Peloponnesian War, favored lighter equipment for mobility. Bronze greaves also protected his shins, and on his feet he might wear sandals, although many Spartans, toughened by the habit of it, even marched and fought barefoot. His primary weapon was an 8-foot spear for thrusting in the phalanx, backed up by a short iron sword, the notorious Spartan she-force, often noted to be shorter than the other Greeks, forcing them to fight up close with deadly efficiency. Every piece of this was maintained with pride. Spartans would polish their bronze shields and helmets to prevent them from tarnishing. It was a point of honor that their gear was in the best condition. A rusted or dirty shield would be disgraceful. The shield, aspis, or often called the hoplon, was particularly sacred to Spartan warriors. It was large and concave, held with a bronze armband and hand grip. To lose one's shield in battle was the ultimate disgrace, since it meant that one had likely thrown it away while fleeing. Spartan mothers famously impressed this upon their sons. As one mother handed her son a shield on the day of departure to Thermopylae, she exhorted, "Either with this or on this." In other words, return with your shield or carry it home dead. Spartans did not mark individual graves for those who died in peace, but a man who fell in battle was honored with his name on a tombstone. Valor in war was the only glorious death for them. Small wonder, then, don't you think, that a Spartan's arm and armor were almost an extension of his very identity. He and his comrades in the phalanx locked their shields together, presenting a bristling wall of bronze spear points to the enemy. Now that's threatening. Like a venerable porcupine, an echidna. The uniform red cloaks, the shining bronze line of shields and helmets, and the silence of those disciplined men slowly advancing step by step. Outnumbered or not, this would unnerve any foe, and it often did. When marching into battle, the Spartans added a further psychological theater. They advanced at a very slow, measured pace, to the sound of flutes, keeping their formation perfectly dressed. Thucydides observes that this use of flute players had nothing to do with religion, but was meant to make them advance evenly without breaking their order. An entire army stepping in unison to music gave the impression of an effortless, inexorable force. They also often sang a rousing battle hymn, the paean, as they closed in. The effect on their opponents was memorable. In fact, one enemy at the Battle of Mantinea confessed that the sudden sight of the Spartans bearing down in complete order was the greatest shock that he ever felt. Each Spartan hoplite knew his own place in the formation. The chain of command ran from the kings, who acted as generals, to the polemarchs, the field commanders, and then the agōgē, company captains, the pentecostiers, lieutenants of over 50-man units, and the enomotarchs, the file leaders of the smaller squads. Orders relayed down this chain could swiftly reach every man, since, as Thucydides notes, almost the whole Spartan army, save for a small part, consists of officers and under-officers. In practice, this basically meant that even a private Spartan soldier was trained to respond instantly to commands and adjust formation without the slightest ounce of confusion. All these elements, the impeccable equipment, the discipline, the distinctive dress, and the deliberate battlefield choreography, they were key parts of a Spartan soldier's experience at war. They took pride in looking like the elite warriors that they were, every day presenting themselves as worthy of Sparta's fearsome and ancient reputation. The ferocity of battle. When battle was joined, that was where the true ethos of a Spartan soldier had its opportunity to shine. Trained to never panic, to never break rank, Spartans fought shoulder to shoulder in the hoplite phalanx, a formation that demanded absolute trust in one's comrades. The Spartans' daily training in obedience and unit cohesion paid off in the crunch of battle, where it really counted. Ancient commentators frequently praised the Spartans' remarkable discipline under fire. At the moment of engagement, while other Greek armies might charge with wild shouts, the Spartans instead moved slowly to the music of the many flute players, maintaining their steady line. They were forbidden to rush. Instead, they closed the last yards to the enemy at a walk, shields up, spears leveled. Only when the lines crashed together did they unleash their full strength. Thucydides, describing the Battle of Mantinea in 418 BC, notes that initially the Spartans were caught off guard, a rare occurrence that saw part of their line ruptured. Yet, even utterly worsted in respect of skills, Thucydides went to say, the Spartans showed themselves superior in point of courage. Their center, including the king's 300-strong elite guard, never wavered. While one wing fell back in disorder, the rest of the Spartan army executed a swift counterattack that snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. 2 Spartan officers had failed to obey an order during the chaos, and they were later banished for their cowardice, a harsh reminder that there was no tolerance for any lapse in discipline. However, typically such punishments were seldom needed. The Spartan system had already weeded out the weak long before the battle had even begun. And so the average Spartan hoplite fought with a cool and calm determination, focusing on his job in the formation, not overthinking it, just doing what he was trained to do. Each man protected his comrade on the left with his shield, while trusting the man on his right to protect him. This created a literal and psychological interdependence. As one classical saying put it, the Spartans do not ask, how many are the enemy? Only where they are. We see this reflected in a quip attributed to a Spartan named Dionychus at Thermopylae. Told that the Persian archers were so numerous that their arrows would darken the sun, he replied with a laugh that this was good news, for, I quote, if the Medes darken the sun, we shall have our fight in the shade. Such dry wit in the face of danger. That's the laconic spirit. It also served to steel the nerves of Spartan soldiers, turning fear into a grim humor. Of course, in combat, the Spartans were ruthless. They aimed to break the enemy line by pushing with their shields and thrusting with their spears in a well-drilled coordination. If a Spartan spear broke, he drew his short sword and fought on without hesitation. Their close-quarters swordsmanship was feared. Spartan blades were only about a foot long, but in the crush of a phalanx combat, this was an advantage. They could maneuver in the tight spaces, stabbing. Spartan valor was often literally a fight to the death. In the historic last stand at Thermopylae, the Spartan king Leonidas and his 300 companions, along with Thespian allies, battled the Persians until their weapons shattered. Then they fought on with daggers, then with bare hands, and then with their teeth, until completely overwhelmed. Herodotus writes, they defended themselves to the last, a standard of courage that all future Spartans strove to live up to. Surrender? That was unthinkable. Indeed, no Spartan ever surrendered in battle until the notorious episode of Sphacteria in 425 BC during the Peloponnesian War. In that instance, 120 Spartan hoplites, cut off an island with no food or water, and surrounded by Athenian forces, were forced to give themselves up. Thucydides reports that when these emaciated survivors were paraded in Athens, the Greek world was stunned. It had seemed completely unbelievable that Spartans would ever surrender, no matter what the condition. The shock was so great that Sparta itself sued for peace immediately after, and desperate to recover those men, though ultimately the negotiations failed. The Sphacteria incident was an outlier born of extreme starvation. You see, under normal circumstances, the Spartan hoplite preferred death to dishonor. The mentality was drilled into daily camp life, too. Spartans constantly reinforced to each other that honor and loyalty were paramount. The worst insult was to be called deilos, a trembler, a coward. Any Spartan suspected of cowardice, well, he would face social death, shaming, exclusion, and even being made to wear patches on his cloak and shave half of his beard as a mark of disgrace. So little wonder, then, that in battle each man stood firm, propelled by lifelong conditioning, under the watchful eyes of his comrades. Even the Spartan approach to wounds and death reflected their training. They were taught from boyhood to endure pain without complaint. The famous, if perhaps apocryphal, tale is told of a Spartan boy who allowed a fox he'd hidden under his tunic to gnaw his belly rather than cry out. In battle, a Spartan gravely wounded would call out to his comrades to continue advancing over him rather than to stop and help. After an engagement, Spartans would tend to their injured and collect their dead with reverence. One moving example of Spartan fellowship comes from Plataea. There, a Spartan named Aristodemus, who had been dubbed a coward for missing Thermopylae, redeemed himself by fighting with so much bravery, falling in the thick of combat. Though, tellingly, the Spartans granted him no special honors, since he seemingly courted death out of shame rather than duty. Those who fell in line of battle received only accolades Sparta gave, their names etched for posterity, and their memory was held up as an ideal. The daily life of a Spartan soldier at war, therefore, was imbued with this awareness that any day, any moment, any second could be his last, and that was completely acceptable, provided he fell obedient to Sparta's laws. An epitaph at Thermopylae famously reads, "Go, stranger, and tell the Lacedaemonians that here, obeying their commands, we fell." This was the ultimate fulfillment of a Spartan soldier's life, to die for Sparta. Every meal shared, every joke exchanged by the campfire, every step marched in unison, was geared towards forging men who, when the time came, would stand and die together rather than let down their city or each other. Hardships and camaraderie. While Spartan warriors were superbly trained, there's no doubting that, they weren't immune to the hardships of campaign life. Long marches under a hot Mediterranean sun, cold nights on the colder ground, and the ever-present danger of enemy action tested even those tough soldiers. But the same regime that made them formidable in battle also helped them cope with these difficulties. Their sparse diet meant that they could function on minimal food. In emergencies, Spartans could and did endure on a few handfuls of barley or dried figs a day. Thucydides notes that during forced marches or sudden offensives, Spartan commanders would even forego the customary sacrificial meal simply to save time. The troops pressed on with empty stomachs if necessary. Their bodies are used to the hunger. And then there was fatigue, another constant companion. But Spartans were taught to push beyond that, well beyond the normal limits of a soldier. They had a saying, "Sweat saves blood." The harder they drilled and labored in training and marches, the fewer lives were lost in battle. On the march they maintained formation and a brisk pace that often outstripped other Greek contingents. It was said that a Spartan army could appear where least expected. For example, after the Battle of Marathon, the Spartans famously marched 150 kilometers from Sparta to Attica in just 3 days, arriving too late for the fight, but just in time to congratulate the victors. Such feats like this, they're only possible for men in peak condition, accustomed to treating long distances as a simple routine. Of course, weather is not something you can change, and that was met with the same stoicism. Rain or shine, cold or heat, the campaign had to proceed. Xenophon remarks that by toughening young Spartans to go bareheaded and lightly clad, Lycurgus ensured that they would be better prepared to face the changes of heat and cold. Indeed, a Spartan army, caught in a sudden storm, might simply wrap themselves tighter in their cloaks and huddle by shields for windbreaks, while others not so hardened, well, they would suffer greatly. The presence of the helots and periokoi, the Spartan allied troops, had managed to alleviate some of the burden. Servants carried most supplies, and allied lightly armored troops performed skirmishing and scouting roles that the elite Spartans typically did not. Still, Spartans did not entirely shirk the manual tasks. There is evidence that Spartan kings like Agēgē would insist on sharing hardships with their men. Plutarch recounts that Agēgē refused a tent or bed more luxurious than that of his soldiers, and he personally joined in digging trenches and building ramparts to set an example. Such leadership reinforced the bond between officers and men. The camaraderie in a Spartan camp was a crucial pillar of morale. These soldiers had grown up together, literally brothers in arms. Since boyhood, it had been that way, and it will be forever. They addressed each other as peers, equals, and were bound by this intense loyalty. Even the kings dined with the troops, albeit with double portions, as a mark of honor. The nightly mess was a forum where Spartans could manage to find a little bit of relaxation. They would swap war stories, recite witty sayings, or sing. The Spartans were famed for their laconic humor, and many of their pithy one-liners from campfire conversations were recorded by later writers. One Spartan was asked on campaign where the enemy was, and he dryly responded, "Enemy? What enemy? Our only enemy is hunger, and we've brought it with us," and jest about their own appetite and resolve. Another time, when told the enemy was near, a Spartan had quipped, "Good, then we can finally fight and eat our own dinner in their camp tonight." Such dark humor didn't only showcase their bravery, but it managed to ease that psychological strain of warfare. Knowing that one's comrades were equally unflinching gave the man next to them strength. But Spartans also policed others' behavior in the camp to maintain high standards. Older soldiers mentored the younger ones, correcting any lapse in posture or duty. If a young hoplite seemed nervous before a battle, a veteran might clasp his shoulder and recall an old victory to embolden him. The ties of their Syssitia mess groups were particularly strong. These were units of about 15 men who ate together every day in Sparta and fought side by side in war. The messmates were effectively an extended family. They would often perform little acts of care, like massaging each other's sore muscles after a long march or sharing a cloak if one had lost his gear. In hardship, this solidarity was life-saving, surely. During these winter campaigns in Arcadia, known for being very bitter, for instance, when snow blanketed the Spartan camp, soldiers huddled in pairs for warmth, rotating turns on guard duty more frequently than usual to prevent frostbite. The Spartan story tells of one man who went out into a blizzard to gather firewood so his shivering comrades could sleep. In the morning his frozen body was found by a pile of wood. He had fulfilled his task at the cost of his life. Of course, such tales may be embellished, but whether true or not, they were told to illustrate the idea of self-sacrifice for one's fellows that every Spartan aspired to. Religious faith also bolstered the Spartan camaraderie. They believed the gods favored the righteous and the brave, and cursed the cowards. Before battle, they would often remind each other of the heroic deeds of Heracles, from whom their kings claimed descent, or the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, divine twins revered in Sparta. Sacrifices and omens were interpreted communally, so a favorable sign, let's say for example, an eagle seen flying over the camp, would send a ripple of excited confidence through the men and boost morale. Conversely, in some rare low moments, Spartans could show a little vulnerability. For example, after severe losses such as the defeat at Leuctra in 371 BC, contemporaries note that Spartan soldiers openly wept, not for fear, but for sorrow at comrades fallen and a shattered pride. Even then, they consoled each other that Sparta endured and must be served again. The resilience of the Spartan spirit in adversity was perhaps their most defining feature. A Spartan proverb insisted, "Do not lament in misfortune. Action is the cure." Write that in the wall and put it above your desk. How about that one? Thus, even on the grimmest days of campaign, the survivors would tighten their sandal straps, share a bleak little joke, and just carry on. After all, the next battle's just around the corner. In the end, the daily life of Spartan soldier at war was a study in contrasts, unrelenting toughness paired with brotherhood, strict routines, and moments of inspiring heroism, and austere living paired with the deep enjoyment of the simple bonds of fellow warriors. It was a combination that made the Spartan army not only effective in combat, but legendary in the annals of history. And so, living and fighting as a Spartan, on campaign, it was one of unyielding routine and remarkable purpose. Each day's dawn found him prepared, mentally steeled by lifelong training, physically fit from the constant exercise, and spiritually bolstered by rituals and camaraderie. Whether he was oiling his long hair or donning his scarlet cloak, marching in step to the flute's tune, or standing shield to shield in that heat of chaotic battle, the Spartan hoplite embodied a culture that valued discipline, courage, and duty above all else. The anecdotes preserved by Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophon, Plutarch, and many others allow us to feel a texture of Spartan military life. The sight of warriors calmly exercising as the enemy watches on, the taste or perhaps the shock of the black broth shared around the campfire, the sound of their deep-voiced songs, the piercing double pipes guarding their advance, and the unspoken bond as they dressed each other's wounds or congratulated the brave. There were hardships, sure, hunger, exhaustion, cold, and always death lurking around the corner. But these were met with a laconic shrug of men who had been taught to love toil more over their own life, as one Spartan maxim put it. By prioritizing primary accounts over later legends, I think we get a clearer picture of Spartan warriors of real people. Austere and pious yet, but still humorous, loyal, and overall intensely human in their concerns. The University of War was their element, and in its daily trials they found meaning. So let's step back from that campfire and the phalanxes of ancient Sparta we carry with us a newfound understanding of how the Spartans truly lived when at war, an experience as enlightening as it is awe-inspiring. Sparta. The name holds a legendary place in the ancient world as a society singularly devoted to war. The Spartans, a warrior people of the Greek city-state of Lacedaemon, organized their entire way of life around producing elite soldiers. From a child's first breath to an old warrior's last, the Spartan system cultivated physical strength, unshakable discipline, and of course, loyalty to the state. This rigorous martial focus set Sparta apart from the other Greek city-states. While the Athenians, for example, enjoyed their luxuries and varied education, the Spartans embraced a harsh regimen. Even contemporaries marveled at their lifestyle. The philosopher Plato noted that Spartan education deliberately toughened young citizens by exposing them to pain and fear, forging resilience through hardship. The result of all of this was a society that prided itself on austere living, iron discipline, and its fearless warriors. But Spartans' militarism was not an accident of character, but rather a response to circumstance and design. The laws attributed to the legendary lawgiver Lycurgus reshaped Sparta into a virtual barracks. All male Spartan citizens were full-time soldiers, supported by an oppressed servile class of helots who farmed the land. With slaves vastly outnumbering citizens, the Spartan elite became devoted to building a strong military as both a shield against external enemies and a whip against internal revolt. To maintain dominance over foes and helots alike, the Spartans realized that every citizen must be trained as a warrior from the earliest age. Thus emerged the famous agōgē, Sparta's state-sponsored education system focused on military excellence and communal loyalty. Greek poets and historians recount how Spartan youth were raised in common, enduring trials of endurance and obedience that would break any lesser man. Spartan training emphasized absolute discipline and group cohesion, creating soldiers who would never break rank, who would never flee. A Spartan was taught that his individuality meant nothing next to the collective. In fact, Spartan mothers told their sons, "Return with your shield, or on it. Victory or death, the only honorable outcomes of battle." This relentless focus on military preparedness gave the Spartans an aura of invincibility. They famously had no defensive walls around their city, claiming that their warriors were the walls of Sparta. Indeed, their training from youth made them confident that a phalanx of Spartan men was the only security they needed. They fielded some of the most feared hoplite soldiers in history. Yet, this achievement came at a great cost. Today, we are going to explore how Spartans were forged for war at each stage of life, beginning in infancy, intensified through the agōgē, and maintained in adult institutions, showing both the strengths and sacrifices of this very unique system. But before we get into all of that, let me welcome you into the channel. If it's your first time here, well, how about you click that subscribe button and leave your thoughts in the comments. Always helps the algorithm. And this video is ad-free like all of the other videos. For your enjoyment, thank you to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships Patreon, and those who checked out the merch store. If you're considering supporting the channel, there are links in the pinned comment and the description. You'll find where you need to go. But for now, let's begin our exploration back to ancient Sparta. Nice and relaxed as always. Let us start from the beginning. Spartan military training did not begin at adolescence. Rather, it commenced at birth. And I'm not even joking. The newborn Spartan infant faced a test of their own. A council of elders examined each one of them for health and strength. And if the child appeared weak or deformed, the elders ordered it to be left to die in a chasm on Mount Agatus. Pretty rough, isn't it? This grim infanticide was meant to preserve the strength of the population and spare Sparta the burden of raising an unfit child. Only an infant deemed sturdy and vigorous had the right to live. One's first day of life was the first trial of Spartan citizenship. This practice was harsher than the ad hoc infant exposures tolerated in other Greek cities. In Sparta, it was an official policy tied to military fitness. Even the rearing of an accepted infant was carried out with an eye towards toughness. Spartan nurses were famous for raising hardy children. They bathed newborns in wine to test their fortitude, and they refused to swaddle babies in tight cloth, allowing the limbs to grow free and strong. Infants were kept on simple diets and not pampered, so that they would not become finicky. They were deliberately habituated not to fear darkness or being left alone. Crying and tantrums brought no indulgence. And as a result, Spartan toddlers became unusually calm and self-sufficient. Indeed, their upbringing was so admired that people in the other Greek cities sometimes sought Spartan nurses to come and raise their own children. Until the age of 7, Spartan boys remained at home under their mother's supervision. But even in those early years, the ethos of discipline and honor was being instilled. Spartan mothers, themselves raised to be strong and unflinching, passed on those values to their sons. They told the boys heroic tales and taught them that death in service of Sparta was preferable to cowardice or surrender. Women in Sparta enjoyed a reputation for fierceness in their own right too, largely because they were entrusted with molding the city's future warriors during these formative years. Unlike the sheltered women of most Greek cities, Spartan girls also underwent physical training, running, wrestling, and throwing the javelin and discus, so that they would become healthy mothers of strong children. Xenophon notes that Lycurgus made young women exercise just as the men did, a radical idea in Greece. And so we can see that a robust daughter was valued not as a future warrior, but as a future mother of warriors. Children in Sparta were essentially the property of the state first and their family second. When a boy reached the age of 7, even paternal ties were set aside. He was enrolled into the agōgē, the rigorous public education and training program that would henceforth serve as the only home and family he would know. Spartan boys at the age of 7 were formally enrolled in this school, the agōgē literally meaning the upbringing. The rigorous education and training regime was designed to mold every male citizen into a disciplined warrior, loyal to Sparta before anything else. Boys were divided into companies and lived in communal barracks with their age mates under the supervision of an official boy herder called a paidonomos, appointed by the state. The life, from now on, in the agōgē would be as uniform as it is austere. Physical exercise dominated their days. They ran, wrestled, played rough games that imitated combat, and forged their endurance and team spirit. As they grew older, they trained with real weapons, drilling with spears and shields as hoplites. They also danced and sung in chorus, performed war songs, often the poetry of Tirteos, to build unity and morale. Intellectual education was minimal, just enough reading and writing for practical needs. Instead, the emphasis was developed on cunning, obedience, and brevity of speech. Spartan boys were taught only to speak when necessary, and to do so in a pithy and direct manner. Long-windedness was discouraged. A Spartan answer had to be sharp and meaningful. An instructor might suddenly ask a boy a pointed question: "Who is the bravest man in the city?" Or, "What do you think of this deed?" to test his judgment and wit. The boy had to reply swiftly and laconically, without hesitation or babbling. Well, that could result in a swift punishment. Through habit, the youth became accustomed to staying silent unless addressed, and delivering confident, concise answers. Every aspect of their environment was crafted to toughen them. The boys were issued 1 cloak per year, and went barefoot, whether it was summer or winter, hardening them to both heat and cold. They slept in groups on beds of rough reeds, and they had to cut those themselves from riverbanks. No knives either. No luxuries or comforts were permitted. The boys bathed rarely, ate coarse fare, and had to make do with hunger or discomfort. Discipline was strict, and often enforced with physical punishment. The boys were expected to obey their leaders and instructors without question. Within each company, one boy who excelled in courage and skill was made the captain. He could order his peers, and was supported by older youths in their late teens, who acted as junior instructors. This hierarchy taught the boys both how to command and how to obey. Any adult Spartan was free to correct or punish a boy for misbehavior on the spot, so the youth learned that no matter where they were always under scrutiny. Competition and constant evaluation drove them to excel. The Spartans staged frequent contests and mock battles among the boys to stir their spirit. Older men watched these bouts, observing which boys were bold and which were timid, so that the future leaders of Sparta could be identified early. By enduring hardships together and striving to outdo one another in courage, the boys developed intense bonds with their age mates. Pure loyalty and collective pride became second nature. The entire agōgē was a continuous immersion in Spartan values: endurance, obedience, and loyalty to the community. It produced young men who were physically hard, mentally conditioned to restraint, and utterly convinced that their highest duty was to their comrades and their city-state. The cornerstone of Spartan training was the cultivation of extreme discipline and endurance. Many practices of the agōgē were deliberately cruel, at least by ordinary standards, completely normal by Spartan standards, all meant to harden the boys up to pain and deprivation. The Spartan youth quickly became acquainted with hunger, cold, and physical punishment as constants of life. The idea was that a boy who learned to suffer in training would endure the far greater hardships of war without any complaints. They were also deliberately underfed. The staple meal was a meager broth or porridge, never enough to fully satisfy growing lads. They were encouraged to steal food to supplement their rations. If a boy was clever enough to pilfer extra meals without being caught, he earned praise for his resourcefulness. But if he was caught in the act, he was severely whipped, not for the crime of stealing, but for the failure of getting caught doing it. This taught them stealth and cunning. One famous story tells of a boy who secretly stole a fox cub to eat. When he hid it under his tunic and was approached by his superiors, he let the fox claw into his belly, rather than cry out and reveal the theft. He then collapsed and bled to death from his wounds. But all the while, he never uttered a single sound. A gruesome tale that exemplifies the Spartan ideal, enduring pain rather than admitting failure or cowardice. And then, of course, were the frequent beatings. Corporal punishment was routine for the Spartan education. Instructors and older boys freely lashed the younger ones for any lapse, whether it was being caught stealing, speaking out of turn, or showing fear. The boys were expected to endure these whippings in silence. To cry out or beg for mercy would only bring shame, and then you would just get punished even more. And so over time, Spartan youths took pride in their tolerance for pain. They began to view each blow as a test that they could pass. Enduring a flogging without a whimper, that became quite a badge of honor. The Spartan boy's outfit was one of thin cloak and bare feet year-round, and that was meant to always expose him to the elements. In winter he shivered, in summer he sweltered, and all the while he learned to ignore it. They slept without adequate bedding or blankets. By training their bodies to get by with little warmth, little rest, and little food, the Spartans created young men impervious to weather and fatigue. A campaign in harsh cold, or a long march under a hot sun, that would not break a man who had grown up essentially outdoors and underfed. It was just a continuation of the norm. They even ritualized endurance as a form of competition. At the sanctuary of Artemis Orthia, an annual contest required boys to snatch cheeses from the altar, while all the youths whipped them ferociously. Before a crowd of onlookers, the young contestants were beaten until they bled. Many endured the flogging to seize a prize, and some were whipped until they lost consciousness or even died. As for the winner, he was applauded for his bravery and pain tolerance, having proven that he would face harm and never back down. Perhaps it might horrify the outsiders. The gentle, soft-handed Athenian would certainly not like this, but to the Spartans, it was a dramatic test of valor, a final polishing of the steel that was a Spartan boy's spirit. The training also cultivated unhesitating obedience. Spartan boys learned to follow orders instantly and without argument. If an elder or leader gave a command, a boy reacted as if on instant. Any hesitation could invite a beating. The Spartans drilled into the youth that discipline was sacred. An ancient observer noted that in Sparta, even the children's games trained them to obey the rules strictly, and by adulthood, they internalized this to an extraordinary degree. Combined with their ability to withstand hardship, this made them superbly steady soldiers. On the battlefield, a Spartan would stand firm in his position under a rain of arrows, or hold a formation despite grievous wounds, because from childhood he had been conditioned to never give in to weakness or panic. And so all of these practices, meager rations, sanctioned theft, harsh punishment, exposure to pain and weather, were all part of a coherent system aimed at one goal: to produce warriors of unbreakable body and spirit. The Spartan youth emerged from the agōgē tough as leather, accustomed to any privation. He had been taught that to flinch or to complain was far worse than any suffering any enemy could inflict upon him. As a result, adult Spartan soldiers gained a legendary reputation for their endurance. Other Greeks remarked with amazement at how the Spartans could march barefoot in winter, go without food, or face terrifying odds without a single tremor. But Spartan training was not all just about physical ordeals. It was about shaping the character and loyalty through mentorship and social bonds. The agōgē provided a framework in which every boy had older role models, and every youth was integrated into a supportive brotherhood of peers. These relationships reinforced the values that the state wanted: courage, loyalty, and self-sacrifice. One distinctive feature of Spartan education was the institution of mentorship through an older companion. It was common in many Greek cities for an adult man to form a bond with an adolescent boy as a mentor. Now, the reason why I say that the way I do is because it often had a pederastic element. Now, I'm not going to go into too many details on that one. But either way, Sparta embraced this practice as a formal part of training. When a boy reached about 12, a respected young adult Spartan might adopt him as a special protege. This mentor, or lover in the terminology of the time, became responsible for the boy's moral and personal development. Ideally, the relationship was close but disciplined. The mentor was expected to instill virtues and serve as a living example of bravery and honor. In Spartan society, it was considered shameful if a boy didn't have such a mentor. His bond was seen as a crucial educational tool. The mentor had a stake in the young charger's success. If the boy excelled, it reflected glory on his mentor, and if the boy failed, well, it was a stain on their reputation. Plutarch recounts that on one occasion a Spartan youth let out a scream while fighting, and the authorities punished not the boy, but his mentor, chastising the older man for not teaching the youth to remain stoic. Well, if that doesn't show how seriously they took the system, I don't know what does. It was all about character building. But beyond individual mentors, the boys were strongly influenced by their peer group, living together, training together, and competing together. It all created intense camaraderie among each cohort. They learned to rely on one another and to subordinate personal interest to the group. The Spartan boys' agōgē troop became almost like a family, bonds often closer than those of blood. If one boy misbehaved or fell behind, his peers would intervene, either ridiculing or punishing him. And if he showed exceptional bravery, then they all took pride. This peer pressure ensured that no one wanted to be the weak link. By the time they graduated, Spartan youths had internalized deep loyalty to their comrades. But Spartan girls and women, they also made their contribution to this socialization. A young woman of Sparta, while not in the agōgē, would be a keen observer and enforcer of the ideals. At certain public events, maiden choruses would sing songs that celebrated outstanding men or scathingly criticized those who were lacking. A boy who earned a reputation as a coward could find himself the subject of biting ridicule in a girl's chorus, and that was, of course, a dreadful humiliation. Conversely, a brave youth might hear his name praised in song. Thus even the prospect of admiration or scorn from the opposite sex was harnessed to encourage valor. Sparta also employed a more sinister method of turning boys into hardened agents of the state, the crypteia. This was a secret rite or institution in which a select group of promising 18 or 19-year-old youths were sent out to the countryside, armed with daggers, to survive by stealth and terrorize the helot population. By day, these youths hid in the fields. By night, they sometimes stalked and killed helot slaves, especially any helots considered rebellious or too robust. The crypteia served as both a final examination in endurance and cunning, and as a means of perpetuating fear among the helots. A young Spartan in the crypteia learned to kill quietly and remorselessly, and to endure solitude and hunger. Ancient commentators were pretty uneasy about the practice. Aristotle condemned it as brutal and unjust, but in the context of Spartan training, it was the ultimate test of a youth's capacity to obey orders and use his training against real human targets. By the time a youth reached the age of 20, the formal training cycle was complete. He had been forged by years of strict discipline, competition, mentorship, and, of course, indoctrination into Spartan values. He thought of every older Spartan as a father or tutor, every equal as a brother in arms, every helot under class as a natural enemy. The agōgē's socialization process had effectively created a soldier's mindset long before the young man ever saw a real battle, and those who could not endure it had been winnowed out or relegated to inferior status. Those who remained were ready to take their place in the frontline ranks, bound to each other and to the state by unbreakable ties of loyalty. By the time a Spartan man completed the agōgē and joined the army, he was an utterly dedicated warrior. But the true test of Spartan training always came in battle. On the battlefield, the Spartans gained a legendary reputation as the most disciplined and formidable hoplite soldiers in Greece. Their tactics were not fancy. Spartans relied on the standard Greek phalanx formation, but they executed them with unrivaled precision and courage. Spartan hoplites fought shoulder to shoulder in tight formation, each man carrying a round bronze shield called an aspis on his left arm and a spear in the right. The key to hoplite warfare was that each warrior's shield protected not only himself, but also the man to his left. This required absolute trust and unity. Thanks to their upbringings, the Spartans excelled at holding the line. They advanced in step, often to the sound of flutes playing a marching rhythm. Ancient observers commented that Spartan armies moved with a calm and methodical confidence, never rushing, never breaking ranks. In combat, they stood their ground where others might falter. Spartan phalanx was extremely difficult to break, because no individual Spartan would abandon his post or run away, something drilled into them from childhood. The ethos of victory or death defined their behavior in war. The famous admonition of Spartan mothers, "Come back with your shield or on it," was taken quite literally. The Spartans did not retreat. They either won or they perished. Surrender was unthinkable. In 480 BCE, King Leonidas and the 300 Spartans, accompanied by a few thousand allies, made a heroic stand at the Battle of Thermopylae, holding off a massive Persian army for 3 days. They fought to the last man, fulfilling their laws that forbade retreat or surrender. This sacrifice became legendary across Greece as the ultimate example of Lacedaemonian courage. In other instances, when a Persian envoy warned the Spartans that Persian arrows would be so numerous as to blot out the sun, a Spartan warrior named Dionysius coolly replied, "Then we will fight in the shade." Such laconic wit in the face of danger exemplifies the Spartan sang-froid. In battle after battle during the classical period, the Spartans demonstrated their superior discipline. At Plataea, in 479 BC, a large Spartan force clashed with the Persian infantry. Initially, the Spartans suffered under a barrage of arrows, and even hesitated when their leader was killed. But they never lost formation. At the right moment, they advanced with a cheer and smashed into the enemy lines, routing the Persians. Greek historians attributed the Spartan victory to their steady nerves and training. In wars against other Greeks, too, the Spartans often dominated open-field battles. Their reputation was such that many enemies would lose heart, simply knowing that the Spartans were on their way to oppose them. However, Spartan military excellence had its limits. Their training made them superb heavy infantry, but they were less adept at other types of warfare. The Spartans were slow to develop cavalry or naval power, and their rigid tactics could be outflanked by more innovative commanders. In 371 BCE, at the Battle of Leuctra, the Thebans employed an unconventional strategy: a deep column formation and cavalry assaults, ultimately overwhelming the Spartans, handing them an unprecedented defeat. Part of the problem was that the Spartans' elite citizen ranks had dwindled by then, through casualties, yes, but also a falling birth rate, so they faced that battle with far fewer of the peerless warriors their state once produced. When Sparta eventually declined as a military power, it was in part because of their narrow method of warfare that could not easily adapt to the new and changing realities. As Aristotle observed, a society focused exclusively on war can thrive in war, but they may falter in peace, or perhaps in other, more novel and unique challenges. Nonetheless, during its heyday, the Spartan army was the gold standard of Greek fighting forces. Allied cities often chose Spartans to command joint armies, and even Athens, Sparta's rival, admitted that the Spartans were second to none in tough, disciplined land warfare. A Spartan warrior's combination of skill, conditioning, and absolute commitment made him uniquely reliable in the heat of combat. Plutarch even wrote that one Spartan was worth 3 or 4 men of any other state, and while that may be an exaggeration, certainly captures the mystique of the Spartan warrior. The Spartan philosophy of war can be summarized as absolute commitment to the group and the mission. Spartans were raised to believe that honor comes from standing your ground and helping achieve victory, never from individual heroics at the expense of the formation. They were not famous for brilliant generals or single combat champions, though they did have some. But they were famous for being collectively unbreakable. Well, at least until they were broken at the Battle of Leuctra, but, let's not ruin the fun. Their long training fostered exactly that quality. In the Spartan view, a warrior should be equal to iron, unyielding, sharp. Spartan warriors lived up to that ideal, at least often enough that their exploits became the stuff of legend and inspiration throughout antiquity. Spartan life continued to be military in nature long after the formal training of the agōgē ended. Even as grown men, Spartiates were bound together by institutions that reinforced their martial values. Chief among these was the syssitia, or common mess. All male Spartan citizens were required to belong to a syssition, a dining club of sorts of about 15 members, and take their meals in common. Each man contributed a set amount of food from his lands, managed by hilot serfs, to the mess, usually barley, wine, cheese, and meat. The members pooled these provisions and dined every evening in a barrack-like mess hall. The syssitia served multiple purposes. It ensured basic equality among peers, since the rich and poor ate the same simple fare at a common table. It also prevented luxury and gluttony. No Spartan could privately enjoy extra extravagance, while his comrades subsisted on humble fare. That infamous black broth, a dark blood-based soup, was a staple dish. A foreigner who tasted it supposedly remarked that he no longer wondered why the Spartans welcomed death. At the mess, everyone was expected to eat moderately and display good conduct. The common meals also fostered camaraderie. Men who had grown up together continued to bond as they shared food and stories. Older veterans at the table would advise and temper the younger, while the young could demonstrate respect and learn a few more adult responsibilities. Because the dining group usually fought in the same military unit, the nightly ritual reinforced the trust and unity that was crucial in battle. And attendance at the syssitia was compulsory. A man who skipped his communal meal or failed to contribute his share would face shame and penalties. The strict rule maintained the principle that a Spartan's life was not truly his own. It belonged to the group. Even marriage did not excuse a young man from the barracks. Although Spartans typically married around age 20, they were not allowed to live with their wives until age 30. Until then, they had to slip out to visit their wives in secret, and then return to their quarters. This practice minimized domestic distractions and kept the soldier's focus on his unit. Only at age 30 did a Spartan man become a full citizen, with the right to live at home and participate equally in the assembly. But he still took his evening meal with his messmates and remained on call at all times for service. Because Spartan citizens did not engage in farming or trade, those were the tasks left to others. The helots worked the land and delivered a portion of the produce to their Spartan masters, while a class of free non-citizens called the agōgē handled commerce and craftsmanship. This arrangement freed the Spartiate men to devote all their time to military training, governance, and leisure activities, sure, as long as they were to maintain fitness. Think about things like hunting and athletic competition. Through the syssitia and these lifelong habits, Sparta functioned like an armed camp, even in times of peace. The sense of brotherhood and shared purpose forged in youth was continuously refreshed in daily life. A Spartan in his 50s would still be dining with some of the same comrades from his 20s. The constant reinforcement created an unbroken chain of military readiness. The Spartans even dispensed with city walls. When asked why Sparta had no walls, a Spartan pointed out his fellow citizens and said, "Here they are." Each Spartan warrior was expected to be a living fortification, that's for sure. And I suppose when you look at the phalanx, it pretty much is a wall. If we're going to use a bit of a poetic description term for it. As long as Spartan men remained strong, united, and vigilant, Any protection for the city was deemed unnecessary. In this way, the lifelong military ethos of the Spartans helped sustain their dominance and ensured the spirit of the agōgē never faded. So how do we sum it all up? Well, first of all, what we could say is that there's a bit of romanticization that goes on with the Spartan way of life. A lot of people will say that they're doing something in a Spartan way, but of course it's always good to go Spartan mode every now and then to achieve some sort of goal or instill some sort of great discipline. But the reality is that for 99% of people, this way of life is one, very unsustainable, and two, quite miserable. The rigorous training regime succeeded in its immediate aim, sure. It forged a city of elite warriors and culture where military excellence was the supreme value, and other Greeks looked upon it with a mix of awe and fear. There is a common judgment in antiquity that one Spartan was worth several men of another state. By inculcating discipline, endurance, and loyalty from infancy, Sparta produced soldiers who became legendary for their stoicism and courage. That last stand of the 300 at Thermopylae, we remember it today as the pure amalgamation of this spirit. Countless iconic quips all testifying to this enduring mystique of the Spartan warrior. Yet, this singular focus on war, it came at a high price. Spartans surrendered all of their personal freedom, all of their comfort, and the pursuits of peace to the demands of the state. They produced little in the way of art, literature, philosophy. They don't have much to say for themselves in those regards. Their legacy instead was one of character and deeds. Now, fittingly, Spartan law only allowed the names of men fallen in battle and women dead in childbirth to be inscribed on tombstones, a reflection of how completely valor and sacrifice defined honor in Sparta. They could be inflexible and struggled to adapt when warfare changed. Aristotle even criticized Sparta, saying that they could not live in peace. And indeed, once the Spartans had no more wars to fight on their terms, their entire society declined. Over time, the number of full citizens dwindled, and the system grew quite brittle because of it. Eventually, Sparta lost its preeminent power, undermined by the very rigidity that had once made it so strong. But even so, the fascination with Spartan training never faded. Later generations, from ancient Romans to modern military academies, have admired aspects of the Spartan model. Even Sparta's Greek rivals tried to imitate it, as much as they could. In the 4th century BCE, Thebes created the famous sacred band of warriors, pairs of male lovers, by the way, to mirror Spartan methods of bonding fighters. Yeah, it was pretty effective, but not quite as good as the Spartans were. Well, the word Spartan, it entered our vocabulary too, to describe this great discipline and simplicity, this laser focus. The Spartan ideal, however extreme, continues to serve as a reference point in discussions of education, leadership, and military conditioning. To this day, we remember how a small society, under unique pressures, transformed himself into a perpetual military camp. And we can ponder both the power and peril of that transformation. In the end, Sparta stands as an example of how much a society can achieve
when they're single-mindedly devoted to a goal. Every Spartan man was molded to be a soldier, every woman raised to prize bravery, and every child shaped to serve the city. The result was people who for a time were unrivaled in battle prowess and unity. Their story is echoed through history as a reminder that discipline and shared purpose can yield extraordinary strength, and also as a caution that a life devoted wholly to war leaves little room for anything else. The Spartan training for war was harsh and often cruel, but it certainly made its mark, creating a legend that still intrigues and inspires, a testament to human will harnessed to the extreme. It's a story that is as compelling now as it was all those thousands of years ago. So thank you for joining me today. It's been a pleasure to talk about the Spartans. What do you think about all of it? Like I said, there is a bit of romanticized ideals about these kinds of warrior societies. All in all, they didn't last the test of time because there was just no balance. Athens, no, they lasted the test of time. Well, we can talk about it in all sorts of terms, I suppose. There's all sorts of debates about whether it was a good or a bad idea. But the world would have certainly looked very different if the Persians had have gotten through in 480. Thermopylae was definitely a turning point in history, and that all came down to the Spartans. So, we have them to thank for that. In the sweltering heat of a Greek summer, in 480 BC, the narrow pass of Thermopylae became the stage for a glorious last stand. Led by the formidable King Leonidas of Sparta, a small band of 300 Spartans, alongside their few thousand Greek allies, prepared to face the overwhelming might of King Xerxes. With the odds against them, the Greek warriors harnessed the strategic advantage of the constricted terrain, holding off the vast Persian forces for 3 grueling days. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, it's good to have you back with me. As always, if you like what I do, enjoy the content, then there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my subscriber goal of 10,000 subs by clicking that button and liking the video. That seems to help YouTube push it out a bit more. And now, without any further delay, I'd like you to get relaxed, and we can begin our history of the Battle of Thermopylae. In the late 6th century BC, the burgeoning Persian Empire under Darius I faced internal challenges and rebellions, particularly from its Greek-speaking territories. Darius, having ascended to power by quelling numerous insurrections, was keenly aware of the threats to his empire's stability. The Ionian Revolt, which erupted in 499 BC and persisted until 494 BC, was one such threat, drawing in support from the city-states of Athens and Eretria. This revolt marked a critical juncture for Darius's reign and showed the vulnerability of Persian control over its Greek subjects, igniting his determination to reinforce Persian dominance. Darius was thus intent on asserting his supremacy and viewed the suppression of the revolt not just as a punitive action, but as a strategic opportunity
to once again extend Persian influence over the tumultuous regions of Greece. His commitment to punish both Athens and Eretria stemmed from their pivotal roles in supporting the Ionian rebels, an involvement that he perceived as an unforgivable betrayal, and one that could not go unchecked nor unpunished. To set the stage for a broader conquest, Darius initiated a military campaign in 492, led by his more than capable general Mardonius. This expedition aimed not just to reassert control over Thrace, but also to integrate Macedon more tightly as a client kingdom, thereby securing a Persian foothold in the northern approaches to Greece. Thus, in 491, as part of his strategy to solidify control over Greece as a whole, Darius dispatched emissaries to demand symbolic gifts of earth and water from them, signifying their submission to his rule. This request followed his recent military successes, which had effectively demonstrated Persian power. While many Greek states complied with Darius's demand, whether by fear or financial coercion, Athens and Sparta defiantly executed the Persian ambassadors, a bold statement of refusal that escalated tensions into open conflict. Sparta attempted to mitigate this diplomatic disaster by sending 2 of its own citizens to Persia for execution, hoping to atone for the affront. Nevertheless, these actions signaled a clear commitment from Athens and Sparta to resist Persian domination, marking a critical point of defiance against Darius's expansionist policies. In response, Darius intensified his military campaigns. In 490, he tasked Datis and Artaphernes with leading a formidable amphibious force against Greece. This force first secured a victory over Naxos and subdued the other Cycladic islands before moving to Eretria, which they besieged and destroyed. The expedition culminated in a landing at Marathon, where the Persian army was unexpectedly defeated by the vastly outnumbered Athenians. This significant defeat forced the Persian forces to retreat, marking a temporary setback to Darius's plans. However, undeterred, Darius began preparations for an even larger invasion to subjugate Greece once and for all. But a revolt in Egypt in 486 diverted his attention, and thus his resources. The invasion of Greece would have to wait. It was not long before Darius passed away in 485 BC, leaving the task of quelling the Egyptian revolt, and of course continuing the campaign against Greece, to his son, Xerxes. Thus, Xerxes quickly suppressed the Egyptian rebellion and resumed preparation for the invasion of Greece. He ordered monumental engineering feats, including the bridging of the Hellespont and the construction of a canal across the isthmus of Mount Athos, to facilitate the movement of his massive army. By 480, Xerxes' preparations were complete, and his army crossed into Europe, ready for a confrontation. Meanwhile, the threat of a Persian invasion had galvanized the Greek city-states into action. Led by Athens and inspired by the strategic foresight of Themistocles, the Greeks had been fortifying their defenses and building a powerful fleet of triremes. Recognizing their inability to confront the Persians alone, the Athenians sought alliances with the other city-states. In 481, as Xerxes' expedition loomed, a pan-Hellenic congress was convened at Corinth, uniting various Greek states in a rare show of unity. The Congress, which continued into 480 BC, devised a strategic plan to confront the Persian threat directly. They decided to block the pass of Thermopylae on land and the Straits of Artemisium at sea, creating a choke point to neutralize the numerical advantage of the Persian forces. However, the Greeks were also prepared for the worst. Plans were also made for a strategic withdrawal to the Isthmus of Corinth, and arrangements were made for the evacuation of Athenian women and children to Troezen in the Peloponnese, should the initial defenses fail. As the Persians made their slow advance through Thrace and Macedon, news of their approach eventually reached the Greek states in August via a Greek informant. At that time, the Spartans, recognized as the military leaders of the Greek alliance, were engaged in the sacred festival of Carnea, during which military action was traditionally prohibited. This religious observance had previously delayed Spartan participation at the Battle of Marathon. Additionally, the Olympic Games were underway, marked by the Olympic truce, further complicating any military response from the entire Spartan army. Recognizing the gravity of the Persian threat, Spartan authorities deemed it urgent enough to dispatch an advance force to block the Persian advance at the strategic pass of Thermopylae. Commanded by the Spartan king Leonidas I, this force included the 300 elite members of the royal guard, the Hippeis, chosen for the mission due to their critical role as bodyguards. Leonidas' objective was to rally additional Greek forces along the route and hold the pass until the full Spartan army could be mobilized. Herodotus's narratives of these events highlight a consultation with the oracle at Delphi, which prophesied ominously, "O ye men who dwell in the streets of broad Lacedaemon, either your glorious town shall be sacked by the children of Perseus, or, in exchange, must all through the whole Laconian country mourn for the loss of a king, a descendant of great Heracles." Interpreting this as a prediction of his own demise and the dire situation facing his forces, Leonidas deliberately selected warriors who had sons to ensure the continuation of their lineages. As Leonidas and the Spartans journeyed to Thermopylae, they were joined by contingents from various Greek city-states, and eventually, by the time they reached the pass, their numbers had swelled to over 7,000 men. The strategic choice of the middle gate for their stand, a narrow section of the pass previously fortified by the Phocians, illustrated Leonidas's tactical acumen. Additionally, to safeguard against a potential flanking maneuver along a mountain track revealed by the locals of Trachis, Leonidas positioned 1,000 Phocian warriors to guard it. By mid-August, the Persian army appeared across the Malian Gulf, prompting a critical war council among the Greek forces. While some Peloponnesian contingents advocated a retreat to a more defensible isthmus of Corinth, local Phocians and Locrians, driven by a sense of immediate threat to their homelands, argued for standing firm at Thermopylae and called for additional reinforcements. Leonidas, demonstrating calm leadership among all these rising tensions, resolved to hold the pass. In a dramatic parley, a Persian emissary was sent and offered Leonidas and his men admittedly generous terms in exchange for their surrender, including land and titles, if not just for their submission and laying down of their weapons. Leonidas's defiant reply, "Come and take them," marked his resolute refusal to yield. The messenger went back to the Persian side and gave them the news. After a 4-day standoff, during which Xerxes awaited for the Greeks to disperse, the Persian king ordered his forces to finally attack, and the legendary Battle of Thermopylae would finally begin. The count of soldiers Xerxes amassed for his second invasion has been widely debated, with ancient sources suggesting extraordinarily high numbers, and modern scholars proposing much lower and realistic estimates. Herodotus, the ancient historian, claimed a staggering total of 2.6 million military personnel, with an equal number of support staff. This number is frankly ridiculous. But Simonides, a contemporary poet, even suggested up to 4 million, while Ctesias provided a more conservative figure, at least comparatively, of around 800,000. These numbers are generally thought to be complete fabrications, blown out of the proportion, as Herodotus' works often are. Now, contrastingly, the modern scholarship offers a more skeptical view of these ancient claims. It generally estimates the Persian forces to range between 120 or, on the high end of things, 300,000. And this skepticism is mainly rooted in considerations of the logistical capabilities of the time, the practical limits on Persian bases, and, in general, the broader manpower constraints. These contemporary estimates emphasize a more realistic assessment of what was logistically feasible for such a vast ancient army. Regardless of the exact number, it is widely accepted that Xerxes' strategy centered on assembling a force that was so large, so intimidating, that it would ensure the overwhelming success of the Persian campaign, both on land and at sea. And in fact, most of the time when the adversaries would see or hear of such a formidable force, they would simply lay down their weapons. But of course, not the Spartans and the Athenians, at least not this time. While the uncertainty extends to the specifics of troop deployment at key battle sites like Thermopylae, and it remains unclear if Xerxes deployed his entire force at the pass, or if significant contingents were left to maintain control in Macedon and Thessaly. According to Pausanias, who possibly drew upon Herodotus for his information. The local Locrians, situated directly in the path of the Persian advance, contributed all of their available warriors, and this amounted to about 6,000 men. This figure, combined with the 5,200 that Herodotus records, suggests a Greek force at Thermopylae of around 11,200, although modern historians generally consider Herodotus' account more credible and calculate about 7,000 Greek soldiers by adding 1,000 Lacedaemonians and 900 Helots to Herodotus' total. The Helots, by the way, were the underclass in Sparta, the ones who would do all the dirty jobs, the farming, the crafting, all that sort of thing, while the Spartans were busy preparing themselves for war. Other sources like Diodorus and additional accounts from Pausanias are often overlooked in these modern recalculations. Moreover, as the battle actually progressed, the Greek contingent was reduced to around 3,000 men, and that included the 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians, 400 Thebans, and up to 900 Helots, and 1,000 Phocians guarding the heights, adjusted for casualties over the course of the conflict. Now, by choosing to defend Thermopylae, the hot gates in our tongue, the Greeks strategically utilized their strengths optimally, aligning with their defensive military doctrine. The narrow pass was an ideal terrain that minimized the numerical advantage of the Persians, allowing the Greeks to hold off a much larger force without needing to engage in outright battle. This defensive position was crucial, as it hindered the Persian advance into Greece, giving the Greeks time to strengthen their positions and gather more forces. The formidable phalanx formation was really to thank for this, forming up with side to side, shoulder to shoulder with their friends. They would have their spears out the front, making this kind of porcupine that the Persians had no choice but to charge into. Well, the phalanx was essentially the nuclear bomb of the ancient world. Very difficult to go up against, unless the other people had phalanxes too, which if it was Greeks versus Greeks they usually did, and then it would simply become a pushing match, like the start of a rugby game. Now, the geography of Thermopylae itself played a significant role in the tactics employed. The pass, known for its narrowness, was perfectly suited for this formation, and this formation did effectively block the passage. Very tricky to get past it, especially in such a constricted space. Most of the time, if you wanted to beat the phalanx formation, you had to flank it from the side. Well, to the sides of the Spartan phalanx was a wall of solid rock. Very hard to flank around that. Well, because of this, the Persian cavalry, which was an essential component of their military might, was rendered almost useless in such terrain, and the lightly armored Persian infantry couldn't easily outmaneuver the heavily armored Greeks. A critical vulnerability for the Greeks, however, was an alternative mountain path that could potentially allow the Persians to outflank them, and Leonidas was very much aware of this, so he stationed those Phocian troops to guard the path, showing a keen awareness of the terrain and potential tactical movements by the enemy. But as long as nobody told them about the pass, maybe they'd be all right. Yes, foreshadowing. The pass at the time was said to be so narrow that only a single chariot could pass through, bordered by the Malian Gulf on one side, making it a choke point against the massive Persian army. Herodotus mentions that the Phocians had enhanced this natural barrier by creating a marsh, further narrowing the passage with a causeway that only allowed limited movement, ideal for defense, but a complete nightmare for an attacking force. The surrounding landscape was rugged, marked by sparse vegetation and steep hills, presenting a harsh environment, very unwelcoming for the equally unwelcome Persians, who were simply not accustomed to such terrain, despite their homeland being very mountainous. The strategic selection of this battleground by Leonidas and his men showcased their tactical acumen, as they positioned themselves in a locale where natural elements were just as much a part of their defense as their spears and shields. Over time, sedimentation in the Malian Gulf has shifted the landscape significantly, moving the shoreline away from the original site of the battle. And today the site is inland, with modern roads running near where the ancient warriors clashed. And by the way, even in the Second World War, the historical resonance of Thermopylae's tactical significance was echoed when the British Commonwealth forces made a stand against the Germans, not far from where Leonidas and his Spartans fought so bravely. On the initial day of combat at Thermopylae, Xerxes, growing impatient after the 5-day standoff, set out to engage the Greek forces. He first commanded his 5,000 archers to unleash a formidable volley of arrows towards the Greeks. However, these arrows failed to inflict any significant damage, as they were launched from a distance of about 100 yards away, allowing the Greek shields and helmets, crafted from wood and sometimes reinforced with bronze, to effectively deflect them. Following the ineffective archery volley, Xerxes escalated his efforts by deploying 10,000 troops from the Medes and Cesians to capture the Greeks and bring them to him. The Persian soldiers advanced in successive waves on and on against the Greek position, each wave consisting of roughly 10,000 men. The Greeks had strategically positioned themselves in front of the Phocian wall at the narrowest section of the pass. It was this narrow passage that enabled them to maximize their defensive stance of a phalanx while utilizing a minimal number of soldiers. The details of the Greek tactical formation during these assaults are not extensively documented, but accounts that we have do suggest that they adopted that typical phalanx formation, and it certainly makes sense that they would have used this formidable wall of overlapping shields and protruding spear points, effectively blocking the pass. That being said, it's also quite an intimidating thing to charge into, especially with the man behind you pushing you forward. You must feel sorry for the Persians a little bit, just following orders. The arrangement was, of course, completely advantageous against them, because the Persian shields were less robust and their weapons were shorter, making it difficult for them to engage the heavily armored Greek hoplites effectively. Herodotus notes that the Greek units from various cities fought as distinct groups and were periodically rotated to keep the defenders fresh, indicating that the Greeks likely had more troops at their disposal than were strictly necessary to hold the pass. Well, it was this fierce resistance offered by the Greeks inflicted heavy casualties on the Medes, to the extent that Xerxes reportedly rose from his seat 3 times in anger, agitated by the sight of seeing his troops being continuously decimated. Unsatisfied with the performance of his troops, to say the least, Xerxes sent his elite corps, the Immortals, consisting of 10,000 highly trained soldiers, into the fray in a second assault on the same day. However, even the Immortals, the crack troops of the Persian army, were unable to breach the Greek defenses, and they, just like the Medes, suffered heavy losses. According to some historical accounts, the Spartans employed a tactical maneuver of feigning retreat, which enticed the Persians to break ranks and pursue them. And when the Persians did so, the Greeks would turn and strike them down, exploiting the disorder and fear within the Persian ranks. On the subsequent day of the Battle of Thermopylae, Xerxes launched another infantry assault, operating under the assumption that the Greek defenders, few in number, certainly must have been significantly weakened by yesterday's combat and injuries. Surely. Well, despite his expectations, the Persian forces found no greater success on this second day than they had found on the first, and they encountered the very same resilient defense that had thwarted them the previous day. Well, Xerxes was completely baffled and reportedly quite furious. You can't really blame him about the outcomes of the continuous frontal attacks, constantly having to watch on from a distance as all of his men would be brutally slaughtered. Thus, he withdrew his forces to the encampment, deeply troubled by the situation, and tried to think about what to do next. In a rather fortuitous turn of events for the Persians, later that same day, Xerxes received critical intelligence from an unlikely source, a local Greek from Trachis named Ephialtes, who, driven by the prospect of a reward, betrayed the Greeks. He informed Xerxes of an alternative route that would allow the Persian forces to circumvent the pass at Thermopylae by traversing a mountain path. Thus, the name Ephialtes would forever be etched in Greek history as synonymous with betrayal, becoming a byword for nightmare and the epitome of treachery in Greek culture. Seizing on this newfound opportunity, Xerxes tasked his commander, Hydarnes, with leading the elite Persian unit of the Immortals, although their exact composition following the initial day's losses remains unclear. Herodotus does not specify the details of the troops under Hydarnes' command on the mission, suggesting that while the Immortals had suffered earlier, they may have been reinforced with additional troops for this maneuver especially. According to some historical accounts, such as that of Diodorus, Hydarnes was at the helm of a significant force, perhaps numbering up to 20,000 men, tasked with this strategic flanking mission. The route disclosed by Ephialtes began east of the Persian encampment and followed the ridge of Mount Anopeia, skirting behind the cliffs that lined the pass. This path diverged in two directions, one leading towards Phocis, and the other descending to the Malian Gulf at the Alpenus, the first locality within the region of Locris. At the crack of dawn on the third day, the Phocians stationed on the mountain path were startled into action by the noise of rustling oak leaves, signaling the approach of the Persian forces led by Hydarnes. Herodotus recounts their astonishment upon discovering the enemy's approach, a sentiment mirrored by Hydarnes, who initially mistook them for Spartans. Informed by the traitor Ephialtes that they were actually Phocians, not the feared Spartans, Hydarnes chose not to engage them in direct battle. Instead, the Persians simply launched a volley of arrows towards the Phocians, who retreated to a nearby hill to make their stand, mistakenly thinking that the Persians intended to attack them directly. The Persian contingent, however, did not linger, continuing their march to encircle the main Greek forces at the pass, albeit the Phocians looked on helplessly. As the day unfolded, Leonidas received the dire news through a runner. The path had been compromised, and the Phocians had failed to hold their position. Convening a council of war at dawn, informed by the Greek Tyrhastiadas of the imminent peril, a debate ensued among the Greek commanders. While some were advocating a retreat, Leonidas, perhaps remembering the words of the oracle, resolved to hold their ground at the narrow pass. He gallantly offered his allies the choice to withdraw, a proposal that many accepted. However, approximately 2,000 warriors chose to remain, all prepared to bravely face their fate alongside the gallant Spartans. Among those who did remain were 700 Thespians, staunchly led by General Demophilus, who refused to abandon the fight, and 400 Thebans, along with likely the Spartan Helots. These troops chose to confront the Persians in the open field, fully aware of the grim outcome that awaited them. Leonidas's decision to stand his ground has to this very day been extensively analyzed and, in turn, admired throughout history. It's often highlighted that the Spartans, bound by their rigid laws, did not entertain the idea of retreat. This incident reinforced the storied perceptions that Spartans never fled from battle. Moreover, Leonidas, perhaps mindful of the Delphic oracle's prophecy, might have seen this as his last stand and a necessary sacrifice to ensure Sparta's survival. One prevailing theory suggests that Leonidas' final stand was a strategic sacrifice to protect his retreating allies. By holding the pass as long as possible, he provided a critical window for other Greek contingents to escape, thus avoiding a much worse massacre on open terrain where Persian cavalry could easily dominate and run them down. This rearguard action by Leonidas not only allowed the 3,000 Greeks to survive, but ensured they would live to fight another day, continuing the resistance against the invading Persians. The participation of the Thebans at Thermopylae has stirred considerable debate. Herodotus intimates that they were essentially coerced into battle, held as hostages to secure the allegiance of Thebes to the Greek cause. Contrarily, Plutarch disputes this, suggesting that if they were truly hostages, they would have been dismissed with the other Greek forces when the situation became too dire. More likely, those present were Theban loyalists, who opposed the Persian rule and chose willingly to fight at Thermopylae, knowing well that returning to a Thebes dominated by Persia was not an option if Boeotia fell. The Thespians, on the other hand, demonstrated extraordinary commitment to the battle, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice that is often overlooked. Despite the complete evacuation of their city, they chose to stay and fight, representing every hoplite that Thespia could muster. And this act of defiance was not unique in Thespian history. On at least 2 other historical occasions, Thespian forces similarly committed themselves to fight to the death. So when we remember the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, perhaps we better remember them too. As the battle resumed at dawn, Xerxes delayed his assault, making libations and waiting for his elite troops, the Immortals, to descend from the mountain path. The Persian king then unleashed a frontal assault with 10,000 men, charging the Greek line that now extended beyond the narrow pass to engage the enemy head-on in a wider area, maximizing the carnage inflicted upon the Persian forces. The Greeks initially fought with spears until these were all shattered, then continued the battle with short swords. In the thick of the battle, several high-ranking Persians fell, including 2 of Xerxes' brothers. The Spartan king Leonidas was also eventually killed, and a fierce skirmish ensued over his bodies, which the Greeks ultimately secured. As the Immortals advanced, the remaining Greek forces retreated to a nearby hill behind the defensive wall. The Thebans, in a desperate bid for survival, broke away from their Greek allies and surrendered to the Persians, though not without sustaining casualties before their capitulation was accepted. Xerxes, frustrated and eager to finally end the standoff, commanded that the wall be dismantled. He then surrounded the hill and ordered that his archers to eliminate the last of the Greek defenders. Archaeological evidence supports the fierce nature of this final stand, with numerous Persian arrowheads discovered at the site, indicating a relentless and savage barrage against the Greeks. Ultimately, the Persian forces were victorious, albeit with heavy losses, estimated by Herodotus to be as high as 20,000 Persian deaths. The Greek rear guard was effectively annihilated, with a total Greek loss, including the battles over the previous days, estimated to be around 2,000. In the aftermath of the Persian withdrawal from Thermopylae, the Greeks solemnly gathered the bodies of the fallen and interred them on the hillside where they had fought so valiantly. In recognition of their heroic stand, a stone lion was erected on the site to commemorate King Leonidas of Sparta, symbolizing his bravery and the sacrifice of his men. With the path through Thermopylae now cleared, the Greek naval position at Artemisium became untenable. Although the naval skirmishes there had ended without a decisive victor, the Greek fleet withdrew in an orderly fashion back to the Saronic Gulf. There, they played a crucial role in transporting Athenian civilians to safety on the island of Salamis, away from the advancing Persian forces. As for the Persian army, emboldened by their success at Thermopylae, marched through Boeotia, where they sacked and set ablaze the cities of Plataea and Thespiae, cities that had defiantly refused to submit. The Persian forces then proceeded to Athens, which they found completely deserted. They then put it to the sword and the torch, razing it, fulfilling their punitive objectives. As the Persians continued to advance, the Greeks fortified the Isthmus of Corinth, destroying the sole road through it and erecting a defensive wall, effectively sealing off the Peloponnese. The strategic situation at the Isthmus mirrored that of Thermopylae, requiring a strong naval presence to prevent Persian forces from circumventing the barrier by sea. Under the advice and urging of Themistocles, the Greeks sought not merely to block the Persian advance, but to completely annihilate their naval strength. By cunningly drawing the Persian fleet into the narrow straits of Salamis, the Greeks managed a decisive victory that significantly weakened the Persian naval capabilities. Fearing a potential Greek assault on the bridges across the Hellespont, which would trap his forces in Europe, Xerxes had no choice. He retreated back to Asia with much of his army, though this retreat was marred by severe losses due to starvation and disease. He left behind his general, Mardonius, with a select force to complete the subjugation of Greece. However, under Athenian instigation, the Greek coalition mobilized once more, confronting Mardonius in Boeotia, culminating in the decisive Battle of Plataea, where the Greeks achieved a significant victory, effectively ending the Persian invasion. Simultaneously, at the Battle of Mycale, the Greeks dealt further blows to the remnants of the Persian fleet, diminishing any remaining threats of another invasion. Well, despite being a tactical defeat, the Battle of Thermopylae gained an immortal legacy, one that still 2,500 years later we're still talking about. It's become emblematic of heroic resistance over overwhelming odds. While it was a strategic victory for the Persians in that they overcame the pass, the spirited Greek defense showcased their resolve and tactical prowess, turning the fallen defenders, especially Leonidas and the Spartans, into martyrs whose legacy would inspire subsequent generations. The battle underscored the effectiveness of Greek military tactics and the strategic use of terrain, contributing to a broader narrative that shaped Western perceptions of freedom against tyranny, a narrative that continues to resonate in contemporary culture. Thus, we reference the solemn plaque engraved at the site of the battle, still there to this day, attributed to Simonides, with the inscription, "O stranger, tell the Lacedaemonians that here we lie, obedient to their words." And with that, we reach the end of my little video on the Battle of Thermopylae and the brave 300s. Well, I'd first like to thank my top-tier patrons, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey and Susan, for supporting the channel. As always, it's greatly appreciated. And I would like to thank you. If you've made it this far, then that is certainly showing that you've learned something. I'm sure you have. And I enjoyed it. So there's that too. The Theban Spartan War, lasting from 379 to 371 BC. A pivotal era in ancient Greek history, characterized by the rise of Thebes as a dominant power against the backdrop of a Spartan hegemony. Following the Spartan victory in the Peloponnesian War, Sparta sought to consolidate its control over Greece, imposing oligarchic governments and garrisons in key cities, including, of course, Thebes. The spark for conflict was lit when a group of Theban exiles executed a daring coup to overthrow the Spartan-installed government in Thebes, reclaiming their city in 379. This act of defiance against Sparta ignited a series of military engagements that ultimately led to Thebes gaining supremacy, albeit for a rather brief period. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're new here, it's good to meet you. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description and comments, and a like, comment and subscribe certainly goes a long way. Now without further ado, get yourself comfortable, and let's talk about the Theban Spartan War. Let's go back to the beginning, shall we? The Peace of Antalcidas in 387 BC, which mandated the autonomy of all Greek cities, had particularly adverse effects on Thebes. This decree had stripped Thebes of its political dominion over the other Boeotian cities. Thebes' situation worsened in 382 when a Spartan force, through a good deal of deceit, seized control of its citadel, marking a significant blow to their sovereignty. In the aftermath of the Spartan occupation, which occurred either 383 or 82, Pelopidas, along with other prominent Theban democrats, sought refuge in Athens. It was there Pelopidas spearheaded a plot aimed at the liberation of his home city. In the subsequent years, these exiled Thebans, under Pelopidas's initiative, began plotting in secret their city's emancipation from Spartan control. Back in Thebes, Epaminondas was preparing the city's youth for the impending conflict with Sparta. During the winter of 379, Pelopidas, leading a small band of exiles, covertly snuck into Thebes. They successfully assassinated the pro-Spartan leadership, and with the support of both Epaminondas, Gorgidas, and Athenian hoplites, they effectively besieged the Spartan forces, who were stationed at Cadmea, the citadel of Thebes. In the day following this daring operation, Pelopidas and his group were presented to the Theban assembly by Epaminondas and Gorgidas, who urged the Thebans to seize their freedom. The assembly's enthusiastic endorsement of Pelopidas and his fellow conspirators underscored their role not just fighters, but as liberators in a greater struggle. The Spartan garrison, faced with encirclement, had no choice but to capitulate, negotiating safe passage back to Sparta. Remember that whole thing,
Spartans never surrender. Well, sounds good in the movie. Now, remarkably, as they retreated, they rather awkwardly encountered a Spartan relief force that was en route to their aid. Very embarrassing, a little bit too late having to explain to this other relief force that, ooh, thanks for coming to help, but we already surrendered the citadel. I suppose we can all go home now. Now Plutarch, reflecting on this event, underscored its profound significance, and of course, far-reaching consequences. He observed that the coup not only marked the beginning of the end for Spartan hegemony, both on land and at sea, but also represented a pivotal moment in Greek history, because this act of defiance, achieved not by overtaking a fortress, but through strategic incursion into a private residence by 12 men, effectively dismantled the perceived invincibility of Spartan rule. Now, the liberation of Thebes would later catalyze a war that ultimately dismantled Spartan dominance, highlighting the extraordinary impact of Pelopidas and his compatriots' audacity. The Sacred Band, an elite military unit of the Thebans, and of course not the only sacred band that was around. There were many groups that called themselves this, but this was the Theban one. Well, they first participated in combat operations in 378 BC, amidst the escalating tensions of the Boeotian War. This period was marked by a notable standoff between the Athenian commander Chabrias, who would later become Strategos, and the Spartan king Agēgē II. This confrontation unfolded against the backdrop of Athens' intervention in Theban affairs, aiding Theban exiles to overthrow Spartan dominance in Thebes, and fortifying an alliance with Thebes against Spartan aggression. In the summer of 378, Agēgē mobilized a substantial Spartan force from the Boeotian city of Thespiae, which was still loyal to Sparta at the time, whether they liked it or not, comprising about 1,500 cavalry and a massive infantry contingent of 28,000, including 20,000 hoplites and specialized unit of 500 skirate light infantry. Pretty good team. Now, anticipating the Spartan invasion, Athens swiftly dispatched a reinforcement of around 200 cavalry and 5,000 troops, including both citizen soldiers and mercenaries, under the leadership of the Athenian strategos Demias and the mercenary commander Chabrias. This Athenian contingent bolstered Theban defenses, engaging the Spartan forces at earthen stockades that delineated Theban territory. Despite the initial Spartan setbacks at those fortifications, they eventually breached the defenses, wreaking havoc on Theban agricultural lands in their advance. The Theban and Athenian defenders, though significantly outnumbered by the Spartan invaders, opted for a more direct confrontation, rather than retreating to the fortified city of Thebes. They strategically positioned their combined forces on a gently sloping hill, facing the Spartan army. Gorgidas and the Sacred Band took up positions at the forefront of the Theban line, while Chabrias and a contingent of more experienced mercenary hoplites formed the vanguard of the Athenian forces. As the battle commenced, Agesilaus deployed skirmishers in an attempt to destabilize the Athenian Theban lines, which were effectively countered, likely due to superior cavalry numbers of the defending forces. Still undeterred, Agesilaus ordered a full advance of his Spartan army, perhaps hoping the imposing sight of Spartan discipline and might would compel the defenders to break formation. Well, this tactic, while it was previously successful at the Battle of Coronea against Argive forces in different times, failed to yield the desired effect against the Thebans and Athenians. Well, in a defining moment, Chabrias issued an unconventional command for his forces to assume a relaxed yet ready stance in the face of the enemy's advance, a tactical decision that was echoed by Gorgidas on the Sacred Band. This display of disciplined defiance effectively halted the Spartan assault, compelling Agesilaus to reconsider the engagement and ultimately withdraw his forces to Thespiae, though he later claimed a vacuous victory by portraying the refusal of his foes to engage as a testament to Spartan dominance and superiority. Calm down, Agesilaus. Your guys just surrendered a few weeks ago. Don't give them too much credit. Well, following the standoff, Agesilaus disbanded his forces in Thespiae and retreated back to the Peloponnese, appointing Phoebidas as the military government in Thespiae. Phoebidas, infamous for his unauthorized seizure of the Cadmea, continued to harass Theban territories, which eventually led to a decisive Theban counteroffensive. In a significant confrontation, Phoebidas fell to a Theban charge, a maneuver that saw the Sacred Band under Gorgidas's command playing a crucial role. So the aftermath of these engagements saw a shift in the power dynamic of the region. Agesilaus's subsequent attempts to subdue Thebes were met with stiff resistance and eventual withdrawal in the face of a united Theban front, signaling a newfound Theban confidence against Spartan aggression, and certainly word was beginning to spread. This series of events, well, it doesn't just showcase the military prowess of the Sacred Band, but it also marked the beginning of a decline in Spartan influence over Thebes and the broader Greek world, and it effectively set the stage for further Theban ascendance under leaderships like Pelopidas and Epaminondas in the years that followed. Which brings us to the year 375. The Sacred Band under Pelopidas achieved its first significant victory at the Battle of Tegyra. Pelopidas, aiming to exploit the temporary absence of the Spartan garrison in Orchomenos, led the Sacred Band, along with a contingent of cavalry, into the city. But discovering a new Spartan reinforcement upon arrival, he decided to retreat to Thebes. However, near the shrine of Apollo of Tegyra, they encountered the returning Spartan forces. Outnumbered at least 2-1 by Spartan Morai, Pelopidas inspired his troops
by suggesting that the Spartans were in just as much of a predicament as the Thebans, just as trapped as they were. So, it's got to be an even fight, right? Well, regardless of how true this was, he ordered a cavalry charge and reformed the sacred band into a tight formation to break through the Spartans. The Spartan leaders were quickly killed, causing disarray among their ranks. As we all know, if you kill the general, the morale takes quite a hit, and people begin to flee. Pelopidas then seized the opportunity to outflank and rout the Spartans. Another significant blow that disproved this notion of Spartan invincibility. Well, despite their victory, the Thebans chose not to pursue the fleeing Spartans, mainly due to the proximity of another Spartan force nearby. But they did erect a huge victory monument. A little bit of a show-off. Well, after that, they were done celebrating. They marched back to Thebes for a well-earned rest. Of course, it was this battle that really marked that Theban sacred band as an elite unit. And from then on it was maintained separately to the rest of the army by Pelopidas in future engagements. Now this battle's significance was recorded by both Diodorus and Plutarch based on Ephorus's reports. However, Xenophon, known for his pro-Spartan views, conveniently forgot to mention the defeat from his works. Pretty obvious of his biases towards the Spartans, of course. Now, accounts of the battle, of course, vary, as there's a few different sources, with Diodorus citing 500 Thebans against 1,000 Spartans. So that's outnumbered 2-1. And Plutarch offers a little bit different figures, sort of underscoring the battle's impact beyond its scale. Now, regardless of the situation, of the specific numbers, it was certainly a morale booster for the Boeotians, and of course a strategic milestone for Thebes. Now, moving on from Tegea, Athens pursued a common peace among Greek states, partly due to concerns over Thebes' rising power. However, hostilities soon resumed, notably between Sparta and Athens. Old habits die hard. Thebes continued its dominance over Boeotia, incorporating Thespiae and Tanagra into its confederacy and attacking Plataea and Phocian territories. Pelopidas laid a siege against Elatea, which was aborted to avoid a desperate battle against this entire city populace. By 371, efforts to revive the king's peace aimed to check Theban ascendancy, setting the stage for more conflicts and the eventual Battle of Leucra, where Theban prowess under Epaminondas would again challenge Spartan dominance. Now, upon learning of the Theban uprising, Sparta initially had dispatched an army led by Cleombrotus I, but it retreated without engaging. Subsequently, Agesilaus II led another Spartan force to confront Thebes. But the Thebans, opting for a defensive strategy, constructed fortifications outside the city, thwarting Spartan advances and leading to a general withdrawal. This development managed to further embolden Thebes,
prompting them to extend their influence over neighboring cities, and re-established the Boeotian Confederacy with a democratic governance structure, overseen by several elected Boeotarchs from different districts. This unification made the terms Theban and Boeotian rather synonymous, and serves more to reflect the solidarity of the region. In the ensuing years, despite Spartan incursions into Boeotia, the continuous conflict served as a training ground of sorts for Theban forces, enhancing their martial capabilities and their political cohesion. Pelopidas emerged as the key political figure advocating for a confrontational stance towards Sparta, while Epaminondas's activities prior to 371 remain somewhat less documented, though, credit where it's due, his leadership was undoubtedly pivotal. The peace conference in 371 BC aimed at reconciling Sparta, Thebes, and Athens amid the ongoing skirmishes, and it saw Epaminondas representing Thebes as the Boeotarch. Initially agreeing to peace terms, a contention arose when Epaminondas insisted on signing for all of Boeotia, not just Thebes. And this was an issue because it challenged Sparta's stance on Boeotian independence. Of course, this dispute led to Agesilaus to expel Thebes from the peace agreement, which pretty much wrapped up the proceedings. So after these peace talks failed, the Spartan king Cleombrotus I, stationed in Phocis, received orders to march in Boeotia. Cleombrotus took a strategic route to avoid Theban ambushes and entered Boeotian territory unexpectedly, capturing a fort and several triremes before heading towards Thebes and setting up camp at Leuctra. The Boeotian forces, led by Epaminondas and Pelopidas, commanding the sacred band, decided to engage the Spartans again despite being outnumbered, with Spartan forces totaling around 10,000 hoplites, and the Boeotians around 6,000. That being said, they were supported by a contingent of cavalry that was superior. Now, Epaminondas innovated Greek military tactics for this battle in a pretty clever way. Traditionally, phalanxes veered right during combat, placing elite troops on this flank. However, Epaminondas strengthened his left flank with the best troops, including of course the sacred band, arranging them in an unprecedented depth and implementing a slanting line of attack against the Spartan elite. This countered the numerical advantage and traditional formation tactics of the Spartans, and they certainly did not know how to react to it, especially in the heat and panic of battle. And remember that Spartans were human beings just like anybody else. Don't believe what Hollywood and the comic books tell you. Yes, they were very disciplined, but they weren't supermen. They were human beings like any other Greek, albeit they trained a lot harder and their food was a lot more bland. Now, back to the battle, which commenced with Theban cavalry overwhelming the Spartan cavalry, causing disarray within the Spartan phalanx. Epaminondas' heavy left flank advanced rapidly, while the right flank retreated strategically. The Spartans, particularly on their right flank, were completely unable to withstand the Theban assault, leading to Cleombrotus's death and a significant Spartan loss, including 400 to 700 or rather 400 of the 700 elite Spartiates. Not a good day for the Spartans at all. Of course, the Peloponnesian allies, witnessing all of this right in front of them and the Spartan defeat, fled, resulting in a completely chaotic retreat. Now, Leuctra's outcome was, of course, it goes without saying, devastating for Sparta, not only in terms of immediate losses, but the general undermining of its hegemony in Greece. It showcased the tactical genius of Epaminondas, and marked a pivotal moment in Greek military history that challenged the invincibility of the Spartan military machine and altered the balance of power forever. Post-Leuctra, Thebes, initially considering an attack on a weakened Sparta, opted instead for strategic consolidation within Boeotia and diplomatic maneuvers in central Greece, dissuaded by their Thessalian ally Jason of Pherae. Their attention turned to dismantling Spartan power rather than establishing their own hegemony. Their efforts led to the formation of an expanded Boeotian confederacy and securing alliances that further bolstered their position. In 370, amid Athens seizing the opportunity to propose peace terms that freed Peloponnesian cities from Spartan control, Thebes launched a general invasion into the Peloponnese. Supported by Pelopidas, Epaminondas led a Theban force bolstered by a former Spartan allies into Arcadia, where they encouraged the foundation of a unified Arcadian League and the city of Megalopolis as a bulwark against Sparta. Now marching into Laconia, the Thebans crossed the historically unbreached Evratas River. Then they devastated Spartan lands, but interestingly they refrained from assaulting the city itself. They then moved to liberate Messenia, restoring its capital at Mount Ithome, and inviting Messenian exiles to return, severely undermining Spartan economic foundations by stripping away a significant portion of their Helot labor force and land. The Helots, by the way, were effectively like peasants that the Spartans kept around. Well, they were slaves. There's no pretty way of putting it. Well, Epaminondas's campaigns significantly eroded Spartan influence and power in Greece, and it created formidable new state entities that were opposed to Spartan dominance. All of this, well, Sparta didn't look so tough anymore. Upon returning from his transformative campaigns in the Peloponnese, Epaminondas faced trial in Thebes, but not commendations, due to exceeding his term in Boeotarch. And apparently, interestingly enough, his defense humorously highlighted his achievements, and apparently, with all of his talking and jokes when he decided to defend himself, the court's mood turned to laughter, and it effectively led to his acquittal and re-election. Well, that's one way to get out of trouble. In 369 BC, Epaminondas again led Theban forces into the Peloponnese, breaking through Spartan defenses at the Isthmus of Corinth in a surprise dawn attack. This campaign saw minor territorial gains, but failed to secure Corinth or significantly damage Sparta further. His maneuvers still showcased his military prowess, though. That was still prevalent. In 368, Epaminondas faced more domestic political charges, being temporarily banned from the Boeotarch position. Later that year, he embarked on a mission to Thessaly to rescue Pelopidas and Ismenias, Theban diplomats held by Alexander of Pherae. Although initially unsuccessful, his strategic acumen eventually secured the release without significant conflict. Sometimes the pen is mightier than the sword. It underscores that Epaminondas's diplomatic skill and military skill were both quite formidable. Now in 367, the following year, Epaminondas's third invasion of the Peloponnesus was facilitated by the Argives, allowing Theban forces entry, effectively opening the door wide open for them. He successfully aligned with Achaea, but faced criticism for not establishing democracies there. His original acceptance of Achaean oligarchies led to a brief switch to democracies, but pro-Spartan aristocrats soon restored the oligarchies, aligning more closely with Sparta afterward. Efforts to establish a common peace with Persia's king Artaxerxes II as mediator in 367 to 365 failed, and it was primarily due to Thebes' refusal to cede Messenia back to Sparta and disagreements at the Theban-hosted conference. Philiscus of Abydos, supporting Spartan interests with Achaemenid funds, underscored the collapse of negotiations by directly financing Spartan military efforts and promising Athenian support to recover the Chersonese. Subsequently, Greek cities sought support from Artaxerxes, and it resulted in a proposed peace that of course favored Thebes and was largely rejected. Sparta and Athens opposed Thebes' advantage and Achaemenid influence, supported revolting satraps against Artaxerxes, including the notable Ariobarzanes, with military aid, marking a more complex period of Greek-Achaemenid relationships, and continued conflict within Greece that seemingly never ends. In the years following, Thebes saw another shift in alliances, with some of its former allies turning against them, including defections among the Arcadians, despite Theban efforts to solidify the Boeotian Confederacy and undermine Spartan power in the Peloponnese. By the mid-360s BC, Thebes had succeeded in weakening the Peloponnesian League, with key members like Corinth, Epidaurus, and Philios reconciling with Thebes and Argos. Messenia, well, they remained independent, bolstering Thebes' position. And despite facing opposition on multiple fronts, Thebes, under the leadership of Epaminondas, sought to extend its influence back to the Aegean Sea, challenging Athens' maritime dominance. The Theban assembly commissioned a fleet of 100 triremes, aiming to sway Rhodes, Chios, and Byzantium towards Theban allegiance in 364. However, these efforts are considered by historians to be largely unsuccessful in securing long-term advantages for Thebes. In the same year, Pelopidas, that key Theban leader and ally of Epaminondas, died in battle against Alexander of Pherae in Thessaly. This was a significant loss for Theban politics and also military strategy. But they still had Epaminondas. That's got to count for something. In 362, facing a resurgence of opposition to Theban dominance throughout Greece, Epaminondas launched what would be his final military campaign into the Peloponnese. His aim was primarily to bring Mantinea, a vocal opponent of Theban influence, back into line. The coalition opposing Theban power at this juncture was quite formidable, encompassing not just Mantinea, but also Sparta, Athens, and various Arcadian elements. It was essentially marshalling almost the entirety of Greece into two opposing camps, which seems to happen all the time. It seems to happen once every 50 years for Greece, at least in antiquity. Epaminondas's force was a considerable assemblage drawn from Boeotia, Thessaly, and Euboea, supplemented by contingents from Tegea, Argos, Messenia, and parts of Arcadia, albeit not many of them, that remained loyal to Theban hegemony. The alliance against them, anchored by Mantinea, had called upon Sparta, Athens, Achaea, and the rest of Arcadia for support, marking the upcoming conflict. So, upon reaching Peloponnesian soil, Epaminondas's presence alone was insufficient to deter or subdue the assembled opposition. As the standoff prolonged without resolution, Epaminondas, known for his tactical ingenuity and audacity, formulated a plan to break the impasse by executing a swift and daring night march against an unsuspecting Sparta. However, the Spartan king was having none of it. Archidamos, forewarned by a swift-running messenger, possibly from Crete, prepared the city's defenses in anticipation of the Theban assault. Epaminondas, finding Sparta unexpectedly prepared, engaged in a limited attack but quickly withdrew, realizing the full extent of Sparta's readiness, and the arrival of the additional Spartan and Mantinean forces from Mantinea. However, undeterred, Epaminondas redirected his army towards Mantinea, hoping to catch the city unguarded. Yet an encounter with Athenian cavalry outside Mantinea's walls thwarted his plan once again. Faced with the imminent end of his campaign, and the potential collapse completely of Theban influence in the Peloponnese, Epaminondas resolved to force a decisive engagement with the enemy coalition, assembled on the plains before Mantinea. The ensuing Battle of Mantinea was unprecedented in scale, pitting a Theban-led force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry against a coalition force of 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry. Epaminondas, reapplying the tactics that had secured victory at Leuctra, deepened his left flank, positioning his best troops, including the sacred band under Pelopidas, against the enemy's most formidable elements, while the weaker right flank was instructed to strategically withdraw. The battle commenced with a Theban cavalry assault that successfully drove back the enemy's horsemen, disrupting their formation. The Theban phalanx, advancing under Epaminondas's command, shattered the opposing lines, driving the coalition forces into retreat. However, at the moment of triumph, Epaminondas was mortally wounded. Bad timing. Well, his death precipitated the end of active hostilities, as neither side really sought to renew the conflict. It was really Epaminondas who was pushing for it in the first place. And now with him gone, well, everyone just kind of packed up their things and went home. While Xenophon's narrative underscores the battle as anticlimactic, both sides claimed victory, but no one really gained a significant advantage, leading to a situation where Greece was left more fragmented and chaotic than before. Well, let's sum it all up. The period leading up to and following the Battle of Leuctra in 371 was marked by a complex web of alliances and conflicts among the Greek city-states. Sparta's aggressive expansion and the interference in the affairs of other Greek cities, notably its invasion and subsequent control of Thebes in 382, set the stage for Thebes' resentment and opposition. I mean, they only really wanted to get their own back, at least at the start, but as you know, these things always seem to run away on themselves. But Athens, on the other hand, maintained a more cautious approach towards its alliances, and it balanced its own interests within the shifting power dynamic. And here's another thing. The destruction of Plataea by Thebes in 372 was a significant event that really soured Athenian opinion on Greece. Athens, recognizing the threat posed by an increasingly assertive Thebes, began to explore peace negotiations with Sparta, despite their historical rivalry. However, that alliance between Athens and Thebes was momentarily strengthened when Sparta attempted to seize Piraeus in 378, leading to a successful defense by the Athenian commander Chabrias near Thebes. Well, all in all, the victory of Thebes over Sparta at Leuctra significantly altered the power dynamic in Greece. And, well, despite initial resistance, the Arcadians, seeking protection against Spartan aggression, eventually allied with Thebes, marking the beginning of Theban influence in the Peloponnese. This shift in alliance and the rise of Thebes as a dominant power highlighted the fluid and often precarious nature of Greek interstate relations. Of course, after the Battle of Mantinea and the death of Epaminondas, it was all pretty much over. Peace treaties were signed and later on broken again, and everyone went back to the good old fighting. They didn't waste too much time. Of course, we got another Greek war video coming up real soon, because they just keep fighting. They never stop. But it's all in good fun, right? Well, at least for us, the ones who don't have to be in the phalanx. Well, thank you very much again for listening. It's been a pleasure. We had fun. We had a good time. We learned something. And I'd like to thank my Mega Chat tier patrons, Stark Factory, JC, and Joseph, for their glorious contribution. If you'd like to make a contribution too, you need only head over to the Patreon page. Links are in the description and comments. Otherwise, just, if you feel inclined, like and subscribe. You know what to do. And I will see you in the next video. Thank you, everyone. Look after yourself.